Jenkins is used today along the entire software development lifecycle, enabling the integration and automation of different processes, including building, testing, and deployment. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session. You are currently watching a Jenkin full course video. By the end of this video, you will have a thorough understanding about Jenkins all the way from theory to practical applications. Now, if you love watching videos like these, then subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and click the bell button to never miss out any updates from us. Also, if you want to learn more about Jenkins after watching this session and wish to obtain Edureka's DevOps certification course, then please see the link in the description below. Now let's begin with our agenda, where we'll have a brief overview of what we will cover in this Jenkins full course video. Well, we'll start with the Jenkins Fundamentals, where we will first understand what Jenkins is and why should we learn it. And we will also cover the very basics that you must and should know about Jenkins. Next, we will learn about CI/CD pipeline using Jenkins. Then we will move ahead and see how to integrate Jenkins with Git. Now it's time to delve deep into the technical concepts of Jenkins. We'll start with Docker Jenkins Pipeline, after which we will see Maven and Jenkins integration. Following that, we will look at Selenium Jenkins integration. Once this is done, we will then get introduced to Jenkins Groovey. Following that, we will look at Webhooks in Jenkins and learn how to create email notifications in Jenkins. After that, we will learn about SOnarQube Jenkins, followed by Jenkins X. At last, we will compare Jenkins with the other tools. Well, we hope that this session assists you in getting jobs in the industry. In order to accomplish this, we will look at some Jenkins interview questions with answers. So stick till the end. Now let's get started with our first topic, that is Jenkins Fundamentals.
So guys, let's first talk about why we need continuous integration. Let's talk about a scenario where we are not using continuous integration. Now when we work in a development team, there are multiple developers. Now all the developers work on different components for a project or for a code. A developer A may be writing code thinking scenario, let's say Python 1.0, and developer B will be writing code thinking of a scenario 1.2, 1.3, and so on. One of the biggest challenges that we face in an industry is how to make sure that all the developers' codes get collaborated and that we are having properly release getting deployed. That is the biggest challenge in the industry. Now, another challenge that most developers fail is debugging. Now, whenever you write a code, there are a lot of bugs and issues. Now, the code is often written thousands and thousands of lines. Now, if you don't have any proper continuous integration mechanism or a packaging mechanism, you'll see it takes days, even weeks and months to debug your code to make it 100% bug-free. Now that is a challenge that really makes the development process very slow. So how to test the code? Now testing used to be a monotonous task. Now there are teams used to spend months of a life cycle to make the code, complete the test code, and make sure it's bug free. Now what used to happen is, guys, two things. One is you are not able to deliver on time, and secondly, business never see value coming out of the IT. If businesses see IT not adding value, IT is not delivering product on time, they will start rethinking and giving a second thought. Why do we need to invest so much money in the IT industry or in the IT software? These things were hampering big time in the development and release of modern day deployment software cycles. In the modern day world, we want to make sure our deployment cycles are robust, we're able to get the main need of the market and deploy the product as soon as possible. But with this approach, we're not using the CI tools. It used to take 6 months to develop a product, deploy a product, and make it bug free. Now things change drastically when we start using continuous integration. Now, using continuous integration, we can deploy codes at the quickest. Amazon, for instance, deploys code every 11.6 seconds. Now, how is that possible if you ask? It's because they are using the continuous integration mechanism. Using CI tools like Jenkins, where we can automate the process like building, packaging, deployment, testing, and so on, so that we can do all these things with the click of a button in a matter of seconds. CI process helps us to deploy multiple releases parallelly. Now in one day, we can do thousands and thousands of releases without impacting our environment and making sure these releases are in line with our requirement. The CI tool has an awesome notification mechanism where it notifies instantly of any success or failures happening, so that if I have to debug the code or troubleshoot it, I will know exactly at the pinpoint location where it is failing. You can do multiple notification management mechanism like an email, an SMS, any ITSM tools. Now all those modern ways of notification are possible using the CI tools like Jenkins. Now we integrate these CI tools like Jenkins with modern day build and packaging tools like Maven and Gradle so that we can automate the common problem which developers spend most of their time on. Now, developers spend half of their life cycle like packaging their code, code review, code deployment, unit testing. Now, all those things can be automated and can be done with the click of a button using these CI tools. Now, what is continuous integration? Now, we have talked about how it helps to save time, how it helps to save the energy, and how it helps to make release more frequent, and it helps us to streamline the process. Now, what actually is continuous integration? Now, if I go traditionally, continuous integration is basically, you can say, a process that helps us to combine or smoothen the automation of tasks like compiling the code, doing the testing, and deploying the code into our life cycles. So how does this continuous integration work? So developers who works on projects generally commit their code in any version tools like GitHub, GitLab, Gitbucket, SVN, etc. So using continuous integration, we pull the code from the version control system like Git, for example. Now we automate the process like code compiling, code testing, code review, and then finally deploy the code in the lowest lifecycle environment. You can say continuous integration is sort of a development practice where developers pull the code from the version control system and make the code deploy in the lower lifecycle environment. Now the beauty of using these CI tool is we can automate the process in such a way that whenever a developers make a new commit or a new change in the version control system tools, we can create a sort of a pipeline, and the pipeline automatically picks the code from the VCS tools and compile it and then deploy the software. Another good thing about it is it does not require any human intervention. So once I have set up a pipeline, then I don't need to worry about running the code again and again or making any changes. It automatically happens in a fully automated process, as I mentioned a while back. Now we can use the process whenever a new commit happens, or you can run it on a scheduled basis or something. Now CI or continuous integration was first time proposed in 1991 as part of the Extreme Program concept. At that time, it was not adopted so well, but in the modern day industry, it has become the bread and butter of smoothing up release or for our development process. In a modern day world, continuous integration can be said as a practice of merging all developers, working copy to a mainstream where you can develop and deploy the code multiple times in the same day with as many changes as possible. Now, there is no limit of how many lines of code. It can be tens and thousands of lines of code, which can be compiled multiple times throughout the duration. Let's see a case study where we try to see how things change for an organization after it adopted to the CI or continuous integration mode. Here we have picked up an example of Adobe to see how it helped in the development process. Adobe realized at some point at the time that they have not released very frequently. When this happened, their market percentage share was down as they were not following the continuous integration approach. Now they were using the native method of compiling the code, debugging the code, testing the code, because of which they were noticing that it used to take up to 6 months release updates. Now 6 months was a long duration, whereas their competitors were releasing very frequently, which was helping them to capture the market share. Adobe decided some point at a time that they need to change their software development and deployment strategies, and they tried to adopt the continuous integration mechanism. Once they adopted the continuous integration mechanism, they found that the response time was a lot better and a lot faster. Now they were able to deploy the updates more frequently with every time a change was made by a developer or new release was being released. And it helped them reduce the response times, and they were 60% more faster. The development teams were getting more effective, and they were able to really deploy losses far more in a better and structured way than what they were doing without using CI. You can see how CI helps industry. Amazon is the best case scenario. Amazon in modern day scenario deploy codes every 11.6 seconds, almost 5 times every minute. Now this is all possible using the continuous integration. Now what is Jenkins? Now we've talked about what is CI, we've talked about why we need CI. Now let's talk about what is Jenkins and how does Jenkins fit in this particular picture. Now Jenkins is an open source automation server which helps us to automate the process of development relating to testing, deployment packaging, and others. It is a server-based system that run on software, Apache Tomcat. Now it supports VCS store like Git, Bitbucket, etc. It also supports build automation tools like Apache, Maven, and it helps to make and facilitate our continuous integration and continuous delivery process. Now, Jenkins was first released in the year 2011 and it's completely open source software as a part of the MIT license. Jenkins is a plugin based profile. In Jenkins, you have got plugin, which basically used to interact with different tools and components. In Jenkins, plugins are primarily released in language other than Java. Plugins are available to integrate Jenkins with most version control system tools and most databases. Using these plugins, we set up purposes, for example, unit testing. Now you can do compiling, you can do packaging. Now you can create some reports. Now you can do some logging. Now all these things are possible using plugins and Jenkins. Another important component that we've talked about in Jenkins, apart from plugins, is Jenkins notification, which we call it as Mailer. Using Mailer, guys, we can configure email notification. For instance, you can configure scenario. For example, you want mail notification when build is successful. Now, all these things can be done using Mailer as the Jenkins component. Another important component in Jenkins is the SSH agent. Jenkins also follow a typical master-slave topology. Now, why do we need a master-slave topology and a CI tools like Jenkins? Now, when you work in the organization, we have got multiple teams which you want to build and deploy their own pipeline or deploy their own software project codes. Now, teams don't want the piece of code to be run on a server which is owned by some other teams. So what we can do is we can set up a master-slave topology where Jenkins may run on a server X. But you can connect multiple other servers which will act as a slave. So when you are deploying a code executing a pipeline, you can run those codes on those XYZ servers. Now this is the beauty of using Jenkins master-slave topology. Now another good thing about Jenkins is Jenkins can be deployed on any operating system. In Jenkins, you can use in a Windows mode, a Linux mode, a Mac mode. Now all these Jenkins jobs can be deployed on any operating system. It is not at all dependent. Now both master and slave needs to be of the same operating system. Another important core component of Jenkins called is JavaDoc. This is our plugin in Jenkins, which basically is a part of Jenkins core that helps us to publish results like build action, build directory, what is the expected build output. All those things that we see in Jenkins, they all are happening using JavaDoc. Now let's talk about security injection. Apart from that, Jenkins have other sorts of authorization like project-based strategy, metric-based authorization, which help us to make Jenkins more secure. We'll talk more about this when we talk about the Jenkins overall. So as you can see on the diagram, Jenkins is pulling code from the source code control system like Git, Bitbucket, etc. To start deploying it in Jenkins, we have got a notification management system using Mailer, where if the build is successful, we get a WAR file or a zip file. We can define how we want the build to be created, and if it is a failure, it will send the notification management to a developer that something happened wrongly with the specific code lines and you need to rectify your codes. Now that is the beauty of using Jenkins. So Jenkins is still the bread and butter in the industry. There are some Jenkins competitors also in the market like GitLab Jenkins and some others. But by default, Jenkins is the to-go tool for the CI industry. So far we've talked about Jenkins. Now let's talk about what is pipelining in Jenkins. Now let's say I want to deploy a code. The code may have certain steps like first step, I'm building the code. Second step, I'm compiling, then code reviewing, then packaging, then deploying. So how do I automate a combine of all these steps which can be executed in one go? Now to deploy all this scenario, we've created a delivery pipeline. Now pipeline is nothing but it's a combination of different steps or different tasks that we need to perform in order to deploy our code. Now using a pipeline, instead of doing this task or code deployment manually, we combine them and deploy them as a sort of one common approach of a delivery pipeline. Now there are multiple ways on how you can create a pipeline. The two most common ways or common approaches of using a pipeline, as you can see from scenario, a declarative approach. And the second one that is used in the industry is a scripted approach. This particular is an example of a Jenkins pipeline script. Here you are saying we are first doing a stage called build stage, where we will be combining multiple tasks. Like first we are using Java, then we are printing something called echo hello pipeline. Then we are using Maven as the build automation tool and try to deploy a package. And then we are doing a shell script output of what all things are present in that particular directory structure. This is a typical example of syntax of how to create a pipeline in Jenkins. Now let's talk about the two predominant pipelines that are used in the IT industry, scripted and declarative. Now let's talk about what is scripted and declarative and how they are different from each other. A scripted pipeline is a traditional Jenkins pipeline approach, and a declarative pipeline is a modern day pipeline approach that is used in the industry. In a scripted pipeline, the syntax was first strict, while in declarative pipeline we use something called as Groovey syntax. When you use a declarative pipeline, you can get a code from any version system tool like Git. You can create something called as JenkinFile, and you can download JenkinFile from a virtual constant tool, and that can be used to run your Jenkins code. When you use a scripted pipeline, you define a code something called as a node block. But one declarative pipeline will define a code in a pipeline block, as we can see in the previous example. Now let's talk about what is JenkinFile and how it can be used. Now JenkinFile are like a text file where you define your entire structure and syntax of your Jenkins. You know only how to download the file, and in particular, you can just give the part of your Git repo. If it is true, then get the credential, the private repo, and it can pull all the contents from there and just execute your code. It is a modern deployment mechanism that we use when we work with a Jenkins pipeline. Using Jenkins pipeline, we use certain things which help us. Let's talk about this. First is code review. Now you do a Jenkins pipeline, you can easily review your code. Your code can be reviewed by multiple developers before being executed. Now how that works is in JenkinFile, they are stored generally in a version control tool like Git. You can put something called as a pull request for a code review. Now different members of your team can review the code before you actually pull the Jenkins file and deploy it. Now you can do an audit trail or refer to as a long audit. You can log each and every step's output that is being executed as part of the Jenkins file and can see what is happening when the Jenkins file is getting executed. It's sort of like a verbose log. Then you can find a single place to store all your data or all your outputs. You don't need to have developers scattered here and there and writing their own codes for executing a Jenkins pipeline. Whole organization can approach a Jenkins file methodology where code can be stored in a VCS tools, and from there the code can be downloaded and can work as a single source for your entire pipeline. Now let's talk about the Jenkins workflow in particular. How does Jenkins workflow work? Jenkins workflow always starts with a version control system, or you can say a source code repository. Multiple developers collaborate and they put their code in a source code system like Git, from where Jenkins tries to pull the data from that source control system. For your system, there is no mandatory or the source code needs to be Git. It can be Bitbucket, SVN, whatever your organization uses with Jenkins server. Now we execute tasks like build, deploy, compiling, packaging, code reviewing. Now all these things happen using Jenkins server, where your Jenkins actually installed was running. Now Jenkins server can be any operating system. It can be a Windows machine, Ubuntu machine, Linux machine, or a Mac as well. It can be any operating system of today's modern world availability. Using this Jenkins server will execute our different tasks and scenarios. In Jenkins server, we use the mail functionality for the feedback mechanism. We notify developers the commit or the code deployment successfully or it is a failure. It also has some challenges. Now what can be done using the feedback mechanism? Possibly using the Jenkins server. So using Jenkins server, we always first deploy the code on a lower lifecycle environment. That is recommended standard practice. So what we do is we first deploy a QA server on a testing server, and once the code deployment is successful on the lower lifecycle, then we go ahead and deploy the code on a production server. That is how the entire Jenkins workflow mainly particular interact first. Now guys, let's talk about the Jenkins installation and how to install Jenkins in a machine. As you all know, Jenkins by default run on 8080. So please make sure that if you're using any VMs in your organization, the port 8080 firewall settings are open and configured so that it can be accessible. I will get into some of the prerequisites required for installing Jenkins post, which will go ahead and install Jenkins on a Windows box. Now there are a few first configuration that needs to be done, and I'll be covering those as well. So once I have Jenkins installed and configured properly, I will get into the user administrative part, then create few users, and I will get into some of the plugins for setting up various kinds of access permissions for these users, and I also put in some of the freestyle jobs. Freestyle job is basically nothing but a very simple job, and I will also show you the powerfulness of Jenkins by scheduling this particular job to run based upon time schedule. Then I will also connect Jenkins with GitHub. Now, GitHub is a source code repository where I've got some repositories put up there. So using Jenkins, I will connect to GitHub, pull up a repository that is existing on GitHub onto the Jenkins box, and then run a few commands to build this particular repository that is pulled from the Jenkins sending out emails. Now, it's a very, very important configuration of Jenkins or any other continuous integration server for that particular matter. Now, whenever there is any notification that has been sent as a part of either build going bad or by being good or building propagate to some environment and all these scenarios, now you will need the continuous integration servers to be sending out notification. So I will get into the bit of details of how to configure the Jenkins for sending out emails. Now, I will also get into the scenario where I will have a web application such as a Maven-based Java web application, which will be pulled from the GitHub repository, and I will deploy it into the Tomcat server. Now, the Tomcat server will be locally running on my system. Eventually, I will get into the other very, very important topic, which is the master-slave configuration. It's a very important and pretty interesting topics where distributed builds is achieved using a master-slave configuration. Now, all this can be very, very easily based up using a plugin. So this is what I'm going to be covering as a part of this tutorial. Now, Jenkins is a web application that is written in Java, and there are various ways in which you can use and install Jenkins. Now, I've listed the popular 3 mechanisms in which Jenkins is usually installed in any system. Now, the topmost one is a window or a Linux-based services. So if at all you have a window like the way I have, and I'm going to use this mechanism for this demo, so I will download the MSI installer. So whenever you start as a service, it goes out and nicely install all that is required for my Jenkins, and I have a service that can be started or stopped based upon my needs. Any flavors of Linux is one of many other ways of running Jenkins in downloading this generic WAR file, and as long as you have a JDK installed. You can launch this WAR file by the command opening up a command box prompt or shell prompt defer to later on Linux box specifying jar and the name of this WAR file, typically bringing up your web application, and you can continue with your installation. Now, the only thing being, if at all you want to stop using Jenkins, you just go ahead and close this prompt, even into a Control-C, and then bringing down this prompt and in Jenkins server. And then you also have the other older versions of Jenkins where run popularly using this way, in which you already have a Java-based web server running up and running. So you kind of drop in this WAR file into the root folders or the HTTP root folder of your web server. So Jenkins will explore and kind of bring up your application. All user credentials or user administration is all taken care by the Apache or the Tomcat server or the web server on which the Jenkins is running. This was a very old way of running, but still some people use it because if they don't want to maintain 2 servers, now if they already have a Java web service which is being nicely maintained and backup, now Jenkins can't run a test to it, alright? So either ways, it doesn't matter however you're going to bring up your Jenkins instance. The way we're going to operate Jenkins is all going to be very, very same or similar, but the subtle change in terms of user administration. Now, if at all you're launching it through any other web server, which will take care of the user administration, otherwise all the command or all the configuration or the way in which I'm going to run this demo is going to be same across any of these installation. Alright, as I mentioned earlier, Jenkins is nothing but a simple web application that is run in Java. So all that is needed is Java, preferably JDK 11 or 17 with a 2 GB RAM, which is a meant RAM for running the Jenkins. And also, like any other open source tool sets, when you install JDK, ensure that you set in the environment variables. Now, Java home to point in the right directory. Now, this is something very specific to JDK. Now, but for any other open source tools that I've installed, there is always a preferred environment variable that we got to set, in which is specific to that particular tools that if you're going to use. This is a generic thing that there is for you to know. Now, for any other open source project, because the open source project discover themselves by using the environment variables. So as a general practice or a good practice, always set these environment variables according. So I already have a JDK 17 installed on my system, but in case you do not, what I will recommend is just navigate to the browser, to the Oracle homepage, just type in your search for install JDK page, then you'll have the accept the license agreement. Now what I will recommend is just navigate on your browser to the Oracle homepage and just type in your search install JDK. Now you're gonna navigate to the down here and install the 64 installer, that is the .exe. Now let me show you once I've installed what I've done with regards to the path. So if you get into this environment variable, so I have just set in the Java home variable. Now you can go back to your this PC, go to C programs, go to Java, and then copy this part, then click in the environment variables. I'll select the first one, that is the edit the system environment variable, and we click on the environment variables and we'll set a path here. As you can see here, Java home, and we'll go down here on the path. So this is the path for your Java home screen. So simply click on edit and click on new, and we will just paste the path which we have just copied from the install.exe Java. So I've already installed it, as you can see there, C program file. So I simply click on OK. So the only difference between the system variables and the user variables for daemon is this is control the whole system of the JDK, the system variable. So we want to edit in the system variables. So the path I've been changing here is in the system variables. All right. Now the home variable is where I have the SQLs and program friend of the JDK 17. Now you see this is my Java home. All right. Now one thing to do is ensure that in case you run Java or Java C, for a command, you ensure that you also add the path into this path variable, right? So if you see somewhere, I will say there you got the colon program files. Now you click on that and I'll show you the bin as well, which I've copied and pasted here as well. Okay. So simply just go back. So that's how you get the bin. Copy this path and paste it here, which I've already done it. So I'll just simply click on OK, OK, and OK. Now let me minimize the screen as well. So the next thing we need to do now is go to CMD to check if your Java has been installed on your system. So you simply type on Java /version, and you can see I already have Java version 17.0.5 installed in my system and it's up and running. So as you can see the runtime environments, and this is a 64-bit server. This is a VM virtual machine. Okay, so as you can see, Java is installed in my system and is up and ready. So the next thing we need to do now is install Jenkins. I'm just canceling that and open a new browser again, new tab, and type in jenkins.io. Now as you can see, this is the homepage of Jenkins. All right. So you can even read the documentation, or you can simply click on download. Will take you to this page. Now here you can see the hardware and software requirements, then what packaging is required for downloading the installing Jenkins. So this is the part for, on the left hand side we have the LTS, and on the other side we have the, which is a more stable, and on the right hand side we have the regular weekly releases. So we'll definitely go for the stable LTS download, which is a long-term support, which is released every 12 weeks, whereas the regular releases changes weekly. So I'll be going ahead and scroll down and click on window. So as you can see, there are different parameters where you can have on Dockers, then you have Ubuntu, then you have the CentOS, Fedora, or the Windows, like I'm going to install in this case in this demo. Then but we have different aspects as well, like the FreeBSD, the CentOS, Mac OS, etc. So as you can see on the first top, we have the .var. We can even install that and unzip that. But in this case, in this demo part, we'll simply click on Windows. So go on ahead and click Window, guys. Now you can see the download has started. So we just wait a few seconds until it's done installing the MSI. And as you can see, it's done. So this is my download in Jenkins instance. So what I'll be doing now is simply click on Next. Now, as you can see, guys, on top here, it's written the Jenkins run on localhost 8080. So keeping that in mind, click on Next. As you can see, this is where our Jenkins is installed. That is in C and program files and by the name Jenkins. So you can always change this location where the Jenkins has been installed. But in this case, I'll rather keep it on the C drive itself. So the next thing you need to do now is we'll run server as a local system so that we don't have to put any administrator or the password. And so the next step now is we test the port. So as you can see, you got a green tick mark. So we'll click next. Now you can see here that there is no It has failed because there is no compatible Java version 11 or 17. But as you can remember, guys, we have already installed Java 17 and we have already verified that we're using the command prompt where it has shown us the version Java 17. So what you need to do is simply click on change and select the Java 17 from Java 8. So simply click on Java 17, JDK 17 as you can see, click on next and click on the install part. Done and dusted. So I've already told you that Jenkins run on the localhost 8080, right? So we're gonna go localhost colon 8080 and hit on enter. Now as you can see, please wait while Jenkins is getting ready for work, right? So this will take a few minutes and then you'll be having to provide the credential of the administrator. All right, so just give it a few minutes while it's starting up. All right, now you have to provide the administrator password, right? So you can go ahead and go down out here. You can see the password is in the C and goes to the program data, then Jenkins. Then we have a .Jenkins, then a secret, then you'll find the initial admin password. So we need to head out there. So what we need to do is we'll go down there. So I'm just going to minimize the screen now, minimize it once again. And as you remember, we go to the C. So you can see right where it is. I'll just show you, minimize the screen here so you can see and do it along with me. So you can see this in PC, then scroll down to C disk. Okay, this thing popped up, sorry. It's in this, so you have a program data, right? As you can see here down, there is no program data, right? So what you need to do is it's in the hidden file. So what you need to do now is click on the three buttons and view, click on show and click on the hidden items. Now let's see if it's there. Scroll down, program data, you can see at the last. Yeah, simply click on that, double click on it. As you can see, then we have to go to the folder name as Jenkins. Yeah, you can see on the top, Jenkins and .Jenkins. Then we need to search for secrets. There it is, folder. And as you can see, there's an initial admin password. Now you simply click on that. We'll try with the notepad so we can copy. So simply copy that and paste it in the administrator password and click on continue. So in this case, I will not save it in my computer or system. So there are two installation plugins available, which is custom by Jenkins. One is they have suggested plugins, and the other one is you can select the plugins which you want to be installed. So in this scenario, I'll simply click on the install suggested by the Jenkins. So what happened is the plugins are all related to each other. So it's like the typical RPM kind of a problem where you try to install some plugins and got a dependency which is not installed and you get all those issues. In order to get rid of that, what Jenkins recommends is that there are a bunch of plugins that is already recommended and they are good to go, right? So just go ahead and blindly click on that recommended by the plugins, which is a suggested or custom by the Jenkins. And as you can see, the getting started process is going ahead. So it'll take a few minutes depending on your internet speed or on the system. Now you can see all these plugins are installing it for you. So it will take a few minutes time. So let's just wait till we get all the plugins installed in a system properly. So this is a good combination to kind of begin with, and keeping that in mind, Jenkins need a lot of bandwidth, right? Now in terms of network, so in case you know your network is not so good, it'll make for a few of these plugins will kind of fail, and these plugins are all are available on openly or mirrored site, and sometimes some of them may be down. So do not worry, in case some of these plugins kind of fail to install, you get an options to kind of retry installing them, but just ensure that you at least at the most 90 to 95% of all of these plugins are installed without any problem. As you can see, we are almost there. It's around 60% to 70%. Now once all these plugins are installed, now my plugin in the installation is all good. There's no failure in any of the plugin. So after that, we've got to create this first username, that is the first admin user. So you need to give in the username, then the password, then you have to confirm your password, give it your full name and your email address, right? So we'll start it by giving the username. I'll keep it plain and simple. Now you got to remember these password and the confirm password, because if you kind of lose or you don't remember the password of the Jenkins, it'll be really hard to get back your account. So try to keep it as simple as possible, and keeping in mind that you have to remember the password, because getting back this account will be really difficult. All right, so I'll be putting the password as well. Give it my full name, Okay, my A is small, and go to the email address damandla.namare@edureka.co. All right. So once it's all done, so just simply click on save and continue. So click on never. Don't want to save the password. And as you remember, I've told you by default Jenkins run on localhost 8080, right? So you can simply click this, or you can copy this, or just write save and finish. You can even copy this link, save and finish. Now start using Jenkins. All right. Now that's kind of complete my Jenkins installation. As you can see, it was not that tough at all. Now the Jenkins is installed correctly. Now let me quickly walk you through some of the very minimal configuration that is required. Now these are kind of the first time configuration that is required. So, and also let me warn you, the UI is a little hard for many people to wrap their head around, especially the window guys. But if you're all a Java guys, you know how painful it is to write UI in Java. You kind of appreciate how the effort that has gone into the UI bottom line. It was a little hard to wrap your head around. It becomes like start using it, possibly you start liking it all right? So I will get into some of these important ones, something called as configuration system, or the configuration a system. This is something kind of put in your configuration to complete your Jenkins instance. Now few things to kind of look out for. This is the home. Now configure system is where you kind of put in the configuration for your complete Jenkins instance. Now a few things to keep a lookout is the home directory. All right, now this is a Java home where all the configuration, all the workspace, anything and everything regarding Jenkins is stored out here in the system message. Now in the system message, you can put in some of the message on the system. You can just type anything you want, probably show up somewhere here on the menu. Now the number of executors is a very important configuration. This just lets Jenkins know at any point in time how many jobs or how many threads can be run. So you can kind of visualize like a thread that can be run on this particular instance. As a thumb rule, if at all you're on a single core system, the number of executor you should be good enough in case at any point if there is any multiple jobs that kind of get triggered at the same time. Now in case the number of executor are less compared to the number of jobs that are out there to open up the new, so you don't need to panic because they will get queued up and eventually Jenkins will be get up and running. So just keep that in mind that whenever a new job kind of gets triggered in the CPU usage and the memory usage, in terms of the disk, it's like a very high of the Jenkins instance. So that's something you got to keep in mind. All right. The number of executors for my system is kind of a good label. For my Jenkins, I don't want any of these usage. So how do you want to use your Jenkins? This is good for me because I only have a primary server that is running. So I want to use this as low as possible. All right. As you can see, it's 2. Now this is usage. So I can leave everything to default. So what I want is I want this SMTP server configuration. Now Jenkins will be sending out some emails. What I've done here is I've configured the SMTP details of my personal email details. In case you are, in your organization, you want some sort of an email that is like an email ID that is set up for a Jenkins server. So you can specify the SMTP server details of your company so that you can authorize Jenkins to kind of like send out emails. But in case you want to try it out like I have configured my personal email ID, which is of the Gmail for sending out notification for the same TP server, will be the SMTP Gmail. So it's right as username as so we have used this SMTP authentication and then we give the password. Now you can just send out an email to see if at all this configuration works again. Now Gmail will not allow you to allow anybody to send out notification on your behalf. So you just have to lower the security level of your Gmail ID so that you can allow programmatically somebody to send out email notification on your behalf. So I've already done that. So let's see if this works. Let's test it again since I've entered the wrong password. Let's see if this works or not. And it has given me a password has not accepted. So now as you can see, since my Gmail has not been set up So what you have to do is you have to lower your security level of your Gmail ID so that you can be allowed to test your email configuration. All right. So simply click on save. So now we're heading back to the dashboard. Now we should go to the global tool configuration. Now look at the scenario where Jenkins is a continuous integration server. Now it does not know what kind of a code base it's gonna pull and what kind of tool says is required or what is the code that is going to pull in and how it is going to build. So you'll have to put in all the tools that is required for building the appropriate kind of code that you're going to pull in from, like a source code repository. So for example, in case your source code is a Java code, and assuming that you have, because this demo, this is my laptop and I put all the configuration, JDK, everything on my laptop because I am a developer and I'm working on the laptop, but my country's integration servers will be known as a separate server without anything being installed on it. So in case I want Jenkins to, like run on a Java code and I need to specify the JDK location of this out there. So, okay. Since I've already have the JDK installed and have already put in the Java home directly or rather and the environment correctly, so I don't need to do it. So now if at all you want the Jenkins server to use Git, now as you know that Git is a command bash or the command prompt for running Git and connecting to any other Git server. So you will need Git to be installed on that particular system. Now Gradle and Maven, if at all you have some Maven as you want to do this in any other tools that you're going to install on your system, which is your continuous integration server. So you'll have to come in here and try to configure it. And in case you have not configured, then Jenkins will not be able to find these tools for building your task. So since I don't want to install anything, we'll go back to manage system. Now you can see the configure global security. You can see this an SSH server. Now what does this mean if you ask me? Jenkins own user database. So this is nothing but the security access control which is set to Jenkins own user database. So this mean is, Jenkins by default it uses files system where it stores all the usernames which hashes up like these username that kind of stores them as of it. So as of now, Jenkins is configured to use in your own database, assuming that you're running an organization. So you will probably want to, have some sort of LDAP server, which will in turn have a control of your access to your Jenkins repository. So you will specify your LDAP server details, the root TN password or the managed TN. So the LDAP, as you can see, or the LDAP, which the Jenkins itself will tune in for your specific servers. Now you have the manager DN, the manager password. Now all these should be filled, all these details should be filled in case you want to connect your Jenkins instance with your LDAP server or any of the authentication server that you have in your organization. But for now, since I don't have any of these things, I'm going to use its own database. That's good enough, right? So I'll simply the Jenkins own user database. So I will set up some authorization methods. So for now, let me not get into any of these details of this. Just be aware that Jenkins can be connected for authorization to an LDAP server, or you can have Jenkins managing its own server, which is happening as of now. Let me put in a very, very simple job. All right, so let's create a new job in this video. So simply click on new item. Now simply you can add any item name here. So the most important here are the freestyle and pipeline. Now for the first demo, we'll click on the freestyle job and click on OK. So in the description, you can write anything in your description. This is an optional thing. So you can say this is my first job demo for. So in this demo, I don't want it to connect it to any source code for now. So I'm just going to leave it to none. Now we don't need to write any build environment as well. Now in this build step, we simply click on execute Windows on. So since I'm on the window box, I will say execute window bash command. All right. So what do you want to do? So let me just echo something. Echo hello world. This is hello. Welcome to my first demo job in Edureka. Then we'll specify the date and time as well. So put in date, colon as time as well. So you can see it's a very, very simple command. You just have to put an echo and we have something along with the date and time. So we'll keep everything as simple as possible. So we'll save this job. So once it is shipped, so you can see there's a build history. So once you have saved this job, the job name comes up here. As you can see, project first job. By mistakenly, I've written double T in my first job. Now, as you'll see here, there's some builds history. So there is nothing as of now because I've put in a job. I have not yet run it all right. So let me try and build it now. Now you can see there's a number, my first job. So you will see a date and you will see the time since I've clicked twice. So if I've come 1 and 2. Now if you click on this, now you can see the console output. Now if you click on this, now you can see this, and this is the output that is run. Hello, welcome to my first demo job in Edureka, along with the date and along with the time. Now if you see this, now if we navigate this, we go back to here. Now as you can see, there's a folder created as jobs, right? So this is the directory what I was mentioning earlier regarding Jenkins home. If you can just open it up wider, you can see this folder jobs. So this as mentioned earlier regarding Jenkins home. So all the job related stuff, it's specific to this particular Jenkins installation is all here. Now all the plugins that I install, the details in each of those plugins can be found here, right? So the workspace is where the jobs that I've created, whichever I'm running would, there'll be an individual folder specific to the jobs that has been put up there. All right. So one job, one quick run. That is how it looks like. So the workspace is where all the jobs that I've created, whichever I'm running, would, there'll be an individual folder specific to that jobs that has been made up. All right. So as you can see, there's a first job that we have just created just now. So one job, one quick run that we have done. That is how it's look like. It's pretty simple. Now let's go back. So let us put on a second job. So we can go back to dashboard, click on new items and say second job. Let's get the spelling correct this time. Second, I wrote second first again. Second job, and I can put a semicolon here, underscore. Second job. We click on freestyle again. Click on OK, and you can say this is my second. So I just want to demonstrate the powerfulness of the automation server and how simple it is to automate a job that is put on the Jenkins, which will be triggered automatically. Now remember what I've said earlier about Jenkins, because at the core of Jenkins is a very, very powerful automation server. All right. This is my second job. This is my second job, which will be triggered automatically. Okay. So in the build step, we'll put bash tabs, then we'll write here echo again. So we'll say here something as second job is going on here. The tools, with the tools of an automation tool. And then I'll give some date as well. Date, put in the time. But this time I'm going to demonstrate the powerfulness of the automation server that is there. So if you see here, there is a build trigger. So build can be triggered using various triggers that is there. So you'll get into the GitHub trigger or a hook or a webhook, which is kind of triggering. So we'll see that later on. But for now, what I want to do is I want to ensure that this job that I'm going to put in will be automatically triggered. Let's say every minute I'm on this job to be run on its own. So we'll put as build periodically and we will set the time. Now, if you can see here, there's a bunch of help. If you want to go through it, and you can go through it. Let's just put out very, very simple regular expression for scheduling this job every minute. All right. So 5,000 is all I'm going to put in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let me save this. Let's go back. So when you build periodically, now you can see here. Now we just copy that. And now how do we check if it gets triggered every 15 minutes? So I just don't do anything but wait for 15 minutes. And if everything goes well, Jenkins will automatically trigger my second job in 15 minutes. Now you can see here, it's still processing. So we have to wait for 15 minutes. Now we can go through all this command of the scheduling time. So you can see how many stars required for each minute or for each hour. Now as you can see, it's done. You can just go and go here and go to console output. Now you can see the finish is success and you have this. Now we can go back and copy this and see if they're on your, it's already there. You can go to workspace. You can see your second job has also been created automatically by Jenkins. Now that I have my Jenkins up and running, a few jobs that have been put up here on my Jenkins instance, I will need a way of controlling access to my Jenkins server. This is where I will use a plugin called a role-based access plugin and create a few rules. The rules are something like a global rule and a project rules for a specific role. I can have different rules, and I can have user who have signed up, or the users from my create kind of assign to these roles so that each of these users fall into some category. This is my way of kind of controlling access to my Jenkins instance and ensuring that people don't do something unwanted. All right. So first thing first, let me go ahead and install a plugin for doing that. So we get into manage Jenkins, then we go to manage plugins. We will plugins, install plugins. We have advanced settings. So these are the available plugins, and then if you go to install, now these are the installed plugins. Now let's go and search for a role-based. Now you can see here, base authorization strategy. So this will happen is it enables user authorization using a role-based strategy. Now roles can be defined globally or for particular jobs or nodes selected by a regular expression. This is the plugins that we want. So we will install it without restart. So it's success. It looks good. Looks good. Now waiting for this. Yeah, success. Done now. So go back to the top page. Now one thing to remember, guys, is Jenkins is running on a Java using a Java instance. So typically many things will work the same way unless inherently you want it to restart. So, but a good practice is whenever you do some sort of a big installation or a big patches on your Jenkins instance, just ensure that you can restart it. Otherwise, there will be a difference in terms of what is installed in the system and what is there on the file system. So you'll need to flush out few of those settings later on. But for now, these are very small plugins. So this will run without any problem. But otherwise, if at all there are some plugins which they will need to restart, you can kindly go ahead and restart your Jenkins instance. But for now, I don't need that. So it looks good. I have installed the plugins. So where do I see my plugins and install the plugins? It is specific to the user control to the access control. Now let's go to the configure global security. Now we can go ahead and check the authorization. You can see here authorization, role-based strategy popping out here, right? As you can see, the role-based strategy has been installed and it's been shown here. This is because of my installation of my role-based plugin. So this is what I would want to enable because I already have my own database set up, and for the authorization part in that sense that you can do what I'm going to install. I mean, I've already installed a role-based strategy, right? Now I'm going to enable that strategy. So we'll simply click on role-based strategy, okay, and click on save. So now I'm going to enable that strategy. All right, now I will say, okay, now I've installed the role-based access plugin. Now we'll need to just set it up and check, I will go ahead and create some roles, and it shows that I've assigned users as per these roles. So let me go to manage the configuration, manage Jenkins, and let's see how we can create our roles. Not here as well. So we can do manage and assign roles for creating a roles. Okay. Now you'll only be able to see this once and only when you have installed those plugins. Now I've enabled the plugins. Now I've enabled the role-based access control as well. Now we'll go ahead and create some rules for this particular Jenkins instance. So first I will manage roles. So this is at a very high level, which is a global role. Now there are some role to add which you can add by yourself, some item roles for some projects or something. So let me create a role that's kind of visualized like a group. So we'll create our own called the developer. Typically the Jenkins instance or the CA instance are kind of owned up or controlled by a QA, guys. So that's why I'm creating a role called developer, and I'm adding this role at a global role. So I will add this here, and then I can click read as well. So we've given this administrator, right? So we add this. So as you can see here, you will see this develop a rule that there is each one of these options that you can hover here and sort of see what kind of permission you have given it to this developer role that you have just created. So you can read and write, then you can create some changes. We have given a permission as credential, which you can create. Then you can delete, then manage the domains. So this kind of help or the permission that they're giving it. So these are some kind of sort of a help for a permission specific. So you want to see it's like how it sounds a little different, but I would want to give you a very, very little permission for the developer. So from an administrative perspective, I just want him to have a read and write kind of a role credentials. Okay, let's read and write, and I can allow him to view as well. I don't want him to create agents or give him some delete. No, I don't want him to configure, build, provision, or connect or disconnect anything. So I'll just give him a read and a view. and I don't even want him to have access to my workspace as well. So I'll just give him now for run. So I won't even give him the access to that. Now we can give view as well. I don't want him to delete. And what am I doing here is just creating a global rules for the developers. And I've given him a very, very limited roles, in the sense that I don't want this developer to be able to run any agents, nor create jobs or build jobs or cancel jobs or configure jobs at the maximum. Right? So I just want him to read that is already put up there. Okay, so I would save now and create a rule. That is done. Now that I've created a rule. Now I still don't have any users that is in there in the system. So let me go ahead and create some users on the system. So we'll go back to Manage Jenkins and go to Manage Users. Now let me create another user, okay, by clicking on plus users, and we'll say this one as a developer. Give him some password and name him as develop23. And email, and just simply give my email here and click on create users. Okay, 1-2. So we have created. Now this developer 1-2 is a user that I've configured, but still yet I have not set any rules for this particular user. So I will go to the manage and gain and will give him the manage and assign roles. So now we'll go manage and assign roles, and we'll assign role. So what you're gonna see, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna assign a role that is specific to that particular developer. So I'll find that particular user and assign him, or means the developer role that I've already configured the rules. Okay, so this is the role that we have created. So we will search the user that we have just created, developer 1-2. Now if I assign this, so go ahead and save the changes. Now let's go ahead and check the permission of this particular user by logging on to my main account and logging back as the developer one. Now let's log out from here. Log out and say developer 1. Now, if you remember, this role was created with very less privilege. So there you go. I have Jenkins, but I don't see a new item. I can't trigger a new jobs. I can't do anything. I see these jobs. However, I don't think I'll be able to start this job. Now, I don't have the permission to set forth at the maximum. So what I can do is look at this job, see. So this is a limited role that was created, and I've added this Damanang Lamare to that particular role, which was a developer role, so that the developers don't get to configure any of the jobs because the Jenkins instance is owned by a QA person. He doesn't want to give developer any ethnicity or right. So the rights that you set out by creating a developer roles, or any user who's tagged as a part of this developer role, will get the same kind of permission. And these permission can be, fine grained. It can be a project specific permission as well. But for now, I just demonstrate the high level permission that I've set. So let me quickly log out of this user and get back to my admin account. So because I need to continue my demo with the developer roles that was created. Now, one of the reasons for Jenkins being so popular, as I mentioned earlier, is the bunch of plugins, but it's got plugin for connecting anything and everything. Now you can find the Jenkins plugins, then you will see the index over here. There are so many plugins that are there. All of these are wonderful plugins. Whatever connectors that you will need if you want to connect Jenkins to the AWS instance, or you want to connect Jenkins to a Docker instance, or any of those containers, you will have a plugin. You can go and search up if you want. If you want to connect Jenkins to Bitbucket, simply click on Big. So as you can see, these are available. So bottom line, Jenkins without plugin is nothing. So plugins is the heart of Jenkins for you to connect, or in order to connect Jenkins with any of the containers or any of the other sets of tools, you will need the plugins. Now, if you want to connect or you want to build a repository which has got Java and Melvin, you will need to install Maven and GTK on an instance. Now, if at all you're looking for a Microsoft build, you will need to have MS Build installed on your Jenkins instance, and the plugins that will be triggered MS Build. If at all you want to listen to some server-side webhooks from GitHub, you will need a GitHub specific plugins. You want to connect to Jenkins, to AWS, you need those plugins. Now, if you want to connect Docker instance that is running anywhere in the world, as long as you have the URL, which is publicly reachable, you just have a Docker plugin that is installed on your Jenkins instance. So if you want to connect to a Docker instance that is running anywhere in the world, as long as you have the URL which is publicly reachable, you just have a plugin that is installed on your Jenkins instance. Now, SOnarQube is one of popular statistic code analysis, so you can connect a Jenkins build. You can build a jobs on Jenkins and push it to a SOnarQube and get SOnarQube to run analysis on that and get back the result in Jenkins. Now, all of these works very well because of the plugins. Now with that, let me connect our Jenkins instance to a GitHub. So now let us connect our Jenkins instance to a GitHub. Now I already have a very simple Java repository up on my GitHub instance. So let me connect Jenkins to this particular GitHub instance and pull out a job that is put up there. Right. So this is a very simple and repository is called Hello Java. And this is what is there in the repository. This is a simple class file. It's just got some one line of system .out. So this is already present on github.com at this place, and this will be the URL for this repository. So I will pick it up. So what I'll do is I will connect my Jenkins instance to go to my GitHub and provide my credential and pull out this repository which is on the cloud hosted in the github.com and get it to my Jenkins instance and then build this particular Java file. Now I'm keeping the source code very simple. It is just a Java file. Now how do I build my Java file? How do I compile my Java file? I just say Java C and name. Now the name of my class file is Hello Java, and how do I run my Java file? I will say Java and hello. Okay, so remember I don't need to install any plugins now because what it all needs is a Git plugin. So Git plugin which is already installed on this system. So let us go back, create a new items. We'll create a first job here. Let's say this is a Git first project. Now let it be a freestyle. Okay. Now we'll go to the source code management. Remember, right? We always have been keeping it on none. So in this part, we'll put it as Git. Now, as you remember earlier in examples, we do not use any source code because we were just putting up some echo kind of jobs that did not need any integration with any of the source code system. So now let us connect this. So I'm going to put up my source code and it will show up because the plugin is already there. Now I've already copied the HTTP address from the GitHub and simply paste it here. Now what is the credential? So I'll simply add that. If we add credential this time, so I'll just click and cancel. So if it just add Jenkins, so we'll add a username here. Now, if there are any errors in terms of not able to Jenkins to be able to find the Git or the Git.exe, or if the credentials are wrong somewhere down here, so you'll see a red message, okay? Like something is not right. So for now, it's okay. Now I'm going to build trigger. Now, what will be there as a part of my build step? Because this repository just have the Java file correct, Hello Java. So in order for me to build this, I will say execute window bash command, and I'll say Java, hello, Java. Now let's save this. Okay, so let me try to run this. Okay, build now. Click on this. Console output. Great. Now as you can see here, there's a lot of executed Git on the behalf. It goes on there to provide my credentials, and so it pull all my repository and my default. Now we'll pull up the master branch. This is there on the post string, and the kind of builds this whole thing on Java C hello world. Finish, and it's given me a success. So it's kind of build this whole thing Java C hello to Java, and it runs this Java hello world. And there, as you can see, this is the output. It's there, and here you can see if you want to look at the content that was created on the repository. Now if you can go there into my workspace like I've showed earlier, you can just simply click here and you can already see here it's been created Git first project and saying hello. Now as you can see, it's already there. Now if you can go back, as you can see, and simply close that. Now what it did was Jenkins on your behalf went over all the way to GitHub, pulled this repository from there, and then it brought it down to your local system on my Jenkins instance. Now it's compiled it and it ran this particular application. Now that I've integrated Jenkins successfully with Git, simply within the Java application,
so now let us talk about the Jenkins architecture. So as you can see on the screen, this is the diagram that represents Jenkins architecture. So what happens is normally you're a team of developers and you're working on some project. So what happens is every developer commits the changes to the source code. So say for example, your code is hosted on GitHub. So every developer commits changes to the source code. And what Jenkins does is it fetches the code from the GitHub using Git and it prepares a build for that project. So once Jenkins prepares the build, you can forward that build to these test servers, say for example, Selenium. And once the code is tested, you can forward that code to the production server. So this is how Jenkins architecture works. So what was wrong with this architecture? So as you can see here, there is a single Jenkins server here. So this single Jenkins server was not enough to meet certain requirements. So say for example, sometimes you might need several different environments to test your builds. This cannot be done by a single Jenkins server. If larger and heavier projects get built on a regular basis, then a single Jenkins server cannot simply handle the entire load. So to address the above requirements, Jenkins distributed architecture came into picture. So now let us talk about the distributed architecture. So as you can see here, there's a single Jenkins master and you have 3 slaves. You can have as number of slaves as you want. So the use of this master slave architecture is to manage the distributed builds. So in this architecture, the master and slave communicate through the TCP/IP protocol. So if you talk about Jenkins master, your main Jenkins server is the master. So there are a few responsibilities of Jenkins master in this architecture. So say for example, scheduling build jobs, dispatching builds to the slaves for the actual execution, monitoring the slaves, possibly taking them online and offline whenever required, recording and presenting the build results. A master instance of Jenkins can also execute build jobs directly. So this was about the Jenkins master. So if you talk about the Jenkins slaves, a slave is a Java executable that runs on a remote machine. So what are the responsibilities of the Jenkins slaves? So slave hears requests from the Jenkins master instance. Slaves can run on a variety of operating systems. So you can have one slave working on a different operating system, say for example Linux. You can have one slave working on Windows and so on. The job of the slave is to do as they are told to, which involves executing build jobs dispatched by the master. You can configure a project to always run on a particular slave machine or a particular type of slave machine, or simply let Jenkins pick up the next available slave. So this was about the Jenkins distributed architecture or the Jenkins master slave architecture. So now let us talk about how does this architecture works. So you can have a look at the diagram that is present on your screen right now. So in this example, we use Jenkins for testing in different environments like Ubuntu, Mac, Windows, and so on. So in this architecture, Jenkins checks the Git repository at periodic intervals for any changes made in the source code. Each build requires a different testing environment, which is not possible for a single Jenkins server. In order to perform testing in different environments, Jenkins uses slaves as shown in the diagram. Jenkins master requests these slaves to perform testing and to generate test reports. So this was an example that shows how Jenkins master slave architecture works. And now let us talk about the demo. So in this demo, I'll show you how do you configure Jenkins master slave architecture. So first you need to start Jenkins through the command prompt. So the command for that is java-jar space jenkins.war. And if you want any specific port for Jenkins, say for example 9191 in this case, even if you do not specify this command, HTTP port 9191, the default port that will be used by Jenkins is 8080. So in this case, I'm using this command and this port, HTTP port 9191. So this command will start Jenkins. And one more thing I would like to mention here, before running this command, you need to navigate to the Jenkins location on your system, wherever your Jenkins folder is present. So say for example, in my case, I'll just show you. It is present on C drive. Okay, program files and Jenkins. Okay, so this is the location where you need to first navigate on your command prompt, and then you need to run this command java-jar jenkins.war and HTTP port. So starting Jenkins might take a few minutes. Okay, so as you can see here, Jenkins is fully up and running. So now we will open Jenkins in the browser. So what you need to do here is type localhost : if your default port is 8080, you can type 8080 or 9191. So as you can see here, this is the Jenkins homepage, and here you need to enter your username and password. So as you can see here, this is the Jenkins homepage, and now we have to add the slave here. So for that, what you do is click on Manage Jenkins, and in this you have to click on Manage Nodes and Clouds. So as you can see here, you have to click on New Node, and say for example you can name your slave 1 and click on Permanent Agent. Click on OK. Okay. So here you need to mention these things for this slaves, like this is the information of that slave. So the description here you can write in anything that you want, or any particular task that you are using the slave for. So say for example, I'll just mention here Jenkins slave. Okay. So the number of executor here means that the number of jobs that this slave is able to run parallelly or execute the jobs parallelly. So say for example, you can write or you can mention whatever number that you want here. So say for example 2 jobs I'm mentioning here. Okay. And the next thing here which you need to mention is the remote root directory. And in this case, what you need to do here is you have to create a workspace for this slave. Okay. So say for example, you can create a folder on your system. So as you can see here, I've created one folder. So here what you need to do is you have to create a workspace for your slave 1 underscore workspace. And you just need to specify the location of this slave on the Jenkins. Slave 1 underscore workspace WS. So label here is something that uniquely identifies this slave. So you can write whatever you want. Jenkins slave I can write. So if you talk about the usage, you can click the option of use this node as much as possible, or only build jobs with label expressions matching this node. You can use any option that you want. So as of now, I'm using this option, use this node as much as possible, and the launch method. So here, what you need to do here is you can choose any of the method that you want. For timing, I'm using this option, launch agent, by connecting it to the master. Okay, so the next section here is custom work directory path. So this is same as the remote root directory, and internal data directory is remoting. Okay, and availability is keep this agent online as much as possible. So these two options are not needed as of now. So we are going with the first option, keep this agent online as much as possible. Okay, so click on save here. Okay, so one more thing that I would like to mention here is if you're not able to view this option here, launch agent, by connecting it to the master, I'll show you how do you get this option. First, we will save this. For that, you have to click on manage Jenkins, configure global security. Here in the agent section, you have to click on random here, not disable and fixed. You don't have to use these options. You have to click on random and you have to save it here. Okay, once you do this, you'll be able to see that option. Okay, as you can see here, this slave is offline. It shows with this cross symbol. So connect an agent to Jenkins in one of the following ways. So this is one of the following ways that you can use to. So what you can do here is you can download this jar. If you click on launch, you'll get this agent. So this agent is nothing but an executable file. So what you can do here is copy this agent into one particular location. So say for example, I'm copying this in the E drive, and you have to specify the path of this. Okay, so I'll open one more command prompt here. Okay, so as you can see here, you have to copy this command. Let me just increase the font size here. Okay, so this is the command that we have just copied from the Jenkins, and you have to specify the exact location of this jar. As you can see here, currently this agent is not online, and there are 2 commands, as you can see here, to run this or to launch this slave. So you can use any one of this command. There's one executable file, agent.jar. What you need to do here is you need to click on this so that it gets downloaded. And once you download this, okay, so you can copy this from your downloads folder and paste it to a particular location. Okay, so I've copied this agent.jar file into the E drive, and you have to specify this path here in the command prompt. So copy this command from here and execute it via the command line. Open one more command prompt tab and you just paste it here, : just verify the path of this. Okay, e:/agent. Okay, so once you type this command, you just press enter. Okay, so as you can see here, it is connected now, and you have to click on launch now. Okay, so as you can see here, agent is connected. You get this message here once you refresh this page, and you can use this Jenkins slave to execute any job that you want. And normally what happens is this slave machine is normally a different machine. So but in this demo, we have configured master and slave both on the same machine. So now we will run one job using this slave, and the job that we're trying to run is this Jenkins Git demo. So let me just show you how do you configure this. Okay, so here what you need to do here is click on this checkbox, restrict where this project can be run. And now since our slave is running this job, here we have to label expression. Okay, just type the name of the slave, that is slave 1 in our case. And in the source code management, you just have to click on Git, and this is the repository link for the code that I've hosted on GitHub. And how do you get this? So this is the repository whose link I've copied there on the Jenkins, and this has a very simple code, which is nothing. It's just printing hello world and how are you. That is the Python code. Okay, so how do you copy this location? Click here on clone or download. Just copy this link, Control-C, and paste it here. Okay, and what this job does is it executes the file that is of the code that is hosted on the GitHub. So Python myfile.py. Click on apply and save. So and now you just have to click on build now. Okay, so as you can see here, if you click on console output, this job has been executed, and you can see our output here, hello world and how are you. Okay, and you can see here success has been displayed. So this is how you run a job through the slave. So this is how you configure the Jenkins master slave architecture, and you can add as many slaves as you want and execute whatever jobs you want them to execute. Okay, so this was all about the demo of Jenkins Git integration.
So now let's look at our first topic, which is why do we need continuous delivery. So I'm going to explain this with the help of a small scenario. Here you can see that there is a group of developers who are committing their code into the code repository. Now this repository will compile and execute the code and then send it to the quality assurance or the QA team. Now this team will manually perform tests like unit tests and integration tests to check if there are any logical errors in the code. And once they're done fixing the errors, they'll directly deploy the application to production. But this has resulted in a failure. Now, why did the application fail? Let's look at a few reasons as to why this happened. Now, the first reason is that the environment in which the application was tested is different from the production environment. Now, if the two environments are different, they're going to support different libraries and packages. So that's why the code was compatible on the testing environment and not on the production environment. Alright. Now the next reason is that the production server is not capable enough of handling the end user load, because of which the server crashes. And lastly, the application is not accessible to the users. So guys, let's make the session more interactive. If you have any doubts or any questions, please comment them in the chat box. Alright, so Victor has a doubt. Okay, he's saying that he hasn't understood the end user load. Alright Victor, I'll explain this to you in simple words. So basically every production server has a threshold beyond which it will not be able to process any more user requests. Now if the production server is being flooded with too many user requests and it is not capable enough to process these many requests, then the server will end up crashing. Now that's why the application failed here. Alright Victor, so if you've understood, please give me a confirmation, and don't hesitate if you want me to explain this again, I'll do it. Alright, thank you Victor. Now let's look at how all these problems are solved using the continuous delivery pipeline. Now in this case, you can see that the developers are directly committing their code into the continuous delivery pipeline. Now this pipeline has a few modules. The first is the commit module. Now this is where the code or any changes that you make to your code are committed and stored in a version control system. Now what is a version control system? Now it basically helps you track all the changes that you make to your code over a period of time. Now why is the version control system important? Now let me explain this with a small example. Let's say that there is a developer who's built an application and he wants to update the version of the application from version 1 to version 2. Now in order to do that, he's going to make a few code changes and then commit the code into the version control system. So now that he started using the application under version 2, he's facing a lot of issues. So he wants to shift back to version 1. Now he can easily do this because the version control system has tracked and saved all of the code changes that he's made. So that's why a version control system is important. Okay. Now let's look at the build module. Here you implement continuous integration using tools like Jenkins. So what is continuous integration? Now every time a commit is made to the version control system, that commit should be continuously pulled, built and tested using automation tools. So instead of manually performing the unit tests and integration tests, you can now automate them using tools such as Selenium and TestNG. So guys, note that automation is key here. So as long as you automate all of the processes, the delivery is going to be quicker and it's going to be less prone to errors. Alright. So now let's move on to the test environment. Now this is the most important part of a continuous delivery pipeline because it will make sure that the software is always in a production ready state. That is, the software has to always be in such a state that it's ready to release. Okay. Now let's see how the testing environment makes sure that the software is always in a production ready state. Now in order to do this, various tests are carried out such as the user acceptance test and the load testing. Now what is load testing? Now this is performed to check the behavior of the application under a certain expected load. Now in the previous example, we saw that the application failed because the production server was unable to process too many user requests. Now in this case, by implementing continuous delivery, that failure is not going to occur because we are performing load testing, wherein we check how much of user load the application is capable of processing. Alright, now let's look at user acceptance testing. Now this test is performed to check if the users can access the application without any problem. Now even if the users are facing a problem, then a feedback will be immediately sent to the developers who will make the required changes and commit them into the version control system. Alright. So guys, this is how a continuous delivery pipeline works. It will make sure that the software is always in a production ready state so that the software delivery cycle is more quicker and more effective. Alright. Now that we've seen how this continuous delivery pipeline solves all of these issues, let's look at a few advantages of continuous delivery. Now the first advantage is that it automates software releases. Now continuous delivery makes sure that it uses automation tools at each and every step of the software development cycle. Whether it's building, testing or deploying, all of these steps have to be automated. Now because of doing this, the software is released at a faster rate and it is less prone to any human errors. Now the next advantage is that it increases the developer productivity. Now because continuous delivery is fully automated, the developers can finally focus their attention on building new features. And lastly, it locates and addresses bugs quicker. Now finding bugs becomes easier because you can track down the commit which caused the bug and then you can fix the bug using automation tools. I hope all of you are clear with the advantages. Now let's move on to what is continuous delivery. So I'm sure all of you have an idea of what continuous delivery is. So far we saw that continuous delivery is just a practice which makes sure that the software is always in a production ready state. Now how do you make sure that the software is always ready to release? Now every time a code is committed to the version control system, that code has to be continuously pulled, built and tested using automation tools. Now by automating every step, you're going to make sure that the delivery is more rapid and effective. Now guys, let's see how continuous delivery solved the problems at HP. Okay, so HP's LaserJet firmware division was responsible for running all of their scanners and their printers. But in 2008, they were facing a serious problem wherein the product delivery cycle was very slow. So they were unable to release any new features or any new products, and all of their customers were disappointed because they weren't seeing any improvements in their products. And they were lagging with respect to all of their competitors. So now they decided to fix the problem by hiring more people, they try to outsource, they even try to spend more money. But despite all of their efforts, none of these things worked. So what they did was they came up with a new plan. And the target of this new plan was to improve the developer productivity by a factor of 10. Now, in order to achieve this, they came up with 3 high-level goals. Now, the first goal was to find a single platform that would support the entire software development workflow. The second goal was to make sure to release improved quality software. And the third was to ensure faster releases. So how did they achieve all of this? Now, they implemented a continuous delivery pipeline with 2 important features. So first, they started practicing continuous integration very religiously. So they made sure that every time a commit was made to the version control system, that commit was continuously pulled, built, tested, and then pushed to a non-production environment. And all of these steps were automated to make sure that the delivery is more faster. Now let's look at the end results of these practices. So firstly, the overall development cost reduced by approximately 40%. The programs under development increased by approximately 140%. And the development cost per program went down by approximately 78%. Now guys, this is a huge difference in the delivery cycle. So how did they make sure this happened? They implemented continuous delivery and they practiced continuous integration and they made sure they use automation at every step. So by following these few key practices, the delivery cycle was much better and much faster. Now before jumping into how Jenkins Pipeline uses continuous delivery, let's look at a few features that existed before the Jenkins Pipeline. Now before the Jenkins Pipeline was introduced, there were several other features such as the Jenkins Build Flow, the Jenkins Build Pipeline plugin, and the Jenkins Workflow. Now what were the key features of these plugins? They basically represented multiple jobs as one whole workflow, and they run this workflow on a pipeline. And what was the function of these pipelines? These pipelines were just a collection of jobs which triggered each other in a specified sequence. Now let me explain the Build plugin pipeline to you with an example. So over here you can see that I've created a simple application which consists of 3 jobs. Now the first job is responsible for building the application, job number 2 will test the application, and job number 3 will deploy it. Now after I've created these 3 jobs, I'm going to chain them together and then run them using the Build Pipeline plugin. Now on the screen you can see the output wherein job 1, job 2, job 3 are chained together and then run using the Build Pipeline. Now this approach is effective when you're building applications which have small number of jobs. So let's say your application has 5 to 10 jobs. You can easily build these 10 jobs, then assign processes to each job and then chain these jobs together, and after that run them using the Build Pipeline. But what happens when there are complex pipelines with hundreds of jobs? Now imagine creating 100 jobs individually, then assigning processes to each of these 100 jobs, then chaining them together and then running them on the pipeline. Now this is very complex, guys. It takes up a lot of resources, it takes up a lot of time, and it's also very tedious to do. So for these reasons, the Jenkins Pipeline project was introduced. So now let's look at what is a Jenkins pipeline. So it is basically a single platform that will run the entire pipeline as code. Now let's say that your pipeline has 10 jobs. So instead of manually creating these 10 jobs and then chaining them together and then assigning processes, you can just code these jobs and then run them on the pipeline. And remember guys that this code is stored in a text file known as a Jenkins file. And this Jenkins file can be checked into a version control system so that the developers can easily access and edit this file at any point of time because it's locally available to them. Now let's move on to a few key features of the Jenkins pipeline. Now the first feature is the pipeline as code concept. So basically instead of creating 100 jobs, you're just going to code them and then run them on the pipeline. The second feature is that the code can be checked into a version control system. Now this is advantageous because the developers can easily access and edit the code at any point of time. And not to forget that the version control system will always keep a track of all the changes that you make to your code. Another feature is that it incorporates user input. Now because of this, the users can easily interact with the pipeline. And it also lets you restart from saved checkpoints. So instead of redoing your entire job, you can save it and then come back to that checkpoint and start your job again. Another important feature is that it runs the jobs in parallel. So let's say you have 10 jobs. So instead of running these 10 jobs individually, you can divide them into 2 groups and then run them parallelly. Now this will save up a lot of time and a lot of resources as well. The next feature is that it integrates with other plugins such as Git, Docker, and etc. And also it supports complex pipelines by allowing you to use conditional loops such as the for loop and the when loop. Alright guys. So guys, please ask questions. If you have any doubts, please comment them. Okay. So Samiksha has a doubt and she's saying that how does it incorporate user input? Okay, Samiksha, now let's say that you've created a pipeline which runs 5 jobs. And after executing 2 jobs, you want the user's input to check if the user wants to continue executing the next jobs. So for these reasons, you can make use of the user input feature. Alright. Now Samiksha, please confirm with me if you understood. Alright, thank you. Now guys, don't worry because I'm going to implement most of these key features in the demo so that you practically understand how this works. Now let's look at what is a Jenkins file. Now the entire code of the pipeline is going to be stored in a text file, and that text file is known as a Jenkins file. Now remember that this Jenkins file can be stored in a source control management or it can be stored in a version control system. Alright, and the advantages of doing this is that it will let the developers access, edit and check the code at any point of time. Another key feature of the Jenkins file is that it is written using the Groovey domain specific language, and this can be done in 2 ways. So let's look at the 2 ways of writing the Jenkins file. So first is the declarative pipeline, which is a very recent feature when compared to the scripted pipeline. And the scripted pipeline uses a stricter Groovey syntax when compared to the declarative pipeline. Now one key difference between the two is that the code for a declarative pipeline is written locally in a file which can later be checked into a source control management. Whereas for a scripted pipeline, the code is directly written on the Jenkins user interface. Okay guys, so here we need to understand that there are 2 ways of writing the Jenkins file. The first way is to write the code in a file and then store this file in your source control management system. And the second way is to directly type out this file on the Jenkins user interface. Alright, I hope you guys understood the 2 ways of writing a Jenkins file. Now another key difference between these two is that the declarative pipeline code is defined within a pipeline block and the scripted pipeline code is defined within a node block. Now these 2 blocks will be discussed in the next slide. So let's move on to the pipeline concepts. Now these concepts are basic fundamentals of the Groovey code. Now if you want to code the pipeline, you need to have a basic understanding of the Groovey code. So let's look at a few concepts that the pipeline uses. Now the first is the pipeline block. Now within this block, you're going to define your entire declarative pipeline code. And similarly, within the node block, you'll define your entire scripted pipeline code. I hope I've made this clear. Now let's look at the agent directive. Now what is an agent? Now agent is an executor which will run the entire pipeline or a specific stage depending on where you define the agent. Guys, I'm going to discuss stages in the next slide. Now agent has a few parameters. The first is the any parameter. So whenever you run agent with any parameter, it means that the code will run on any available agent. So Jenkins is basically going to look for an executor that is available and it's going to assign this executor to run the entire pipeline or a stage. Now the next parameter is a none parameter. Now guys, remember that every time you define agent with none parameter, it has to be mentioned at the root of the pipeline. Okay, you cannot define the none parameter within stages. You have to define it at the root of the pipeline. And what does this none parameter mean? It means that every stage within a pipeline will have to define its own stage specific agent. Alright. So now let's move on to the next parameter, which is label. Now label is basically a name that you give to your agent, and the labeled agent will run the entire pipeline or a stage. After that is the Docker agent. Now in the example below, you can see that within the pipeline block, I've defined a Docker agent which runs a simple Docker command. So it basically pulls an Ubuntu image from Docker Hub. Guys, don't worry about this command. This is a Docker command. Now take note that I've defined this Docker agent at the root of the pipeline. This means that the entire code within this pipeline will run on the Docker agent. Okay. So now let's move on to steps and stages. Now the entire workflow that's written within a pipeline is executed within a stage. So you can see that within each stage, I've defined a specific task. So stage 1 is going to build, stage 2 is going to test, and so on. Okay. Now steps are always defined within a stage and they are carried out in a sequence to execute a stage. Now in the example below, you can see that within the build stage, I've defined a step which runs a simple echo command. Okay. Alright, so Christopher has a doubt here and he's saying that how will the agent run in the stages example? Alright, Christopher. So let me put this down into simple words. So you can see that immediately after the pipeline block, I've defined an agent with any parameter. Now this means that all of the stages within the pipeline block will get executed on any available agent unless any of those stages will define a stage specific agent. So let's say that the test stage defined a Docker agent. It means that only the test stage will run on the Docker agent, whereas all of the other stages will run on any available agent. Now, because in this example, I've defined agent with any parameter at the root of the pipeline, that means that all of the stages will run on any available agent. I hope that's clear. Guys, please don't be hesitant if you haven't understood it properly. I'll explain it again. So please give me a confirmation, Christopher. Alright, thank you, Christopher. Guys, so now let's start off with a demo. Now in this demo, we're going to learn how to create a Jenkins pipeline. So we're going to see how to create a scripted pipeline and how to create a declarative pipeline. Now take a note that we're just going to learn how to create a scripted pipeline and a declarative pipeline. We're not going to actually run any code in this demo. That will be done in the next two demos. So let's get started with our first demo. Alright guys, now after logging into Jenkins, go to the left hand side and within the dashboard, choose new item. Now enter a name for your project. Then click on pipeline project and then click on OK to proceed. Now this will lead you to the configuration page of your pipeline. Now scroll down to the pipeline option. Now here within the definition, you can see that there are two options. One is pipeline script and the other is pipeline script from source control management. Now if you want a scripted pipeline, you're going to click on pipeline script and you're going to start typing your code here itself. Alright, within the script block, you're going to start typing your code. But if you want a declarative pipeline, then you're going to choose pipeline script from source control management. And then you're going to enter the source control management that you're using. In my case, I'm going to choose Git. And after that, you'll have to enter the repository URL. So after entering your repository URL, just scroll down to the script path. Now within the script path is the name of the file which contains your entire source code. Now whatever you want to execute on the declarative pipeline will be stored in this file. Now in this case, a file known as JenkinFile is going to be accessed from my GitHub account. So let's go to my GitHub account. Here you can see that I have a file known as JenkinsFile and this file contains the entire source code. Now let's click on apply and save. So now you've successfully created a declarative pipeline and a scripted pipeline. Now let me just briefly run you through what we did here. So first you log into Jenkins and then you select new item from the dashboard. After that, you'll enter the name of your project and then you'll click on pipeline project and then click on OK. Once you're done with that, you're going to choose if you want a scripted pipeline or a declarative pipeline. For a scripted pipeline, you're going to choose pipeline script and then you're going to start typing your code on the instance itself. After that, if you want a declarative pipeline, you can choose pipeline script from source control management, then enter your source control management system and then enter the repository URL. After that, within the script path is the name of the file that is going to be accessed from your Git account. Then finally click on apply and save and you have successfully created your pipeline. Guys, I hope all of you understood how to create a Jenkins pipeline. So now let's move on to the declarative pipeline. Now before jumping into the demo, let me explain the code that we're going to execute. Now this is a simple declarative pipeline example. Now within the pipeline block, you can see that I've defined 4 stages. Now at the root of the pipeline, I've defined agent with any parameter. Now this means that all of the stages are going to run on any available agent unless any of the stages have defined a stage specific agent. Now in this case, you can see that Stage number 1, 2 and 3 have not defined any stage specific agent, but within stage number 4, there is an integration test stage which has defined a Docker agent. So only this integration test stage is going to run on the Docker agent, whereas all of the other stages will run on any available agent. Alright, I hope this is clear, guys. So please give me a confirmation if all of you understood this. Alright, thank you guys. Now let's look at the stages. Now in stage number 1, I've defined a step which runs a simple echo command. That is, it will basically display whatever is mentioned in the quotation marks. After that, within stage number 2, I've defined an input directive which will pause the pipeline for user input. So basically when the input directive is executed, the pipeline gets paused and it waits for the user input. Now after it gets the user input, it will continue execution. Now in this case, the user is asked, do you want to proceed? Now the user will either click on proceed or abort. So if the user clicks on proceed, then the execution is going to continue to stage number 3. Otherwise, the execution is going to stop. Alright. Now let's look at stage number 3. Now within stage number 3, I've defined a when directive with a not tag. Now whenever the conditions within this when directive are met, the next step, which is echo hello, will get executed. Now the not tag is executed whenever the nested conditions within the not loop are false. So whenever branch master holds false, the next step, which is echo hello, will get executed. Alright. Now guys, let's move on to stage number 4. Now stage number 4 defines a parallel directive which runs unit test stage and integration test stage in parallel. So both of these stages are going to run parallelly. Now within the integration test stage is a Docker agent which is a stage specific agent, and it runs 2 commands, that is reuse node and a simple Docker command. Now the reuse node is basically a boolean which is set to false by default. Now if reuse node was set to true, it means that the Docker container is going to run on the agent specified at the root of the pipeline. And in this case, at the root of the pipeline, we have defined agent with any parameter. That means if reuse node was set to true, then the Docker container would run on any available agent. Alright. Now because reuse node is set to false, this Docker container will run on the Docker agent itself. Alright. Now the next command is a simple Docker command wherein Docker will pull an Ubuntu image from Docker Hub. Okay. After that, a step is executed which runs a simple echo command. I hope the code is clear to everyone. Now let me just give you a brief overview of what every stage is going to do. Alright. So stage number 1 will run an echo command which will display a simple message. Now stage number 2 will run an input directive because of which the pipeline is paused and the pipeline waits for the user input. After that, stage number 3 defines a when directive with a not tag. Now whenever the conditions within the when loop are met, the next step will get executed. Now stage number 4 will run unit test and integration test in parallel, and unit test will run an echo command. Now the integration test stage is run on a stage specific Docker agent. So this agent will basically pull an Ubuntu image from Docker Hub and it will run the reuse node command. Alright guys, so I've defined a project called Declarative Pipeline, and let's look at the configuration of this project. Now on scrolling down to the pipeline section, you can see that within the definition, I've chosen pipeline script from source control management. Alright, because this is a declarative pipeline. Now I've chosen Git as my source control management, then I've entered the repository URL as well. And then within the script path is the name of the file which contains my entire source code. Now let's click on apply and save, and let's start executing this pipeline. Now click on build now, and the execution is going to start. Now guys, the first block is a simple checkout from my source control management. Now stage 1 has completed execution. Let's look at the logs of stage number 1. Now here it's printing a simple message which says, hi, this is Zulekha from Edureka. Alright. Now let's look at stage number 2. Now here you can see that the pipeline is paused and it's waiting for my input. So it's asking, do you want to proceed? So if I click on proceed, the stage 3 will get executed and so on. But if I click on abort, the execution is going to stop. So let's click on proceed. So stage 3 is now getting executed. So now let's look at the logs of stage number 3. It's printing a hello message. Now this message is printed whenever the conditions within the when loop are met. So basically the branch master holds false. That's why this hello message was printed. Guys, branch master is a simple git command. Alright. Now let's look at stage number 4. Now stage number 4 runs unit test and integration test in parallel. So now let's look at unit test. Now unit test is displaying a simple message which says running the unit test. Alright. Now let's look at the integration test. Now within the integration test, a general checkout is done from my source control management. After that, the Docker agent will pull an Ubuntu image from the Docker hub. And then a simple message gets printed which says running the integration test. Alright. So guys, with this we complete the execution of the declarative pipeline. Now let me just give you a brief overview of what we did here. So after we started building the pipeline, it was paused on stage number 2 where it asked for the user input. So after clicking on proceed, the execution continues and all the stages get executed. Alright guys, now let's move on to the scripted pipeline demo. So before jumping into the demo, so let me explain the code that we're going to execute in the scripted pipeline. Now here you can see that I've defined the code within a node block. Now because this is a scripted pipeline, it has to be defined within a node block. Now within the node block, I've defined a for loop which creates 2 stages, stage number 0 and stage number 1, and both of these stages will print a hello world message. After that, there's an if loop which is executed whenever I is equal to 0. This means that only stage number 1 will run the following 2 commands, which is git command and echo command. Now the git command will basically clone the repository that I've mentioned within the URL. Alright. Now after the git command is executed, the echo command gets executed. Now the echo command will simply display the message. After that is the else block. Now this block runs whenever I is not equal to 0, which means that stage number 1 is going to execute the following 2 commands. Now the first command is the build command. Now within the quotations, I've defined declarative pipeline. Now this is the pipeline that we created in our second demo. So what do you mean by build declarative pipeline? It means that it's going to run this declarative pipeline within the scripted pipeline. Alright. So build is just used to trigger another job. Okay. Next is the echo command which will display a message. Okay guys, I hope all of you understood the code. Now let's move on to the demo. Alright guys, so I've created a scripted pipeline. Let me show you the configuration of this pipeline. Now within the pipeline definition, you can see that I've chosen pipeline script. Now this is because we're developing a scripted pipeline. Okay. Also note that I've typed out the entire code on the user interface itself. Okay. Now let's click on apply and save and let's start building this pipeline. So click on build now. Now guys, make sure that you've opened the declarative pipeline in another tab because we're going to trigger the declarative pipeline through this scripted pipeline. Okay. So stage number 0 finish execution. Let's look at the logs. So it prints a simple hello world message. After that, it clones a Git repository and then it prints another message which says running on stage number 0. Now let's look at stage number 1. Now stage number 1 printed a simple hello world message. After that, it started building the declarative pipeline. Now this is the pipeline that we created in our second demo. Now let's see if that pipeline is executing. Now let's go to the declarative pipeline. Now here you can see that this pipeline is being paused for my input. So let's click on proceed. And once this completes execution, it's going to go back to the scripted pipeline and run the final echo command. Okay. So now let's go back to the scripted pipeline. And here you can see that stage number 1 finish execution. So it finished building the declarative pipeline. And after that, it printed a message which says running on stage number 1. So guys, with this, we finish our scripted pipeline demo as well. Now let me give you a brief overview of what we did here exactly. Now within stage number 0, you can see that we printed a simple hello world message. Then we cloned a Git repository and then we run an echo command. After that, for stage number 1, we printed a hello world message. Then we started building the declarative pipeline here. So once we start building the declarative pipeline, it starts executing it. Now here you can see that the declarative pipeline is paused for my input. So after clicking on proceed, it will complete the execution of the declarative pipeline. Now after that, the stage number 1 will complete execution and it will print a message. Okay. So with this, we finish our scripted pipeline demo.
What is Git? So we all know that necessity is the mother of all inventions. And similarly, Git was also invented to fulfill certain necessities that the developers faced before Git came into picture. So let us take a step back to learn all about the version control system and how Git came into existence. Version control is the management of changes to documents, computer programs, large websites, and other collections of information. So there are basically two types of version control system, or the VCS as you call it. The first one is the centralized and the second one is the distributed. So if you talk about the centralized VCS, this uses a central server to store all the files and enables team collaboration. It works on a single repository to which users can directly access a central server. Now, if you talk about the distributed VCS, these systems do not necessarily rely on a central server to store all the versions of a project file. In distributed VCS, every contributor has a local copy or a clone of the main repository. That is, everyone maintains a local repository of their own, which contains all the files and metadata present in the main repository. So now let us talk about the actual definition of Git. So Git is a free, open source, distributed VCS tool designed to handle everything from small to very large projects with speed and efficiency. It was created by Linus Torvalds in 2005 to develop the Linux kernel. Git has the functionality, performance, security, and flexibility that most teams and individual developers need. It also serves as an important distributed version control DevOps tool. So I hope I'm clear with the definition of Git. Now let us talk about the definition of Jenkins. So Jenkins is an open source automation tool written in Java with plugins built for continuous integration purpose. Jenkins is used to build and test your software projects continuously, making it easier for developers to integrate changes to the project and also making it easier for the users to obtain a fresh build. It also allows you to continuously deliver your software by integrating with a large number of testing and deployment technologies. With Jenkins, organizations can accelerate the software development process through automation. Jenkins integrates development lifecycle processes of all kinds, including build, document, test, package, stage, deploy, static analysis, and much more. Jenkins achieves continuous integration with the help of plugins. Plugins allow the integration of various DevOps stages. If you want to integrate a particular tool, you just need to install the plugins that are required for that tool. For example, the various plugins that are supported by Jenkins include Git, Maven2 project, Amazon EC2, HTML publisher, and so on. So this was the definition of Git. Now, if you talk about the advantages of Git, as already discussed, it is an open source tool and it has a great community support. It is very much easy to install and almost has 1000 plus plugins to ease your work. If a plugin does not exist, you can code it and share it with the community. It is free of cost and it is built with Java and hence it is portable to all the major platforms. So this was all about the Jenkins. Now let us talk about why should we integrate Git with Jenkins or why they are used together. So as already discussed, Git is a source control manager and that's where you keep your source code for tracking all the code changes that happen over the time and to baseline the versions when they are ready for release. Jenkins, on the other hand, is a continuous integration solution. It was devised to automate most of the tasks that a developer has to do while developing a new application. Without a CI solution, a developer has to spend much time doing these repetitive, non-productive tasks. So let us take an example of a new feature in a web application. So what happens here is a developer will be identified and assigned the task. So he takes the existing code base from the source code, say for example Git, makes his changes, carries out unit testing, ensures the code quality manually, and checks the new code back into the Git. Then he has to build the code, deploy it into the integration instance, run integration testing, and once the change seems satisfactory, he raises a request for production deployment. Now, if we only had a minion to take care of this testing, building, quality checks, and deployment sections, the poor developer could have focused better on the stuff that he's really good at, that is, implementing and improving the features logic. So this minion is nothing but Jenkins. It acts as an orchestrator which runs all of these activities once the change is checked into the source control and thus gives a quick feedback to the developer whether the changes he has made are good enough for the production deployment or not. So Jenkins is extremely flexible, open source, and has a lot of plugins that can do almost anything that you wish to. So these were the reasons of using Git with Jenkins. Now next comes the question of how do they work together. So here I'll be showing you one demo, and these are the steps that are covered in this demo. So first we create a sample program. So you can create any program that you want, be it a Python program or a Java program or any other program. Then in the second step, we create a Jenkins job. And once we create the Jenkins job, we add the program that is created in the first step to the GitHub. So for that, we create a GitHub repository, a public GitHub repository, and upload the code on that repository using Git. And in the next step, you add Git plugin in Jenkins. And finally, we configure the Jenkins job based on the GitHub repository. So let me just show you how do you do this. So what we need to do here is you have to create a directory on your desktop, and you have to create one Python file here. So the name of the file is, say for example, anything that you want, or in this case I've written my file. Okay, so this is basically a simple Python file with a very simple code, print hello world. That's it. So what we need to do here is you can open your Git bash here. So first let us initialize an empty Git repository here using the command git init. So an empty repository has been initialized here in this demo folder. So now let us just check the status here using the command get status. So as you can see here, this file, it is in red color, myfile.py. So red color means here that it has not been added. So just to add the file, you can use the command git add and the dot. You can also specify the name of the file here, like myfile.py. But if there are multiple files that you need to add, then you can use the dot symbol. So the file has been added, and now let us just verify this. Okay. So as you can see here, previously it was red and now it is green here. So after adding the file, now let us just commit these changes. For that, the command is git commit -m, any message if you want, add myfile.py. So we have now committed these changes. So what we need to do here is we have to push this myfile.py on the GitHub repository. So for that, let me just go to my GitHub account. Okay. Okay guys, so what we need to do here is we have to create a public repository. For that, you have to click on this repositories on your GitHub main page, and you have to click on new. So once you click on new, you can name the repository, say for example, Git Jenkins Integration, or whatever name that you want. And the description is optional here. And if you want, you can initialize this repository with a README and click on create repository. So this has been created here. So guys, now we have created a public repository on GitHub, and now our task is to upload this file called myfile.py onto the public repository on GitHub. For that, we will have to first connect to it, and the command for that is git remote add origin and the link of that repository. And how do you get that link? So when you create this repository here, you get the link. Okay, so just copy it and paste it here. So this has been added, and now we can push our content there. So for that, the command is git push -u origin and master. Here you can see, if you just refresh this page, okay, so myfile.py, here it has been added onto our public repository on GitHub. So now what our job is, we have to create a Jenkins job. First, log in onto your Jenkins homepage, enter the username and the password. So now what we'll do here is we will create here a new job, Jenkins Git demo, and choose the freestyle project, click on OK. Okay. So here what you need to specify the source code management. In the source code management, okay, before that you have to download the Git plugin. So how do you do that? Go to manage Jenkins. Here as you can see left hand, click on Manage Plugins. Okay, if you already have Git plugin installed on your Jenkins, you can click on Install it here. So if it is already downloaded, yeah, as you can see here on my system, it has already been downloaded. You can find it here. Else, if it is not available, like if it is not installed, you can click on Available, search here by typing Git and download it. So this is how you download the Git plugin. And going back to our project, let us just configure this now. Okay, so this was our project that we created, Jenkins Git demo. So let us just configure this project. So in the source code management section, here you must click on Git and you enter the Git repository here. Copy this link and you paste it here. Click on Apply. It has been added. And here in the build trigger section, we have to click on poll SEM. So here we have to enter the cron expression. Periodic scheduling of Jenkins job is done through poll SEM. So what you need to do here is, in my case, I'm typing here 5 asterisks separated by space. I hope you guys are aware of the cron syntax. So 5 asterisks here mean that our Jenkins job will run every single minute. So every single minute, our Jenkins job will check for the source code change. If there is any change, it will run, like it will build the job, it will build the code. This is the meaning of that. Click on Apply. Yeah. And now, since we have a Python code, so what we'll do here, we will add a build step. Since guys, I'm using here Windows operating system, so I'm clicking on execute Windows batch command. If you are using Linux or Mac OS, you can execute shell script. Okay. So click on here. So since I have a Python code there, so I will type Python, like the command to run the Python file, myfile.py. Okay, fair enough. Click on Apply, save. So now we will build this project. Okay. As you can see here, our build was successful. So this was the hello world thing that we had written in our program. And here it shows success. Okay. So now what we will try to do is we will do some changes there in the my file. We will add a few lines and then we will see what happens. Control C. Say for example, hello world. Now we will say, how are you? Save it. Okay, so now we have to push these changes onto the public repository of GitHub. So we will do that through Git. So now let us check the status first. Okay, so modified. As you can see here, the file has been modified and that has been shown here. So for that, we will first add. Now let us check the status. So now we will commit this file. Some message if you want, modified my file. Press enter. So now we have to push these changes. So for that, the command is git push -u origin master. So these changes have been pushed onto the GitHub account. So let me just refresh this page. Okay, so as you can see here, modified my file. This was the commit message that we had written. So our changes have been reflected here. If you can see here, print how are you? We had added this line, if you remember. So now we will see what happens to Jenkins now. So here we will click on build now. So if you click on console output here, okay, started by an SCM change. So since there was change in the source code, that triggered the Jenkins job. So here you can see hello world and how are you. Both the lines have been displayed here and it is success.
Let's see how Docker uses containerization. Now, Docker is basically a containerization platform which runs applications within different Docker containers. So over here, you can see that there is a host operating system on top of which there is a Docker engine. Now this Docker engine will basically run container number 1 and container number 2. Now within these two containers are different applications along with their dependencies. All right. So basically within a container, every application is going to have its own dependencies installed. So it does not have to bother any other container. Okay. So basically there is process level isolation that happens here. All right. Now there are three important terminologies to remember when it comes to Docker. Now the first is the Docker file. Now the Docker file basically contains the code which defines the application dependencies and requirements. All right. And through the Docker file, you're going to produce the Docker image which contains all the dependencies such as the libraries and the packages of the application. Next is the Docker container. Now every time a Docker image is executed, it runs as a Docker container. So basically Docker container is a runtime instance of a Docker image. So now let's look at a Docker use case. Now over here you can see that I've created a Docker file. Now within the Docker file, I basically defined the dependencies of the application. Now out of this Docker file, a Docker image is created. So basically the libraries and the packages that the application needs is installed within the Docker image. Now every time the Docker image is run, it runs as a Docker container. Now these Docker images are pushed into a repository known as Docker Hub. Now this repository is very similar to the Git repository wherein you are committing code into the Git repository. In this case, you're going to commit Docker images into the Docker Hub repository. All right. Now you can either have a private or public repository depending on your requirements. Now after the image is published to Docker Hub, the production team or the testing team can pull the Docker images on their respective servers and then build as many containers as they want. All right. Now this ensures that a consistent environment is used throughout the software development cycle. Now let's look at what are microservices. Now guys, I'm going to explain what microservices is because we need to deploy a microservice based application in our demo. Just to take it up a notch, I've implemented microservices. Now first let's look at the monolithic architecture. Now over here, let me explain this with a small example. Now on the screen, you can see that there is an online shopping application which has three services: customer service, product service, and cart service. Now these services are defined within the application as a single instance. So when I say single instance, it means that these three servers will share the same resources and databases which make them dependent on each other. Now if they share resources, obviously they're dependent on each other, right? Now you must be wondering what's wrong in this architecture. Now let's say that the product service stops working because of some problem. Now, because the services are dependent on each other, the customer and the cart service will also stop functioning. So basically, if one service goes down, the entire application is going to go down. All right. Now, when it comes to a microservice application, the structure of the application is defined in such a way that it forms a collection of smaller services or microservices, and each service has its own database and resources. All right. So basically customer microservice, product microservice, and cart microservice will have their own database and their own resources. And therefore, they're not going to be dependent on each other. All right. So they are basically independent autonomous microservices. All right. Now let's look at a few advantages of microservices. Now the first advantage is independent development. Now when it comes to a monolithic application, developing the application takes time because each feature has to be built one after the other. So in the case of the online shopping example, only after developing the customer service, the product service can be started. So if the customer service takes 2 weeks to build, then you have to wait until customer service is completed, and only then you can start building the product service. All right. But when it comes to a microservice architecture, each service is developed independently. And so you can develop customer service, cart service, and product service parallelly, which will save up a lot of time. All right. Now, the next advantage is independent deployment. Now, similar to independent development, each service in a microservice application can be deployed irrespective of whether the service before it was deployed. So each service can basically deploy individually. Now, fault isolation. Now, when it comes to monolithic application, if one of the services stopped working, then the entire application will shut down. But when it comes to a microservice architecture, the services are isolated from each other. So in case any one service shuts down, there will be no effect on any other service. Now the next advantage is mixed technology stack. Now each microservice can be developed on different technology. Now, for example, the customer service can be built on Java and the product service can be built on Python and so on. All right. So basically, you're allowed to use mixed technology to build your microservices. Now, next is granular scaling. Now, granular scaling means that every service within an application can be scaled independently. So basically, the services are not dependent on each other. They can be developed, deployed at any point of time, irrespective of whether the previous service is being deployed or not. So guys, I hope you're clear with the advantages. Now over here, we're going to compare how microservices can be deployed by using virtual machines and Docker containers. All right. Now when it comes to a virtual machine, now let's say that we have a microservice application which has 5 services. Now in order to deploy these 5 services on a virtual machine, we'll need 5 virtual machines. All right. Now each virtual machine will be for one microservice. Now for example, if I allocate 2 GB RAM for each virtual machine, then 5 of these virtual machines will take up 10 GB RAM. And the microservices may not even require so much of resources. So we'll just end up wasting these resources. And at the same time, you're occupying too much disk space, which will degrade the system's performance. Now let's see how Docker containers deploy microservices. So instead of running 5 virtual machines, we can just run 5 Docker containers on one virtual machine. Now, by doing this, we're saving up a lot of resources. But when it comes to a Docker container, you don't have to pre-allocate any RAM. The Docker container will just utilize the resources that are needed. And another point to remember here is that Docker containers are lightweighted. They do not require additional guest operating system. Instead, they just share the host operating system. All right. So this makes them very lightweight when compared to a virtual machine. Now let's move on to the use case. Now basically we're going to try and understand the problem with the help of an analogy. Now over here you can see that in the favorable environment, the soil is fertile and the tree is watered at a regular basis. And as a result of this, the tree grows properly. But when the tree grows in an unfit environment where the required dependencies for growing a tree are not present, then the tree will die. All right. Now similarly, when an application runs on an inconsistent environment, which does not support the application dependencies, then the application will fail. All right, guys, now let's look at the problem statement with a small example. Now let's say that a developer is building an application using LampStack. Now after the application is developed, it is sent for testing. Now this application runs properly on the testing server, but when it is deployed to production, a feature or the entire application fails. Now this may happen because the Apache version of the LampStack is outdated on the production server. So due to the difference in the software versions on the production and development server, the application fails. Now in order to get rid of the inconsistent environment problem, we're going to deploy an application using Docker. Now Docker will make sure that the environment throughout the development cycle is consistent. Now deploying a monolithic application can cause many problems. Like for example, if one of the features of the application stops working, then the entire application will shut down. So for this reason, we're going to create a microservice based application and build it on the Jenkins server and finally use Docker to maintain a consistent environment throughout the cycle. So over here, you can see that there are 4 microservices, and for each microservices, I've built a Docker file. All right. So first, let me discuss what each of these microservices do. Now the account service and the customer service are the main microservices, whereas the discovery and gateway services are supporting microservices. Now account service will basically hold the account details of a customer, and similarly the customer service will have a list of customer details. Now discovery service, which is a supporting service, will hold details of the services that are running on the application. And apart from that, it will also register every service in the application. Now what the gateway service does is, on receiving a client request, it will route the client request to the destination service. Now, to be more specific, it will provide the IP address of the destination service. Okay. So now that you know how these microservices work, let's move on to the next part. Now, basically, these microservices are coded and their dependencies are put into a Docker file. Now, for each of these Docker files, a Docker image is created by packing the Docker image with the jar files. Now, how do you create a jar file? A jar file is created by running the mvn clean install command, which basically cleans up anything that was created by the previous builds, and it will run the pom.xml file, which will download the needed dependencies. So whatever dependencies are needed are stored in this jar file. All right. Now once the Docker file is packaged with the jar file, then a Docker image is created for each of these microservices. So here we're going to use Jenkins to automate all of these processes. So Jenkins is basically automatically going to build and then push these Docker images to Docker Hub. Now, after the images are pushed to Docker Hub, the quality assurance or the production team can pull these images and build as many containers out of it. All right. So basically over here, we're going to create Docker files for each of these microservices, and then we're going to package these Docker files along with the jar files and create a Docker image for each of these microservices. All right. Now, after creating the Docker images, we're going to push these images to Docker Hub, after which the quality assurance or a production team will pull these Docker images onto their respective servers and build as many containers as they want. I hope this is clear. So now let's practically implement all of this. Alright guys, so I've logged into Jenkins and I've created 4 different jobs, each for one microservice. Alright. Now let me just show you the configuration of one of these jobs. Now let's go to account service. Let's go to configure. So guys, make sure that you enter your GitHub repository here. So go to source code management, click on Git and then enter your repository URL over here. Now let me just show you what we're doing here. Now within the build step, I've selected execute shell. Now let me just show you how that's done. So it's simple, just go to add build step and click on execute shell. So when you click on execute shell, a command prompt will open like this and you can type this code on that. Now what I'm doing here is first I'm changing the directory to account services because I'm running the account service within this job. After that, I'm performing an MV and clean install, which I explained earlier. Now once we're done with that, we're going to build a Docker image and then we're going to push it to your Docker Hub account. Now these are the credentials to my Docker Hub account, where Edureka is the username of my Docker Hub account and Edureka-demo is a repository that I've created in my Docker Hub account. Then click on apply and save. Now, apart from account services, I've built jobs for the other services as well. Now, let me just show you customer service also. Let's go to configure. Now, within the source code management, like I said earlier, enter your repository URL. After that, go to the build steps. Over here, you can see that I'm changing the directory to customer service. Then I'll perform MV and clean install. So next, I'm going to build Docker images. Now, over here, customer is basically the tag of the image. So whenever this image is going to get pushed to my Docker Hub, the tag is going to be customer. All right. Now, similarly for account service, the tag was account. Now I've done the same thing for all the other jobs. All right. Click on apply and save. Now guys, in order to run these 4 jobs as one workflow, I've created a build pipeline. Now this pipeline will basically execute these 4 jobs in one workflow. Now if you want to know how to create a build pipeline, please refer the video in my description box. I'm going to leave a link where you can see how to create a build pipeline. All right. Now let me just show you my GitHub account. Now over here you can see that I have account service, customer service, discovery service, gateway service, and also there's Zipkin service. Now guys, this service basically keeps a track of all the other services. So it's going to keep a track of where the requests are going and how the requests are getting sent from account service to customer service. Now within account service, you can see that I have a Docker file, Jenkins file, and a pom.xml file. All right, guys, now let's start building our application. Just click on run. Now here you can see that account service is getting executed. Now let's individually go to account service first. Let's click on account service. All right, here you can see that it's building this job. So basically here what we're going to do is we're going to change the directory to account service. After that, we're going to perform an MV and clean install, and then we're going to build an image and push that image to Docker Hub. All right. So guys, remember to provide your Docker Hub credentials. Now this job has successfully executed. Now after this job has executed, it's going to trigger the next job, which is customer service. Now let's look at the build pipeline. Now over here, this has turned green because account service has completed execution. Now customer service is currently running. So let's look at the build in customer service. So after the account service has completed execution, guys, you can also check the output of account service from here. Scroll down, it says success. Now after account service has finished, let's trigger the customer service. So customer service starts executing now. Now let's individually look at customer service. Now over here, you can see that customer service is building. Now in this job, we're basically going to change the directory to customer service. After that, we're going to perform an MV and clean install command, and then we're going to build and push a Docker image to Docker Hub. All right. So once this is completed, the next job in the pipeline will get executed. Okay. All right, guys, so this is successfully executed. Now you can see that customer service has also turned green, which means that it has successfully finished building. All right. All right, guys, so you can see that customer service has completed execution. Now let's trigger the build of discovery service. Now let's look at the output of discovery service. So guys, you can see the output from here itself. Let's click on console. All right, so within the discovery service again, we're going to change the directory to discovery service. After that, we're going to perform an MV and clean install. And once we're done with that, we're going to build an image and then we're going to push it to Docker Hub. Guys, make sure you have entered your Docker Hub credentials. All right, guys, so this is completed execution. You can see that it says success. Now it's triggering the new build, which is gateway service. So here you can see that gateway service has started execution. Let's look at the console output. All right, so similarly in gateway service, first you're going to change the directory to gateway service. After that, you're going to perform an MV and clean install command. And once you're done with that, you're going to build an image and then push it to Docker Hub. So guys, gateway service has successfully completed execution. Now the build pipeline has fully turned green, which means that the entire workflow has completed execution. Now let's go to our Docker Hub account and see if all these images got pushed to Docker Hub. All right, so I'm going to my Docker Hub. Now let's go to the Edureka demo repository. Now over here, you can see that the account, customer, discovery, and gateway services, all of these 4 images are pushed to Docker Hub. All right. So with this, we've come to the end of the demo. Now, after pushing these images to Docker Hub, any quality assurance team or any testing team can pull these images onto their respective servers so they can easily deploy this to production.
What is Maven? Maven, as you may already know, is a build automation tool. It helps resolve dependencies of projects and has a pom.xml file as its core component for managing projects. You can identify a project if it is a Maven compliant or not by generally checking the pom.xml file. Next, let's look at the prerequisites or steps for integrating Jenkins and Maven. Well, some things are obvious, such as Java, Git, and Maven, which should be installed on the target system. But let's look at some other steps as well. These will include us having a Jenkins server, a Maven compliant project which will be stored on Git in our case, and we should have Maven installed on our system. This is not compulsory, but what we found in our case was that if we have Maven installed, it resolves a lot of issues. Then we will go ahead and install the Maven plugins in Jenkins and then configure Jenkins to allow us to run a simple Java project. So, with that said, let's move on to the demo. So, first thing is that you must have a Jenkins server with you. As you can see, I have my Jenkins up and running, and here I have a Maven compliant project stored on Edureka GitHub. So, this is the project that I'll be using, and we will start by installing the Maven plugin in Jenkins. This is done in the following manner. So, go on to your dashboard and go to Manage Jenkins and then click Manage Plugins. In the Available tab, click and search for Maven. You should see this button. So, click it and click Install without restart. Now, you have to wait for this plugin to be installed. After the install is complete, we will go ahead and restart Jenkins. Now, we click this and we essentially restart Jenkins. Now, we will log in to our Jenkins and then we will run a Maven project. After the installation is complete, what you will see is that you have a new option available when you click Create a Job. So I click here, and as you can see, we have this option available. which means that we can now start building Maven project with Jenkins. But before this, I need to tell you some important components for running a Maven project smoothly in Jenkins. The first thing that you have to do is that you have to give the Maven path in the global tool configuration. So when you click here, go to global tool configuration, and then you have to provide the path of the Maven. Now I'll click this button and I'll provide this path manually. So in my system, I have the Maven installed in this location. So what I'll be doing is copying this path and then pasting this location into my Maven, and then I'll provide it a name. Now I'll save this, and then I'll again go to global tool configuration and provide the path to my Git. Now in my system, I'll again type where Git and provide the path manually. So I'll again copy this and paste it here. Do note that we are not clicking the button install automatically, because in our case what we have observed is that installing automatically doesn't work as smoothly as we would have liked it. So we click save and we apply. And now we should be able to run a Maven compliant project smoothly in Jenkins. So we have this project and we will run this in Jenkins. So let's give a name to our project. I'll write my Maven project and then I'll select this Maven project type. Now click OK, and here we have a little bit of information about how we want to manage this. So first, I start by giving my project a description. Now I'll click this button which says discard old build, and then I'll specify the number of days that I want to keep the build, and I want to state that the maximum number of builds I should have should be limited to just 5. Now, for this source code management, I'll provide my project path. So I'll go to my code and then I'll copy it. Now I'll paste the repository URL here, and then I'll specify the branch name, which in my case is main. Most projects have the main as their main branch. So ensure that whenever you change this, make sure that the original project has the same name. So here we have main, and therefore we have included main here. Now we go on to the build portion, in which we will specify what our goals and options will be. As you can see here, it will automatically use the pom.xml which we have stored in our code. And for this, I have my goals and option target set to clean install. Now you have other options as well, such as after the build, you can archive the artifact, but in my case, I don't think that's necessary. So let's go ahead and save the project, and then we will go ahead and run it. So to run my project, I'll click build now. Now I'll go to the console output to see what is happening. Do remember that whenever you run into problems, this is where you can identify what is going wrong. So whenever you have problems, ensure that you keep checking the logs. As you can see, we have successfully built our project and we have our jar file stored here. So now I'll go ahead and again verify this. So in the target folder, I should have my jar file, and this is my Java project. So now that you have looked at a basic project and how Maven operates, you should have a basic understanding of how it works. And now you should have a basic understanding of how you can run a Maven project. And now you can get started in building your own Maven project.
What is Selenium and how it works? Selenium is basically an open source tool which automates web browser tests. All right. And it's probably the best and it's the most popular tool, and it's widely adopted for automating test scripts. And because of that reason, it has found its place in the DevOps lifecycle. And There are three important reasons why Selenium is the best among other automation testing tools. And those three reasons are its programming language support, its web browser support, and its operating system support. So when it comes to programming language support, you can write Selenium scripts in all of these popular languages like Java, Python, Perl, Ruby, C Sharp, or even PHP. And when it comes to web browser support, you can perform cross-browser testing. Now, cross-browser testing is the act of performing tests in different web browsers, right? So we can perform tests on Chrome, Firefox, Internet Explorer, and Safari. You have comfort in that way. And most of all, Selenium can also be used on all of these operating system platforms like Windows or Mac or Linux. So yeah, that's the biggest benefit, right? So you have three important advantages. It has programming language support across all these languages. You have web browser support and also operating system support across all these platforms. So these are the three main reasons why it stands out as an automation testing tool and why it's the best among all the other automation testing tools. Now, having said so much about Selenium, let's see what is DevOps and see what is the need for the DevOps methodology. So DevOps is a software development approach which involves continuous development, continuous testing, continuous integration, continuous deployment, and continuous monitoring of the software throughout its development life cycle. So, and in today's world, DevOps is the most effective means to develop software applications because it overcomes the limitations of agile development. Agile development, helps us develop software quickly, but the problem is there's no agility in operations, meaning the act of deploying to production and monitoring those operations is still not fast. And that's where DevOps scores over agile development, right? In DevOps, there's agility both in development and in operations. And you can ask how. And the answer to that is even after the application is actually developed and deployed, it's continuously monitored and the bug fixes and the updates are continuously integrated. And there's a handshake between the dev and the ops teams. So that's the advantage that DevOps has when you compare it with agile development. And if you can see the image over here, you can see that on the left hand side, you have all the operations and activities performed by the development team, right? Let's call it the development activities. And then on the right side, you have all the operation activities. You have the activities like deployment, operation, and monitoring over here, right? So any application that needs to be developed, it would first be developed in small sprints, right? The entire software would be developed and released in smaller sprints and smaller cycles where the planning, coding, building, and testing would be done, and then that would be deployed, right? It would be deployed to production, and then that would be operated, and then it would be monitored for performance. Now, when this is done, ideally what would happen is the DevOps engineers, they would get to know what are the bugs and they would get to know what are the flaws in the software before the clients or the customers, because the DevOps tools would immediately notify them. Excuse me. Yeah, the DevOps engineers would know immediately what the bugs and the flaws are, and they can get started with fixing those bugs, right? As and when there's the next release where they'll be deploying the new features, at that time they can also fix all these bugs and release them all together. So that's what is the handshake over here, right? So you can see an arrow that goes across here to the next cycle. So once one cycle of DevOps is done, we start the next cycle where the next set of features and the bug fixes of the first set of features, those are done. The planning is done, coding is done, building is done, it's tested properly, and then it's deployed to production. And once it's deployed to production, it's operated on, and again, its performance is monitored. And again, the cycle continues. So it goes back to planning, and yeah, this cycle is basically never ending. And what helps this cycle stay there is the integration aspect. So once it's tested, it's integrated with the existing framework, right? Before deploying to production, this integration is the most important aspect. And yeah, that's the whole benefit of DevOps, and that's the strength of DevOps. I'm pretty sure that you people would have understood DevOps by now. And if you guys have any doubts, let me know, because what I'm going to show next is I'm going to talk about the DevOps tool that we are going to use to achieve continuous testing, right? And that's where Selenium fits. So today's session is about continuous testing, and Selenium's role in DevOps lifecycle is right here, testing. So this is a no-brainer. Everyone would know that Selenium fits in the continuous testing phase. But what you people might not know is that we have to use tools like TestNG and Jenkins along with Selenium to achieve continuous testing. Okay, so the continuous testing phase, it involves these three tools, right? So we use Selenium for creating our test cases, and to get detailed reports of those test cases, whether they've passed or failed and how long it took to execute that test. All those details would be obtained with the help of TestNG. So TestNG is a framework which can be used along with Selenium to perform automated testing. And to perform continuous testing, we use Jenkins. So Jenkins is basically going to automatically schedule your tests, and it's going to run those tests. And if any of those test cases fail, then it's going to send you email notifications. So that is the role of Jenkins, right? So automation testing is achieved with the help of Selenium and TestNG. But the very act of continuous testing can be achieved only when Jenkins is involved. And that's the power of Jenkins. And that's why it's one of the best DevOps tools out there. And it's also one of my favorite DevOps tools. So yeah, that's about this slide. Now, moving on, we have now reached the main topic for today. That is how Selenium, TestNG, and Jenkins work in harmony to get continuous testing up and running in your DevOps lifecycle, right? So to achieve continuous testing, we have 5 different steps. And the first step would be to create a test case with Selenium on your IDE. Okay. Now, what I've done is I've used Eclipse IDE because that's again my favorite, and it's one of the best tools there. But yeah, you can create the same on either NetBeans IDE or IntelliJ, or yeah, we have a number of them like Microsoft Visual Studio. You can create your test case on any of them, and once you've created your test cases, you have to convert them into a testng.xml file. Okay. The reason you're converting them into a testng XML file is so that you can execute multiple test cases at the same time, and also so that you can execute those XML files through Jenkins, because you cannot ask Jenkins to instantiate an instance of Eclipse and then run your program through Eclipse, right? So Jenkins does not work that way. So Jenkins, what it's going to do, when you have the files, it's going to execute those files with the help of your command prompt, right? So that's what Jenkins does, and that's why you have to create an XML file which is executable. And if you want to create an XML file that is executable, you have to create a Windows batch file. Now, I'm pretty sure that you guys all know Windows batch file, but if there's anyone that doesn't know Windows batch file, it's a simple executable file which can have a set of commands that which you usually feed to your command prompt. Suppose there are a set of commands that you type in your command prompt to achieve certain operations. Then those set of commands can be specified as a list in your Windows batch file, and when you just execute the Windows batch file, or you double click on the Windows batch file, those set of commands will be automatically executed in the command prompt. So that's the role of a Windows batch file. And when we have this XML file, which would have all the test cases, and when it has all the details of which test cases needs to be executed, you can straight away achieve test automation, and that test automation can be achieved with the help of Jenkins. So that's where we are going to step number 4. Okay, now this is where Jenkins comes into the picture, and you can build Jenkins jobs by executing those batch files. And the best part about Jenkins and the very act of continuous testing is step number 5, where you can schedule jobs to be built at certain times during the day, and also you can configure those email notifications whenever any test case passes or any test case fails. Well, actually, you get email notifications only when your test case fails, right? But if once your test case fails, and the first time when your test case is back, running, that time you will get a notification saying your test case that your build is again successful. So mainly, it's basically the email notification is used to let you know that your test case has failed and there's a major bug or a major flaw in your code. So these are the 5 important steps that are involved in achieving continuous testing. Well, now let me ask you people if you guys have any doubt here. If you guys have any doubt, please put that in the chat box, because next is going to be a very interesting part of the session where I'm going to go and show you a live demonstration of how the entire life cycle works. Right? I'm going to show you a demonstration of how to create a test case on Selenium, right, on Eclipse IDE, and then convert it into a testng XML file, how to create it, and build your Jenkins job and schedule those Jenkins jobs. Selenium is used for creating your test cases, right? You'll be creating your test cases there, but the problem is you will not get detailed test reports, and the different test cases cannot be managed easily. So these are the two limitations. And if you want to overcome these two limitations, you can use TestNG. So TestNG gives you a very nice way and a good. It has a very good display, right, to show you the reports. I will show you that when I go to the demo. I'll show you how the reports will be generated. What all it will show, what all test cases passed, in which suite those test cases were present, which test that they were present, and how long it took to execute each of them. You will get all those details. Those are lacking in Selenium, and that's why we use TestNG. I'll be giving you a demonstration. I will show a sample, and let me just get started with that. All right. So hands on. I'll be creating my test cases with Selenium and TestNG and building those with Jenkins. Yeah, this is my Eclipse IDE, right? This is the code that I'm going to execute. Okay, so this is a very simple code, and what I'm doing here is I'm first of all performing dynamic tests on two websites, that is Amazon.in and in Facebook.com, right? I'm trying to log into Facebook and I'm trying to search something on Amazon.in's web page. So the entire code block is divided. The entire code is divided into these blocks, and in the first block, I'm setting my Chrome driver, right? And the command to do that is webdriver.chrome.driver. This basically is to indicate my WebDriver to run my tests on my Chrome browser driver. Now, in case I want to execute the same tests on either Mozilla Firefox, then I can use WebDriver.GeckoDriver, because GeckoDriver is the driver used for running the tests on Mozilla Firefox, and that is only only from Selenium version 3. Right, from up until Selenium version 2, we were using Firefox was default. You didn't have to use any browser driver. You only had to use it for Chrome driver. But from version 3 onwards, you have to use Gecko driver. So that's the thing. And you have to also specify the path where that browser driver of yours is present. So mine is present in this path. So I've specified that. And the next line, I'm creating an object for my Chrome driver. All right. And then the next line is a simple line println statement, which is asking me to print this: hi, welcome to Edureka's YouTube live session on Selenium WebDriver. So the next block of my code is all about navigating to Amazon.in, right? So this is where my actual test starts. I'm navigating to Amazon.in, and I am implementing an implicit wait over here. I'm implementing an implicit wait of 5 seconds. And when I say implicit wait, there's a difference between implicit wait and explicit wait. So a lot of people have that doubt. So the difference is, implicit wait, when you say implicit wait, you're asking your WebDriver to wait for 5 seconds after you have fetched that particular web page or a website, right? And an explicit wait is nothing but a wait where you're asking your WebDriver to wait until a specific web element has loaded on the web page. So that's the difference between the two. And yeah, when you've done these two things, I have the next code block in which I'm specifying my WebDriver to find the element of search box on Amazon's page, right? So just like every e-commerce site, Amazon has one search box where we can search for the list of products that they have. So you can search for those elements by using the driver.findElement command. Okay, when I've located that search box, I can send some text. So in my case, I'm using the send keys command to send Nike shoes, because I want to search their repository for Nike shoes, right? And I'm locating the search box with the help of by.id locator technique. Okay, we have 8 different locator techniques, and I've used some of them in my code. So for my search box, I've used by ID. I've located, this is the ID of the search box. I've located it like this, and I've sent the keys of Nike shoes. Then in my next line, I've said driver.findElement by XPath. Okay, so XPath is one of the best ways to find your elements that are there on the web page, because XPath is the most stable. Most of the time, you will not have the ID and the name that we have here. All these locator techniques will not be there all the time, right? Only sometimes you have them. But XPath is something that is a standard that is there for every single element, compulsorily by default on every web page. So I've used the XPath to find the search option, and then I'm performing an operation of click. So Nike shoes would then be searched on Amazon.in. Then I would go to the results page, and then I'd navigate to the Amazon.in, right? And how am I doing that? By this command, driver.navigate. So this would ask my WebDriver to navigate back to Amazon.in page, then get the page title. And that is done by this command, driver.getTitle. So this would fetch the page title of Amazon.in and store it in a variable called title, which is of type string, and that would be printed in this println statement. Okay, it says page title is, and we have it here. And the final the block of code in my code is that of navigating to facebooks.com, right? I navigate to facebook.com, and then I find the element first of all, that is the email ID field, right? And then I'm sending keys abcd@gmail.com. Now this is a very this is a bogus email address. I'm finding that email box, and I'm sending this key, this email address, and then I'm finding the element of password. Correct? I'm doing both by using by.name locator technique, and I'm sending the keys 1 2 3 4 for the password field, and I'm going to the next line, that is the driver.find element. Here I would locate the login button, and I'm locating it with the help of by ID element locator technique, and the operation I'm doing here is click. All right, so here the operation is send keys, and here it's click. So when I click, of course this is going to fail, the login is going to fail, and right and when my login fails, I have asked my web driver to quit. So that is achieved by driver.quit. Okay, and the thing to note is I've asked an implicit wait of 60 seconds. That's because Facebook takes quite some time to log in, and especially if it's wrong credentials, it would take a little longer, and you would actually see my web driver you would see it in my web driver that my login has failed, and then my driver quits after that. So that's the thing. All right, so let me just quickly save this and execute this code and show you how the test works. Okay, now if the test case works here, if the script is all working, then we can straight away build create a test.ng XML file and build that job on Jenkins. So yeah, our Chrome's instantiated, Amazon.in, Nike shoes into the text box, and then the search option should be clicked on next. Yeah, that happens there, and then these are the shoes that they have, Nike shoes. And then I should navigate back to Amazon.in now. There you go. Navigating to Facebook.com. Credentials are fed. Login is clicked, and yeah, it should close once it shows that my Facebook.com is failing to load. Right, when my login is unsuccessful, it should end. Yep, there you go. And yeah, that's how your test case gets completed. So now let me just quickly show you the results of this test case. All right. So first of all, this is the result. Okay, it says the default test that was run is 1. There were 0 failures and 0 skips. My code is run successfully, and these were the 2 println statements that I had specified. I had said, hi, welcome to Edureka's YouTube live session. I had said that, and then I had asked for the page title to be printed, and this is the page title of Amazon.in. This is printed, and it says passed Jenkins test. Okay, so the Jenkins test that you see here, this is the name of the method of my in my code. Okay, now as you can see here, I have a method that is Jenkins test, and I have annotated this method with @test. Now, whenever you annotate your method with this method or any method with @test, it would indirectly convert it into a test.ng test. Okay, so that's the indication. You can it would automatically suggest you to import the test.ng packages. When you import those packages, you can just execute this test as a test.ng test. And yeah, I have another question here saying, is it necessary if we have to execute multiple test cases, then we can create test.ng.xml file? Okay, so okay, that question seems a little wrong. But, anyways, getting back to the code here, since I have my code ready, what I have to do next is I have to create a test.ng.xml file, right? So that I can execute this, execute this from the command line. But before that, let me show you how to create a test.ng.xml file, because some people might get they'll be worried and they would say that they don't know to create it. But let me tell you that it's very simple. So this is the project of mine. This is my project where the code is present. This is the package name, and this is the class name. All right, this is my method name. So if you want to create a test.ng.xml file of this particular code, just click on the class of yours, right click, you will have an option of test.ng. Click on that and say convert to test.ng. When you do that, it would automatically create it would give you the default structure. Here you can control which classes you want to execute. Now, first of all, it would ask you for the name of your suite, right? The suite I want to execute, the name of that is suite itself by default, and my test name is again test. I'm just using the default names here. And in my case, I'm only executing one class. So that's why you see just one class in under tags here. Now here is where the benefit of testng comes in. Okay, if you want to execute multiple test cases, then you can specify you can hit enter and add another tag and say class name, and you can enter the name of the class which you want to execute and say which package that class is present in. Okay, and if you can see here, it says Selenium YouTube demo dot Selenium YouTube demo. Now that's because the structure this is in is package name dot class name. Okay, the XML file would execute this class which is present inside this package. So if you want to execute any other class, you would have to first specify the package name where it's present, something like this, where the symbol is, and after that you would have to have a dot and say the class name which you want to execute. Okay, so that's if you want to do it, but since I don't have any, I'm just going to remove that, and let me just click on finish. And when I hit finish, it's okay, it's asking me, it already exits, do you want to overwrite it? I would say okay, that's because I created one earlier. And yeah, this is that XML file which we have to which we just created. All right, so the same XML file is present over here. This is my path inside this project directory of mine, and if I run this XML file, I would get the same output that I got when I executed that time, right, from this code. So it's going to be the same output. So I don't want to waste time showing you this, but what I want to actually show you is how to execute this XML file from the command prompt, because if it works from the command prompt, then it's going to work through Jenkins, correct? So for that, let me first of all open the directory where my code is present. Okay, now this is the code. It's present in my workspace and under this project folder of mine. Okay, now to execute this through command prompt, I have to first of all open my command prompt and let me navigate to this path. So let me say cd workspace / Selenium YouTube demo. Yeah, that's the folder. Now I'm inside this folder, and this is the XML file that got created, right? This is the one that I created just now. And if I want to execute this testng file, then I have to give the command java org.testng space the file name. That is, in my case, it's testng.xml, correct? Now, this is ideally to execute your XML file, but this will not work because in my Eclipse, I have specified the path of my class. My Eclipse knows where my class path is, and my Eclipse also knows where my dependencies and where my jars are. However, since I'm executing this through the command prompt, my command prompt does not know where my class path is, and it does not know where my associated libraries and dependencies are. So I have to specify that also as parameters to my command prompt. I have to specify that in this line. So to do that, let me just go back and add it in the parameters here. Let me say flag class path and add the path of these folders, right? It's there in this path. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, and I'm going to paste it here, say slash and put bin, put a semicolon. I'm going to paste the same path again. I'm going to say lib and I'm going to say colon, and this time I'm going to say asterisk. One thing that you got to note is in the command you can see that this is the XML file that needs to be executed, and this is the syntax to execute that command, org.testng.testng. Do note that in the syntax, the testng over here has T in capital and even ng in capitals. All right. So note the syntax, and along with the code, along with my Java command, I've specified the class path of where my class path is. Right. My class is present inside the bin folder. Correct. So always your class path will be present inside the bin folder by default. So if you go to bin, this is the package name, and my class is present over here. So I've specified that in my command, and I've also specified the path to lib. Now in my lib I have all the associated jars and dependencies. All these are present over here. So I've specified the list of these jars, and I've said that they are in the lib folder. Okay, now there's an asterisk that has to come here, right? Yeah. So the reason I've given asterisk here is because after lib, the reason I've given asterisk is because there are multiple jar files in this folder, correct? It's not just one jar file. Now, since there are multiple, we have given asterisk, and yeah, that's the rule, and that's the command. Yeah. So Anyways, let me hit enter and show you that this is how the XML file will be executed from your command prompt. You can see that the same set of executions steps are being executed, and the same web browser is opening, right? We are at Amazon.in, Mac issues, and yeah, the same thing is going to happen. But I don't want to waste time of waste your precious time by showing you this. Instead, what I can do is I can straight away just show you the result later, and I can in fact show you how it works through Jenkins, right? I can show this build through Jenkins, because at the end of the day, that's the prize, right? That's what we want to achieve: continuous testing, right? So it's just going to anyways end now, so I'm going to minimize this browser driver. Yeah, and you can also see that the same parameters are here, right? The same results, the println statements that have been that I had specified, they have been executed. They are visible here, and it also says the total number of tests run in web 1, 0 failures, the same output that we got in Eclipse. So we've got the same thing over here. So that's good news. Now, now that our command is executing successfully through the command prompt, what we need to do is we need to create a Windows batch file, correct? And once we create a Windows batch file, we can straight away get it to be executed through Jenkins. So I'm just going to go back to the directory here, and I'm going to create the Windows batch file over here. Now, the command is again present over here. I've written it already just to save time, just to save some time, and you can see that it's the same command that I executed on the command prompt. Okay, but there's a small difference here. The only difference is that I have not specified the path, correct? The path that was supposed to be here, I have not specified that. That's because the batch file is going to be present in this directory itself. And yeah, my command prompt does not need to look anywhere else, and it can just straight away execute the batch file from this window. So that's the thing. So yeah, same thing with even library, right? The lib folder, I have not specified anything else. I've just specified the path. I've specified the folder where all my dependencies will be present. So if you want to first of all save it as a batch file, then you have to click on File, hit Save As, and specify the name that you want it to be saved as. So let's say I want to give the name file command, and to save it as a batch file, we need to give it inside double quotes, right? And say .bat inside double quotes. Now this would create a new file, new Windows batch file. So I'm just gonna click on save, and as you can see, a new file has come up here. So you want to close this, and now if I execute this file command, this file, I'm gonna run the same steps that was run through this command prompt. Let me show you that. Let's say, right? So automatically command prompt was opened, and then the test is being executed. So the same thing is going to happen. So what we have to do now is we have to get Jenkins to execute this this file command, right? This file. So for that, we have to first of all launch our Jenkins server, and we can launch our server from our browser. So I'm just going to say localhost 8080, and when I hit enter, I'm on to Jenkins. So login, and this is my Jenkins dashboard. Okay. And yeah, these are the list of projects that I have on my Jenkins dashboard. And if you want to create a new project or you want to build a new job, you have to first of all click on new item over here and enter the name of your project. So I'm going to say YouTube demo of Selenium and Jenkins. All right, that's the name I'm going to give. I'm going to say it's going to be a freestyle project and click on OK. And it's asking for description. Well, this is not really needed, so you can just ignore this. You can give it if you want. It's optional though. So, but what you have to actually set is in the advanced option under general settings, you have to click on advanced and set the path of where your workspace is. So you have to check on this checkbox here, use custom workspace, and feed the path where your where Jenkins has to look for the executable file. So my executable file, this is which is file command, is in this directory. So I'm going to copy this path, go back to Jenkins and paste it right here, and I'm going to apply. All right, I'm going to save that, and the next thing that we got to do is we have to come to build triggers. But the build triggers here is for scheduling your jobs, and this is something a little complicated. So I'll talk about the other steps and then come back to this. Okay, so after setting your path over there, quickly go to build and click on add build step. Okay, and now you should specify what you want to execute. if you want to execute a batch command, you got to say execute batch command. If you want to execute a shell, you should say execute shell. Well, if you're using Linux, then you might be probably executing a shell file or an AND file or something like that. But for Windows, it's a Windows batch command which you want to execute, correct? Okay, so I'm going to just click on execute Windows batch command, and you have to specify the file that needs to be executed. So now what Jenkins would do is it would navigate to this path using my command prompt, and the file that needs to be executed, that needs to be fed here. The file name is file command, right? So I'm going to say file command dot bat. So it's going to execute this statement inside this directory through my command prompt. That's what Jenkins would do. And let me go down and add this post build actions. Okay, what should happen when a build, when a job is built? Okay, so what happens there? That's what is controlled over here. And in our case, if you want to achieve continuous testing, I told you that you need to get email notifications and be informed if any of your test case fails or if there's some faulty hardware or faulty software. So if you want to be notified, then you have to click on this add post build action and enable email notification here, right? You can see the option here, right? So click on email notification and specify the recipients that you want to receive. Supposing I'm just going to put my email over here. If there's anyone in the audience that wants to receive an email, you can just tell me. You can just put it in the comment box, and I'll add the email over here so that you can also see how you get an email. But anyways, till then, I'm just going to go ahead with my session. Okay, so I'm going to say apply, and I'm going to save these settings. Now that you've configured email notifications, there's one more question I want to ask to those people who already know Jenkins. Can we straight away get started with Jenkins? We have to first make sure we have to enable our email notifications. We have to configure SMTP to gmail.com. So that would be done through your Jenkins dashboard. So if you go to your Jenkins dashboard, go to manage Jenkins, right? So click on manage Jenkins, go to the first option of configure systems, click on that. And when you're inside this, you need to scroll down right to the bottom. All right. So for me, I've already set these settings, so I don't have to set anything again. But for those of you who are going to use Jenkins for the first time, do note these changes. Okay. Oh, sorry, this is extended email notification. You have to actually come down here to email notification, right? You have to come down here and set your SMTP server here. Okay. So SMTP basically stands for Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. And if you want to enable the mail transfer protocol from Jenkins, you have to specify the server here in this format. If you're going to use Gmail, then you got to say smtp.gmail.com. And similarly for any other email service, you got to specify that in this format. Okay. And when you specify that, you have to click on Advanced. And you have to check this checkbox of Use SMTP authentication. So by default, it would not be checked, and these would not come up initially. So the moment you check on this, the username and password would come up, and you have to enter the credentials of this user, right, of this instance. Whatever the email ID and password was, you have to enter that over here, and click on Use SSL. And finally, you have to enter the SMTP port number that it's hosted on. So by default, it's 465. Well, that's what I've given, but you can also look it up on Google, and there's actually another port on which SMTP runs. So there are two ports. This is 465. If you want to run it on 465, well and good. If you don't want to, then you can just look up on Google and find which is the other port that you want to run it on, and specify that here. And then you have to specify the reply to address. Okay. Now, if you don't want people to reply to the email notification that that we receive from Jenkins, then you can just say noreply@gmail.com. Otherwise, you can just put in the email address you want the reply to go to from the email notification. So you can specify that here. And the character set here, it's it's predefined as UTF-8, so you don't need to worry about this. So if you want to test the email, then you can just click on this test configuration, and you can check the mail that you can just add the email address you want the test email to go to. So I'm going to add my own email address over here, and I'm going to click on test configuration. Now let's see what it says. Okay, it says email was sent successfully. So I'm just going to quickly go to my email address. So this is the email that is sent to me, right? This is the test email number 3 from Jenkins. So this shows that my test email is successful, and this is also indication that my email notification would run successfully. Okay, now this is the confirmation. So it's highly important that you will test once before you are rest assured that you will get email notification. So once you've done this, just need to save the changes. Okay, and then go back to your project. So this is my project, right? And what's the next thing that you want to do, guys? Okay, I get a reply here finally. Harika says click build now. Okay, I will definitely click build now, but there's one more step that is there that we need to do to achieve continuous testing, in complete. So without that one step, we cannot do justice to that tag of continuous testing. Correct? Okay, but anyways, I will talk about that. But before telling you what is that step, I'm gonna anyways click on build now as per your wishes, because a number of people are saying build now. So anyways, it's the audience wish, right? So I'm gonna, when you click on build now, obviously the build is scheduled here and it's running. So you can just click on this build number 1 to see what's the status. Right, this is the build status, and you can check the console output to see what's happening, whether it's getting executed successfully or not. As you can see, it says, the first println statement has been printed, and it also says page title, and it has shown Amazon's page title. But there's one thing strange over here. Can you tell me one thing that is strange over here that did not happen previously when I executed the same through the testng XML file through command prompt, and when I executed this through Eclipse, that happened, and something did not happen over here. Can you tell me what that is? Absolutely. So Lalit says no browser popped up, and but Pujari says it's headless. That's exactly what the term is, right? The official term is it's headless. Well, that's because all your see, Jenkins is basically a web server, right? So it's a server where multiple jobs would be built, and it would all be running there. In a working day, typically there would be 100 jobs that would be built, and when there are so many jobs that are being built, you cannot afford to have any overhead and allow any server crash. So to avoid all these things, we just use a headless server. Correct? We use a headless server. We have something called as HTML unit driver for that. So that's one thing. If you want to achieve headless server via your Eclipse or via your command prompt, you can use HTML unit driver. But otherwise, you can just use one of the Chrome drivers or Firefox drivers. And similarly, if you want to execute through Jenkins, by default you don't get the GUI. Correct? So the browser doesn't pop up. That's because of this very reason, that it's headless, and to avoid any overhead on the web server of Jenkins, because it would cause server crashes. But yeah, that's the thing. And sometime back I got an answer from Tirupati. Tirupati told me exactly what I wanted to hear. Right? He told me that the step that was needed to achieve continuous testing was that of scheduling these jobs at specified time intervals. And he was the only one that said that. So yeah, now that we've seen our output here, and now that we've seen that this is how we get our this is how we get the results. Let's see how we can schedule test cases using Jenkins. Okay, now for that we have to again go to our project and go to configure. Okay, so under configure, we need to come down where we need to I told you earlier that we need to come to build triggers, right? So under build triggers, we've got to check on this text box of build periodically. So when you check on this, you can specify the time format in cron format. Okay, you should specify the rule in cron format as to when you want it to be executed. Now for those of you who don't know what a cron format is, then you can just click on the help box on the right side. When you click on that, you can learn the format it comes in, right? The rule is basically in this way. So you have 5 different parameters. The first one specifying the minute, the second specifying the hour of the day, the third one specifying the day of the month, the fourth specifying the month, and the final one specifying the day of the week. Okay, so let me show you a simple cron rule over here. So the cron rule that I'm going to use is something like star 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 star. Now for those of you who know what Jenkins is, can you tell me quickly what star does in Jenkins? Well, of course, in the cron format, right? What star refers to? You can take help here. So it's more like an open book quiz that I'm asking you, right? So you have all the statements here. So based on what's written here, you can tell me what this would specify. Star asterisk basically means every minute, basically means every or anything or everything. So that's what it means, or all. So that's what is the actual definition. And in our case, it basically indicates to execute the to build the job at every minute of every hour of every particular of every day in the month and every month and every single day of the week. So we have all the we have complete flexibility over here. So we can choose when we want to schedule this for. So you can do it this way. You can give this kind of rule, or if you want to see typically how it happens in organizations, especially in mine, is that once before the working day, once before our working hours start, we have one job built, right? And we'll get the reports. I mean, we shouldn't get any reports. If we get a report, then it means that we're in trouble. So we get one set of we basically build one job in the beginning of the day and one job towards the end at the end of the working hours, right? So once at 9:30 in the morning and once at 7:30 in the evening. So we do something like that, and you can set some rule like that. So in our case, if you want to set something for say right now it's 6:15, right? So if you want to set something for say 6:17 or 6:18, then we can do that by specifying the hour and minute here. So the minute is going to be 6:17, and if I want to run it for 6 p.m., then I should probably enter 18. Now that is because this is going to be in hours format. You cannot specify AM or PM, so that's why we should specify in hours what you want to execute this at. So let me just quickly save this and verify and show you that at 6:17 there's going to be a new build that would be a new job that would be built. Okay, so we've got a good 10 seconds left. Okay, so around 5 seconds after 6:17, we've got our build scheduled, and if I just click on this, you can see that the build is happening, and if I go to console output, you can see that the same set of operations are happening and the same test case is being executed, bar the GUI, correct? So it's in a headless format. So that's what this is, and yeah, you'll get a similar output. But yeah, this is how you build and this is how you schedule jobs to Jenkins, and this is how you make things easier. So what Jenkins does is it's brought complete automation to execution of test cases, and it has removed the manual effort of a person to manually sit till the entire test case gets over, or to manually click the test case to begin to run and do it at different times during the day. And yeah, so it's a really good tool, right? So it's one of my favorite DevOps tools. Jenkins is really good, and there's so much more about Jenkins. But unfortunately, today is a very short session today, so I can only talk about the continuous testing aspect of Jenkins, and there we are. But there's one more thing that I want to show you before we finish today's session, and that is of email notification. Correct? I did not show you that you did not get an email notification so far because none of my builds failed. Right? All my jobs got built successfully. So if I want an email notification, I have to manually fail one of my scripts. So I'm just going to go back to my Eclipse, go to my code, and let me comment one of the lines. So I'm just going to hide this line. Okay, I'm going to comment this. I'm going to save this, and again go back to Jenkins and execute this job. Right, build this job again. I want to say build now, and when you say build now, this job is started, right? And yeah, it's already failed. So you can see the color, right? It's red in color and it says failed. So if you go to console output, you can see that the total tests that were run were 1, and there was 1 failure, 0 skips, and the error was execution of the Windows batch command was marked as a failure, and the email was sent to my email address. So let me just quickly go to my email address and show you that. I'll show you the kind of email that we got. Okay, yes, build failed in Jenkins, YouTube demo of Jenkins and of Selenium and Jenkins number 3. And if you go here, you'll also get details of where you can see what the errors are. So if you click on this link, you will again go back to Jenkins host. You will see that this is the build number 3, and you can go here and see what was the command that failed, right? Where the problem was, all these things. So yeah, that's how you achieve automation. That's how you will be notified immediately when something's like grievously wrong in your code.
what is a Jenkins pipeline? Now, in Jenkins, a Jenkins pipeline, or you can simply refer it to as pipeline, is a collection of events or jobs which are basically interlinked with one another in a sequence. It is a combination of plugins that support the integration and implementation of continuous delivery pipelines using Jenkins. Now, the events and jobs that I'm talking about is the sequence of events that can happen or occur in a software organization to deliver a particular application. So, in other words, a Jenkins pipeline is a collection of jobs that brings the software from version control into the hands of the end users by using automation tools. It is used to incorporate continuous delivery in our software development workflow. Now, in a Jenkins pipeline, every job has some sort of dependency on at least one or more jobs or events. So basically, in a continuous delivery pipeline in Jenkins, it contains a collection of various states such as build, deploy, test, release, etc. Now, these jobs that I'm talking about are interlinked with each other. Now, every state has its jobs, which work in a sequence called a continuous delivery pipeline. Now, for all of y'all who don't know what a continuous delivery pipeline is, it is basically an automated expression to show your process for getting software for version control. Thus, every change made in your software goes through a number of complex processes in its manner to be released. It also involves developing the software in a repeatable and reliable manner, and progression of the built software through multiple stages of testing and deployment. Now that we know what is a Jenkins pipeline, let us understand the methods to create a pipeline. Now there are two methods. The first method is using the build pipeline plugin. Okay, so now there are various plugins that Jenkins offers. Okay, there are hundreds of plugins that Jenkins offers, and one of the plugin that we can use to create a pipeline is the build pipeline plugin. Now, continuous integration can become the centerpiece of your deployment pipeline, orchestrating the promotion of a version of software to quality gates and into production. Now, by extending the concepts of continuous integration, you can create a chain of jobs, each one subjecting your build to quality assurance steps. You can see that you have job 1 as version control, job 2 as build, job 3 as unit test. So there are various jobs that you build to create your pipeline, right? So now these quality assurance steps may be a combination of manual and automated steps. Now, once a build is past all of these, it can be automatically deployed into production. That is your final step. Now, in order to better support this process, you can use the build pipeline plugin. This basically gives you the ability to form a chain of jobs based on their upstream or downstream dependencies. Downstream jobs may, as per the default behaviors, be triggered automatically or by a suitable authorized user manually triggering it. The next way to create your pipeline is by using pipeline plugin. Now, this plugin is extremely important. Now, the Jenkins pipeline can be defined by a text file, which is called as JenkinFile. So what really happens here is you just create one job with all of these stages together. So all of these stages interlink together. So the stages are version control, build, unit test, deploy, auto test, etc. So what really happens is you can implement this entire pipeline as code. Okay, so that's the difference between the build pipeline plugin and the pipeline plugin. Here you can implement this pipeline as code, and this happens with the help of the Jenkins file. And also this is defined by using a DSL, that is a domain specific language. Now with the help of Jenkins files, you can write the steps required for running this entire Jenkins pipeline. Now you must be wondering, what are the benefits of using this Jenkins files? So the first biggest benefit is that you can make pipelines automatically for all branches and then execute pull requests with just one Jenkins file. So you don't really have to treat all of these jobs separately. So you can review your Jenkins pipeline and the code that is present. Now this is the singular source for your pipeline and can be customized by multiple users. Jenkins file can be defined by using either web user interface or with a Jenkins file. As we've already discussed, Jenkins is a continuous integration server which has the ability to support the automation of software development processes. You can create several automation jobs with the help of use cases and run them as a Jenkins pipeline. We know this already. So I spoke about some of the benefits of using Jenkins file. Now we will understand the reasons as to why you should use Jenkins pipeline. Now Jenkins pipeline is implemented as a code which allows several users to edit and execute the pipeline process, and the pipelines are very robust. So if your server undergoes a very unpredicted restart, the pipeline will be automatically resumed from where you left off. You can also pause the pipeline process and make it wait to continue until there is an input from the particular user. And also Jenkins pipelines support big projects. You can also run many jobs and even use pipelines in a loop. Now that we've learned the different methods to create a pipeline, let's talk about as to why we can use Jenkins pipeline. Now, the highlight of Jenkins pipeline is that it offers the feature to define the complete deployment flow through configuration and code. Now, it states that all the standard Jenkins jobs can be written manually as an entire script and can also be managed with a version control system. This is a great advantage for people on the developer side. Now, it's essentially following the discipline of pipeline as code. Hence, instead of creating multiple jobs for each process, it allows us to code the entire workflow and place it simply in a Jenkins file. Now, some of the reasons that one might consider before using the Jenkins pipelines for Jenkins test automation with Selenium is because it allows you to use Groovey DSL, that is domain specific language, and it helps model easy to complex pipelines as code. And as I've already mentioned, the code is stored in the form of a text file, which is called Jenkins files, that can be scanned into source code management. It also supports complex pipelines by adding conditional loops, forks, or joining operations and allowing parallel execution tasks. It also improves user experience by integrating user feedback into the pipeline. It's resilient in terms of Jenkins master, unplanned restart, and as I've already mentioned, it can resume from checkpoints saved. And also, as we already know as to why Jenkins is famous, that is because of its plugins. It can incorporate multiple additional plugins and add-ins. Now that we know as to why we should use Jenkins pipeline, let's move on and check out the types of Jenkins pipeline that are available. There are two different types in which Jenkins pipeline can be constructed, and they are the declarative pipeline and scripted pipeline. Now, the declarative pipeline is relatively a very new feature that supports the concept of code pipeline. It basically enables the reading and writing of the pipeline code. Now, this code is written within a Jenkins file, which can be tested into a tool such as Git for source control. The scripted pipeline, on the other hand, is a typical method of code writing. Now, the Jenkins file is written on the Jenkins user interface instance in this particular pipeline. While both of these pipelines are Groovey based, the scripted pipeline uses more strict Groovey based syntaxes, and this is because it was the first Groovey foundation pipeline that was created for use. Now, as this Groovey script was not usually suitable to all the users, it introduced the declarative pipeline to provide a much more simpler and flexible Groovey syntax. The declarative pipeline is defined within a pipeline block, while the scripted pipeline is defined within a node block. Now, the declarative pipeline is defined in a pipeline block, while the scripted one is defined within a node block. As I've already mentioned before, the scripted pipeline is a Groovey-based DSL, and it provides greater flexibility and scalability for Jenkins users than the declarative one. So Groovey scripts are not necessarily suitable for all the users. So the declarative pipeline syntax is much more stringent. It needs to use Jenkins predefined DSL structure, which provides a much more simpler and much more assertive syntax for writing Jenkins pipeline. Now that we've discussed the types of Jenkins pipeline, let's move ahead and check out the differences between declarative and scripted pipeline. Difference between declarative pipeline and scripted pipeline would definitely be with respect to their syntaxes and their flexibility. Now, declarative pipeline is relatively a new feature that supports the pipeline as code concept. And as I've already mentioned before, it makes the pipeline code easier to read and write. Whereas the scripted one is a traditional way of writing the code. In this pipeline, the Jenkins file is written on the Jenkins UI instance. So let's move ahead and check out the first difference between them. That is the syntax. The declarative one offers a much more simpler and much more optioned Groovey syntax, while the scripted pipeline uses a much stricter Groovey-based syntax. The next difference is based on the flexibility. The declarative pipeline is much more easier to read and write, whereas the scripted one has a traditional way of writing the code. In terms of programming model, declarative pipeline encourages a declarative programming model, whereas scripted pipelines follows a more imperative programming model. Moving on to the structure, the declarative type imposes limitations to the user with a much more strict and predefined structure, which would be very ideal for simpler continuous delivery pipelines. On the other hand, the scripted type has very few limitations that do with respect to structure and syntax that tend to be defined by Groovey, thus making it ideal for users with more complex requirements. Now that we've discussed the differences between declarative and scripted pipelines, let's move on and learn how to create pipelines using Groovey. So in this part of the session, you'll have to download Jenkins, and also you'll have to configure your Git to Jenkins. So these are the prerequisites needed for you to move on and perform this demo. So after you download Jenkins, you will have to download the pipeline plugin, which you've already done. So I'm just going to click on this new item option that's present on my dashboard, and I'm just going to enter an item name. So let's name this project as demo, and I'm going to click on pipeline. And once I click on pipeline, the OK button will pop up. I'm just going to click OK. And you just get some options here. You get general, build triggers, advanced project options, and pipeline. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scroll down through all of these options, and you just scroll down to the pipeline section. And here you can see that there's a definition where you can add your own pipeline script, or you can select your pipeline script from source code management. Okay, and currently our source code management is Git. And since I've already configured Git to my Jenkins, I can select my source code management, that is Git. So the first option that will turn up is repositories. Here you'll have to specify the repository URL. Okay, now before we move on and specify that, I'm just going to quickly switch to my GitHub account. And here you can see that I have my Jenkins file. Okay, I'm just going to click on this Jenkin file, and I just have a tiny script, the pipeline script, which I'm just going to explain now. And as you can see that I'm working on Linux, the script is a little different than the Windows script. You can see that we firstly declared pipeline. So in an organization, you have several agents that is acquainted to your particular pipeline. But as of now, for this demo, we're just going to specify any agent. And as we've already discussed in the declarative pipeline, we have stages, and we have to specify different stages, right? So currently I've just given one stage, that is the build stage. You can have release stage, you can have a deployment stage. You can just build your pipeline as per the needs of your organization, okay? So, but as of now, I just have one stage, that is the build stage. And I'm just specified steps for this particular build stage. And here you can see that you can print hello world, and you can also print multi-line shell steps works too. Anything that you'd like to. And I'm just going to quickly switch back to the Git repository. And here you can see a green button that says code. And I'm just going to copy this HTTPS link here. I'm going to switch back to my Jenkins. And this is where I'm going to paste my repository URL. And that's done. And if you go down, you can see there's another option that says branches to build. Okay. As you can see here in the GitHub, my current branch that I'm working on is the main branch. So I'm just going to specify that too. It's not the master branch, it's the main branch. Great. And if you scroll down a bit, you can see that there's an option that says script path. Currently, my script path is .jenkins. That's the file name. So if I just click on that, you can see that this is where our script is currently present. So I'm just going to specify that. By default, it says Jenkins file. You have to change it. And once that is done, I'm just going to apply and then save. Okay. And now that it's ready, we can build it. You can see that the build has been executed successfully. And if you want to check out the logs, you can. It says hello world, and also it's printed multi-shell steps work too. So that's great. So this is how easy it is to really build a pipeline. You can make the pipeline as long as you'd like to. You can make it as complex as you'd like to. This is just a tiny demo to make you understand how the Jenkins pipeline plugin really works.
So first of all, what is a webhook? Now the concept of a webhook is very simple. It is an HTTP callback, an HTTP post which occurs when something happens through a simple event notification via HTTP post. To make it simple, GitHub will perform a post request with a payload object which contains data about the triggered event to your defined webhook URL. So upon triggering this event, it will allow us to automate the executions of some actions based on your GitHub events. For example, if after each push to the master branch, we want to package or deploy our software, we can simply add a webhook to the Jenkins task responsible for packaging or deploying the service. So GitHub webhooks in Jenkins are used to trigger the build whenever a developer commits something to the master branch. So at least let's first look out in theory. Let's see how to build a webhook in GitHub and then add this webhook in Jenkins. So first we go to our project repository and head straight to the settings on the right corner. We're going to select the option of webhooks and click on add webhooks. Here we have an open field for payload URL where we are going to put in our Jenkins address followed by a GitHub-webhook extension. This payload URL is the URL where our Jenkins is running, and we are adding GitHub-webhook to tell GitHub that it is a webhook, plain and simple. Next we have content type. So here we are basically trying to specify what kind of data we want in our webhook. We are going to select JSON data. Next we have secret. In this field, we are going to secure our webhook. So we can provide a secret in our webhook and ensure that only applications having this webhook can use it. And then we have SSL verification. This SSL checker will help you diagnose problems with your SSL certificate installation. You can verify the SSL certificate on your web server to make sure that it is correctly installed, valid, trusted, and doesn't give any errors to any of your users. Now, which events would you like to trigger this webhook? In this, you particularly have three options. Now, if you want only to send data when someone pushed into your repository, you use the just the push event. Same thing, but if you want somebody to get notified whether there is a push or a pull event, you select send me everything. And finally, you have let me select individual events in which you can configure for what events you want your data. And then click create and a webhook will be successfully created. In my case, I will be using the IP address where my Jenkins is running. Now here is a problem you have to take care of if you're running Jenkins on localhost. Then switching your IP for localhost will not work because webhooks can only work when they are exposed to the internet. In such a case, you want to make your localhost 8080 exposed to the internet, and you can use various tools such as ngrok in cases like these. Now let's see how to use this webhook in Jenkins. So next you want to log into Jenkins and create a new item or a new job. Here you can click on the kind of project you would like it to be. And under source code management, you're going to select the option Git and put in your repository URL in the given field. Then in build triggers, you want to select the GitHub hook trigger for Git SCM pulling and save your changes. Now, when you make any updates in this particular Git repository, you will get an update on your Jenkins job. And in this way, we can add our webhook to our job and ensure that every time a developer commits code to GitHub, our build will be triggered. Now that we've done it theoretically, let's go ahead, move on with our demonstration. So this is my GitHub repository opened up. I'm using the virtual machine to run this on Ubuntu. So this is a demo repository. And here I'll go to settings, select webhooks, and add a webhook. Then I'm going to go to my Jenkins and select the URL. So it's going to start out with your regular HTTP:// your IP address and your port number. After the final slash, you're going to type in GitHub webhook and don't forget to end it with a slash. Next, in content type, we are going to be using application or a JSON file. I'm not going to keep any secret or anything, and in events, I'm just going to keep just the push event. You can go ahead and use any of the others. This is just for demo purposes, hence We're just going to keep it simple. Then I'm going to add the webhook. Then you'll get a message like this which says, okay, that hook was successfully created. So you know your hook is created. Like I said, if this doesn't work, you can use something like my public IP or an ngrok to make this run. Okay. Next, let's move on to Jenkins and create a new job. So we're going to start here and create a new job. Let's call it webhook 1. I'm going to select the freestyle project and click on OK. All right. So under source code management, I'm going to select Git. I'm going to select the link of my repository and put it right here. Now the condition is whenever a change happens in this repository, I want my Jenkins to be automatically triggered, right? So I'll select build triggers, and here I'm going to select GitHub hook trigger for Git SCM polling. So this job basically will listen for triggers from this particular repository. Yes? All right. Let's go down, let's apply and save. So now let's go back to our GitHub and try to make some changes in our sample file. Let's just type some demi text for Jenkins and commit changes. And if you go down now, you can see this has automatically been triggered. The whole idea of this is GitHub should basically send a notification to Jenkins that there has been a new commit pushed to that particular repository using the webhook that we've just created. Okay? And that is how we integrate a Jenkins job with webhooks in GitHub.
So say, for example, the release of your application is scheduled at midnight. Now there is a problem with the application on the test servers or the production servers. Also, there might be a case where the application is released and it goes down after a few hours. If the application, say for example, Netflix goes down even for few minutes, this can result in the loss of millions of dollars. Also, due to such errors, the project deadline might get extended, and this is not at all a good sign for the company. Okay, so this was the problem that Jenkins intended to solve. So what was the solution to this problem? So this problem was solved by an automation tool called Jenkins via the email notification service. So if the build is not successful, then the team of developers is notified about the status of the build. So this can be done with the help of an email plugin in Jenkins. So a plugin is nothing but a primary means of enhancing the functionality of a Jenkins environment to suit organization or user specific needs. Using the email plugin, you can configure the email details of the concerned person who should be notified in case of a build failure. Once the developer is notified about the error, he then fixes it and again commits the code to the GitHub. After this, Jenkins again pulls the code from the GitHub and prepares a fresh build. Similarly, Jenkins can solve the problem of application going down after the release by notifying the concerned team via email. So this was the whole purpose of the email notifications in Jenkins. So now let us see how do we configure it. So as you can see here, how the email notification service works. So if at all the build failure occurs, then the developer or the concerned team will be notified via an email. And if at all the build is success, it goes to the test servers. So here, if it is successful, then it goes to the prod servers. Else, if there is a failure, the developer or the concerned team will be again notified about this failure in the test servers. And if the code is not working in the production server, then again the developer or the concerned team will be notified via an email. So this is the overall scenario of the email notifications in Jenkins. Now coming to the main part of this session, like how to integrate the email notifications in Jenkins. So there are two ways here to configure the email notifications. The first one is the default email notifier. So as you can see on the screen, these are the 4 simple steps to use the default email notifier in Jenkins. So I'll just quickly show you how do you do this. So first go to your Jenkins homepage, and here you have to click on Manage Jenkins. So now click on Configure System here. Here you have to scroll down to the email notification section here. Okay. So as you can see here, you have to enter a few details here. So say for example, you have to enter the SMTP server here, which is nothing but SMTP, like if you're using Gmail account, smtp.gmail.com. The default user email suffix here is, you can type the suffix @gmail.com. So as you can see here in the email notification section, you have to enter the SMTP server, which is nothing but smtp.gmail.com. Okay. Here you have to enter the username and password of your Gmail account. Also, you have to check this use SSL box, and SMTP port normally for Gmail accounts is 465. Okay. And here what you can do is you can check this box, test configuration, by sending test email. So whatever email that you're using, you can enter here and you can click on test configuration here. Okay. So as you can see here, the message is displayed, email was successfully sent, and you can go to your Gmail and you can check the mail here. Okay. So as you can see here, I've received this mail. This is a test email sent from Jenkins. So this means this configuration is working perfectly fine. Click on apply here and click on save. So whatever job that you have in Jenkins, so say for example, I'll click on this job here. So now what you have to do here is go to your configure section. Here in the post build actions, you have to click on add post build action. Okay. So here it says you have to select the option of editable email notification. Okay. So as you can see here, these are the default settings or the configuration here, and you have to click on attach build log. So what this does is, if at all your Jenkins job fails, it will also send you the log file through which you can debug your errors. Okay. Now here click on advanced settings. Okay. So here what you can do is you can add triggers here. Trigger is nothing but an event that can trigger the email notification. So I'll click here on add trigger and always. So no matter what happens to your job, whether it is successful or not, this will send you an email notification. Okay. So this has been configured here. I click on apply and click on save here. So now click on build now. So as you can see here, the output of your build in the build history. So let us just see the console output here. So here it says success and sending email to the email ID that you just entered. And now we will check our Gmail. So as you can see here, we have received an email here, the name of our job, the build number, and the status successful. Okay. And as you can see here, we also have a log file here. So this is one way of configuring email notifications in Jenkins. And the second way is by using email extension plugin. So for that, what you have to do is click on Manage Jenkins here and click on Manage Plugins. So now you have to check for this plugin here in the available section. Click on Available here. Once you do this, you can search for this email extension plugin here. Type email here, as you can see. Okay, so there's no plugin here called email. So this can also mean that it is already installed on your Jenkins. So now click on this installed tab here and search for it in the installed. So as you can see here, the email extension plugin is already here and it is installed. So this is how you install the email extension plugin. So now what you do is click on Manage Jenkins and configure system here. So now what you do is in the extended email notification. Okay, so these are the things that you have to configure here. Okay, again the SMTP server details, smtp.gmail.com, and here you have to type the default recipient, so the email ID that we entered in the previous step. And before that, you have to use this option of use SMTP authentication like the previous step, where you have to enter the username and the password. Again, check this box, use SSL, SMTP port 465. Okay, so rest of the settings are by default as it is. And here you have to click on this enable debug mode. Okay. And here if you click on default triggers, here you have to check the box, say for example, always. So always here means irrespective of the result of the build, like successful or not, this will give you a notification. Okay. So normally it might also happen that you need notification only in case of failure. So here you can check this box, failure, any. Okay. So as of now, we'll keep it to always. Click on apply and click on save. So instead of this existing job, what we will do is create one new job here. My pipeline job. You can name whatever you want here. So since we are creating a pipeline job here, I'm naming it my pipeline job. So select the pipeline here and click on OK. So here what you have to do is in the pipeline section, you have to add a script here. So what I'll do is I have a script here for the pipeline, a simple script. Okay. So just paste it here. So this pipeline runs on any agent, and after the agent, there are the stages here for this pipeline. And in the post, you can mention whatever you want. Here we are just sending an email here. So the email body will consist of a text called a test email and the recipient providers. Okay. And the subject of the mail, that is test. Okay. So this is a very simple pipeline job here. Click on apply here. Click on save. So once you do this, click on build now. So this might take a few seconds here. Okay. So as you can see here, click on console output. Okay. So it has displayed the result here, finished with success and sending email to the email ID that you configured. Okay. So now what we'll do is we'll check our Gmail account here. Okay. So as you can see here, you have received a mail, a test email from Jenkins, and the subject is test, as we saw in the previous step. So now we will see job which has failed, and we will see how do you get the notification in case of failure. So say for example, this is the job here whose name is Jenkins Git Demo here, and we'll click on build now here. So I know for sure that this job will fail. So due to some reason, XYZ reason. So as you can see here, red mark. So red mark means the job has failed. And now we will see whether we receive an email or not. Okay. So as you can see here, we have received an email here from Jenkins for this job, Jenkins Git Demo build still failing. And also we have a log file here to debug the job. I mean to debug the errors. Okay. So this was all about email notifications in Jenkins. I hope you have enjoyed this session. If you have any queries related to this session,
What is SonarQube? Well, SonarQube is an open source platform made for continuous inspection of code quality. This makes it possible for developers to improve the quality of their code and avoid vulnerabilities and bugs. Thus, it helps maintain the code integrity and avoid bugs. Now, let's see what is Jenkins. In DevOps, continuous integration is important, and this is achieved using Jenkins, which is an open source automation tool made for continuous integration and continuous delivery purposes. It is easy to install and has a huge community of developers. And this is one of the reasons why it is so popular in DevOps community. Next, we'll look at the prerequisites or steps for integrating Jenkins with SonarQube. Here, we have major requirement of having SonarQube and Jenkins servers. So, after the first two conditions have been met, we will generate a token for accessing the SonarQube. Next, we will install Sonar Scanner plugin in Jenkins and then configure Jenkins in order to inspect our project which has been deployed on the GitHub repository. Now, with that, let's move on to the demo. First thing you must have is Jenkins and SonarQube up and running. Now, the first step for you to do is to create an access token, which will be used by the Jenkins to access SonarQube. So to do that, first you create a new project in SonarQube and then select manually and give your project a name. Now give your token any name and then click generate. Now this is the token that will be used by Jenkins to access SonarQube. So what we'll do is we'll copy this and we'll save it. Now the next step is to add the credentials into the Jenkins. But before we do that, we will install the plugin. So we go over to Manage Jenkins and click on Manage Plugins. In here, we click on the available plugins and search for SonarQube. So we see the first option SOnarQube scanner, and what we'll do is we'll install this without restart. So now that the installation has been successful, we'll click this button, which will essentially restart Jenkins. And now that the Jenkins is restarting, all you need to do is wait till Jenkins is ready. Now, let's log in to our Jenkins. Now, do you remember the token that we earlier created? What we are going to do is we are going to add this into our Jenkins credentials. So to do that, we go to Manage Jenkins and click on Manage Credentials under Security. Here, we click on this and then we go to Global Credentials. Now, we add our credential, and because we only have the token, we are going to select the secret text here. Now, we'll copy this value and then paste the token into the secret field here, and we'll provide it a name. We do the same for description and click OK. Now, before we can do other things, we need to configure the system. So first, we go here and then we will scroll down and click on the environment variable. In here, under SOnarQube installation, we'll click on Add SOnarQube and give it a name. Then we'll provide it with the value. Since we are running on the localhost 9000 port, we'll use the same value here. Now, we'll select the token that we previously fed into this and we will click Save. Now, we again go to Manage Jenkins and go to Global Tool Configuration. And here, we will scroll down. Now, under this setting, which says SOnarQube Scanner, we'll add. Now, we'll provide it a name and then click Save. Now, we are ready to make our project. But before we do that, first, I wanted to show you what I have here. So this is the project that I have, and in this, what we have is a web file. So in this, we have some HTML files. So here, what we are going to do is we will add this project and build it using Jenkins, and then SOnarQube will scan our code and tell us what is wrong or if it is right. So let's create our project. Here, I'll select the freestyle project, and here I'll provide the project a name. Now I'll click OK and I'll provide a description. Now I'll hit this portion here because I want to specify the number of days and the maximum number of builds that I want to keep. Now for our code, what I'll do is I'll provide it with my code which has been stored here. So I'll copy this and then clone it into my Jenkins. Now, because we have the main branch here, we need to change this in our project as well. So we will write main instead. And here we will take this button which says prepare SOnarQube scanner environment. Okay, we'll select none for now. And now we will add a build step. And in here, we will select Invoke Top Level Maven Target. Now that we have this, you have to have your Maven path defined in your Jenkins. So we select this, and for the goals, I'll say clean install sonar:sonar. And essentially, after saving this, it should be able to run. So we build our project and see what is the console output. And as you can see here, it says build has been successfully built. And the analysis can be seen by going to this result. So we open this link, and here we can see what is the reliability of our code. So in here, we see that we can improve our code a little bit. And when you click here, you can see and identify what is problem with your code. And if you click why is this an issue, you will find what the non-compliant code looks like and what the compliant code should look like. So if your code has any error, you can refer to this and essentially make your code better, and therefore you can make your code better by following the compliant codes which are being provided by the Sonar scanner. And now that you have seen how you can run a simple project using Jenkins and SonarQube, you can also use a pipeline. Feel free to experiment and learn as you stumble into errors, because errors are the only way that you can improve. And with that, the demo is concluded.
So what is Apache JMeter? Now, Apache JMeter is a Java open source software that is used as a load testing tool for analyzing and measuring the performance of a variety of services. It is basically a pure Java open source software which is used for testing the web applications or FTP application. Now, if you want to get into the details of Apache JMeter, do make sure to watch our JMeter tutorial and also how to perform load testing using JMeter. That will give you a deeper insight about this performance testing tool. So let's have a look at the different advantages of using JMeter in Jenkins. Now, continuous integration, test automation, and shifting left are becoming the standard for DevOps developers and the QA engineers as well. But despite the importance of performance and the understanding that systems are complex and it can be challenging to identify and fix bottlenecks in a short time, load testing is still not an integral part of the CI workflow. So Jenkins easily enables user to integrate load testing into its workflow. So by using Jenkins as part of the CI process and to trigger jobs by commits, users are taking advantage of automation and process speed up capabilities. So some of the advantages include the unattended test executions right after software build and deploy. Then we have the automatic build failures in case of performance degradation. Then we have easy access to test reports that show application metric trends. All tests are in one place and available to anybody with the correct permissions. Not just that, the automated routine work of test configuration, execution, and baseline results analysis. Now users' hands and minds are free for more important, complex, and interesting tasks. Now these were some of the reasons why we should integrate our JMeter in Jenkins. So now let's move on and see how we can do this. So I'll give you a step-by-step guide on how you can use your JMeter in Jenkins. So in this session, we will configure our JMeter and run it in Jenkins. So basically, we will perform our JMeter test in our Jenkins. So now basically in Jenkins, you have plugins that support JMeter. So what you can do is perform the test in JMeter and also get your performance result report in your Jenkins. Okay, so now before we start the session, the first thing that we would need is to install Jenkins. Now, in order to install Jenkins, all you need to do is type download Jenkins and go inside this website. And once you're inside this website, all you need to do is select your operating system. So I'm using Windows, so I'll be downloading Jenkins for Windows. So this is how you get to download your Jenkins. I have already installed Jenkins on my system. So I was just showing you the process on how you can do it for your system. Now, once the download is complete, all you need to do is go to your Jenkins folder and just run your application. Now, the localhost ID for Jenkins is 8080. So once you have done installing your Jenkins application in your system, you can go to your localhost 8080. And you can see that your Jenkins is ready to work now. So this is your Jenkins dashboard in which you can build your project and get your performance report as well. Now the next step is to get the performance plugin. Now in order to get that, you can just go inside your Manage Jenkins and here you will get an option, Manage Plugins. Now once you are inside your Manage Plugins, you will get to see your available installed all sort of plugins that are already there. Now for the performance testing, we would need the performance plugin. So you can just search here and get your performance plugin and install it in your Jenkins. Now I have already installed it before, so it's already there inside my Jenkins. Now this plugin basically allows the tracking of your performance based on the results that you read from your Apache JMeter. Now, in order to get the results that you have run on your Apache JMeter, you will need this particular plugin. Otherwise, you would not be able to see any of your test reports in Jenkins. Now, once your Jenkins is up and ready in your system, the next thing you would need is JMeter. Now, for JMeter, all you need to do is download JMeter, and you just have to install this performance testing tool in your system. So you can just download any of these binary files and install it in your system. You can also go back and check out, there's a video on how to install JMeter, which will give you step-by-step guidance on how you can install this particular tool in your system. Now, I have already installed Apache JMeter in my system. So let's see what we need to do next. Now, once both Jenkins and JMeter are up and running in your system, all you need to do is go to your JMeter folder and open the bin folder inside that. Now, inside your bin folder, there would be a file named as the user properties. So here we have the user properties. Now, inside this file, all you have to do is go and just type this particular command. That is the jmeter.save.saveservice.output_format equals to XML. Now, this will just provide you your output format that will help you in your Jenkins report generation. So I have already inserted this command in this particular file, and then all you need to do is just save it. So these were the first 3 important steps that we need to do in order to begin with the session. That is, first you will need your Jenkins. So we have to download and install Jenkins in your system, and then we will also check if JMeter is installed or not. If not, you have to install JMeter as well, and then you have to add one particular command inside your user properties file in your JMeter bin. So now the 3 steps are completed. Let's move on and see what to do. The next step would be just using your Apache JMeter, create a test plan. So this is my Apache JMeter user interface, and here I'll create a test plan that will also generate the reports in my Jenkins. So now let me name my test plan as Edureka, and inside my test plan I'm going to add thread groups. So let me just take 5 threads or users, and let me give the loop count as 2. Now next, inside this thread group, I'll add one HTTP request. So here we have to add our server name or the IP address for the website that we're going to perform our testing on. So here I'll be taking the example of the Edureka website, that is the edureka.co. So this is our Edureka website on which I'm going to perform the test on. So I'll just copy this IP address and I'll paste it here. In JMeter, we don't put the HTTPS, so the server name or the IP would be www.edureka.co. Now I have to set a path inside this. So you can see that inside the Edureka website, we have different paths where we can get into. That is, we have our cloud computing, DevOps, software testing, and all these paths take you to all these courses that we provide. And it gives you a brief description about what these courses are and what you get to learn. So let me first take the course on cloud computing. So let me set a path to this particular course. So here I'll just paste the path to my cloud computing certification courses, and let me just rename it as cloud. Now let me create another HTTP request. So the server name will be the same as www.edureka.co. Now let me traverse to another path. So let's just take big data as our second path. So here I'll copy this particular path and use it here. Now let me just rename this one as big data. Again, let me just take another HTTP request. Same way, I'll just type www.edureka.co. And this time let me take another path. So this time let's go inside our software testing course. And I'll rename this one as software testing. Okay, so now that we have created all the HTTP requests, now next up I'll add a listener, that is where I can view my results. So we can select the option on how we want to view our results. So there are view results tree, view results and table. So let me just select view results and table. Now before we run our test, we always have to save our test. So let me just save this test as demo2, and the extension is always .jmx. Now I have saved this test plan. Now let's run this test and see what happens. So once I start this test, you can see that it's going on. So yeah, the test is happening and you can see that the number of thread group for cloud, big data and software testing takes place. First, it takes place 5 times because I have taken the thread user number as 5, and the loop count will go on for 2 times. So you can see that the status here is green. That means the test is going on fine and there is no error that has occurred in this test yet. So now in the JMeter user interface, you can see that the test is going on perfectly all right and the website is functioning perfectly. Now in order to generate our test reports in our Jenkins, we would need to run this test in the non-GUI method. So now in order to run this test in the non-GUI method, we'll go to our command prompt. And here we just have to specify the path inside our JMeter folder. So I'll specify this particular path. And now we are inside our Apache JMeter bin folder. Now you can also go back and check out our video on load testing using JMeter in the non-GUI mode, which will give you a step-by-step guide on how you can perform your testing in the non-GUI mode as well. So now let's have a look at the command in order to run our test plan in the non-GUI mode. So first we have to write JMeter and then we go for -n. Okay, now in this one we can also go for -j. That is if you want to send any parameter. So here we will be sending our parameter as jmeter.saveService.output underscore format equals to XML, just to ensure that this format is up and running and we can get the output in the same format, that is in our XML format in our Jenkins as well. So we'll just pass this parameter in order to ensure that this is happening. Then it's -n, which is used to specify the test plan to run in our non-GUI mode. Then we have -t, which specifies the path to our source of .jmx file where we have actually saved our test plan. Next, we will just copy the path to our JMX file. So you can see that our JMX file is right here, that is demo2.jmx. So I'll just copy this path and insert my file name, that is Edureka testplan.jmx. So with -l, we specify the path to our output file or the file where we are getting our results. So I'll copy the path as well. We want it inside the bin folder only. So let me just name it as report, and we want a JTL file. You can have a JTL file or a CSV file. Now let me just run this command and see what happens. So here you can see that the tree has been successfully created and the test has been started. So now basically the same test has been taking place in the non-GUI mode. So this will take a certain time, and we also got to see the status in our GUI format in the form of a table. Now in this case we will get it in our .jtl file and it will show us the same status as the testing is performing completely fine or not. Now once the test will be completed, it will show you that the test is completed, and then you can go back and check your result in your folder, in your bin folder, where you have saved your test report or where you have saved your test plan as well. So here you can see that it shows end of run, that is the test plan has successfully completed the testing. So inside your bin folder, you can go back and see that your JTL file is created where you have your report ready. So now this was about running your test in JMeter using the non-GUI mode. I have also shown you that the test is completely up and running in the user interface mode as well. So now that the test has run completely fine in the JMeter, now it's time to import this in our Jenkins and get our performance result report. Now how do we do that? Now for that, we have to go back to our local host 8080. Now once we are inside our Jenkins dashboard, so in the left side there is an option called as new item. So here you just have to enter an item for your project. So here I'll just name my project as JMeter test, and I want it to be a freestyle project, and then just click on OK. So now the project JMeter test has been created. Now the next step is to add a build setup. So just to give you a quick review, we have followed quite a few steps till now. That is, first we have installed our Jenkins, that we have installed our JMeter, and then we have set our path as jmeter.save.saveservice.output format equals to XML inside our user properties file in JMeter bin. Then we have created a test plan inside our JMeter and performed the test plan in GUI and checked that it's all up and running. And then finally, we have moved on and also tested our plan in the non-GUI mode. So once the test is completed and it's up and running, we have come back to our local host 8080. That is, it's time to get our result report in our Jenkins now. Now the next step is to add a build step. So once we click into add build step, you will see all these options. Now I'm using Windows, so I'll select execute Windows batch command. If you are using Linux, you can go for execute shell. So here I'll click on execute Windows batch command. So now we would be needing this particular command in our Jenkins. So let me just copy this one first and go back to Jenkins. So here I'll just paste this particular command. Now here what I'm doing is I'm importing the particular test plan in my Jenkins and giving it the path to my test report, where the test plan has already been successfully completed. Now this will give Jenkins the details about my test and also the report that has been generated, and thus Jenkins will take that report and give me a performance report here. So at first I have to provide the path to my JMeter bin, and then I have to give my path to the test report, that is the JMX file, and also the report file, that is the .jtl file. So now once this is done, there's another important step that we need to perform. So next is the add post build action. So once we have completed our add build setup, next up is another important step where we have to add post build action. Now here we have to select the publish performance test result report. Now at the beginning, if you remember, we have installed this performance plugin inside our Jenkins. So now that particular performance plugin is added as our post build action, where we publish our performance test result report. Now this particular plugin will first collect the data, then conditionally fail the build if the error threshold is exceeded, build or update the performance trend chart for the project. So now you know why we needed that particular plugin inside our Jenkins. So now here I'll select publish performance test result report. Now here in the source data files, you have to specify the path on where the report is saved. So this is our path where my report is saved. So I've saved it as report.jtl. So I'll copy this particular path and I'll provide this particular path here inside the source data files. So here we have the standard mode selected. Yeah, so that's all that you need to do. First, you need to build your setup, and then another important step is definitely the post build actions, where you have to specify the path of your test report that will be generated here. So now that we have done all of these, I'll save. So now the project JMeter test has been created. So now once the project is created, it's time that you build it and get to see the results. So once the project is created, now we will go inside build now. So you can see that the last build was 13 seconds ago. That is just now that I have performed the JMeter test. So now that this is done, so now once we have selected the build now option, you can see that the test is building here and it's in progress. So the build goes on executing, and once it is completed, you can get your performance report. So in the console output, you can see that your build status is success and your test has been completed. So you can see that your test has been successfully completed. So you have finally finished your performance testing on the Edureka website. Now, in order to check your performance report, you can go to your performance report and see your response time and percentage of errors. Now, we have just done the test once, so there's just one line that is visible and there's no comparison yet. But if you run the test a number of times, you will be able to see a graph that shows you the difference between the number of builds. So you can see there are no errors because there has been no error in our website as of now, and you can see the response time here. And here you have all the samples on C. I have taken big data, cloud, software testing. So it provides me with all the details of the performance that has taken place. Now I can go back to my project and just click on build now. So it will create another build and I can just go and check on my performance trend again. So now that I have built my project 2 times, so you can see that there's a graph you can see here on the response time and the percentage of errors is still 0. Now we can go to our trend report and we can see the number of builds. So the number of times you perform the build on, you can see all of those builds that has been performed here. And then you can see the maximum, median, min, percentage of errors and average errors and everything that you need to see. So you can definitely understand your performance trend better with the help of Jenkins. So in this particular one, you can see the response time, the average, the median, and all of these reports that are generated in our Jenkins. So this is one easy way on how you can use your JMeter in Jenkins. So this way you can easily enable the user to integrate load testing into your workflow. So we had saved our report in the report.jtl file. So you can see that the test file gives the report.jtl where you have your response time and also the percentage of errors. So this way in Jenkins, you get to see the performance report of the test that you have performed on any particular website or server using your Apache JMeter. So I hope now you have understood on how you can use JMeter in Jenkins. If you have any doubt about how to install Apache JMeter or how you're going to use it, you can always check our YouTube channel and check the videos on JMeter. That is how to install JMeter and load testing in JMeter in the non-GUI mode. And you can also check out our playlist on Jenkins. That will help you understand these two in a better way. And I hope this session was helpful for you to understand on how you can use these two together in order to perform your testing in a better way.
What is Jenkins X? So Jenkins X was created by James Strachan, who's also the creator of Groovey, Apache Camel, and was first announced in the year March 2018. It is designed from the ground up to be a cloud-native, Kubernetes-only application that not only supports CI/CD, but also makes working with Kubernetes as simple as possible. With one command, you can create a Kubernetes cluster, install all the tools you need to manage your application, create a build and deployment pipelines, and deploy your application to various environments. Jenkins is described as an extensible automation server that is configured via pipelines to be a continuous integration server, a continuous deployment hub, or a tool to automate just about any software task. Jenkins X provides a specific configuration of Jenkins, meaning you don't need to know which plugins are required to stand up a CI/CD pipeline. It also deploys numerous applications to Kubernetes to support building your Docker container, storing container in a Docker registry, and deploying it to Kubernetes. So this was the definition of Jenkins X. Now let us talk about the features of Jenkins X. The first feature is automated CI/CD. Jenkins X offers a sleek JX command line tool which allows Jenkins X to be installed inside an existing or a new Kubernetes cluster, import projects, and bootstrap new applications. Additionally, Jenkins X creates pipelines for the project automatically. The next feature is environment promotion via GitOps. Jenkins X allows for the creation of different virtual environments for the development, staging, and production using Kubernetes namespaces. Every environment gets a specific configuration list of version applications and configurations stored in the Git repository. You can automatically promote new versions of applications between these environments if you follow the GitOps practices. Moreover, you can also promote code from one environment to the another manually and change or configure new environments as needed. The third feature is the extensions. It is quite possible to create extensions to Jenkins X. An extension is nothing but a code that runs at a specific time in the CI/CD process. You can also provide code through an extension that runs when the extension is installed, uninstalled, as well as before and after each pipeline. The next feature is the serverless Jenkins. Instead of running the Jenkins web application, which continuously consumes a lot of CPU and memory resources, you can run Jenkins only when you need it. During the past year, Jenkins community has created a version of Jenkins that can run classic Jenkins pipelines via the command line with the configuration defined by the code instead of the usual HTML forms. And the last feature that we are going to discuss is the preview environments. Though the preview environment can be created manually, Jenkins X automatically creates preview environments for each pull request. This provides a chance to see the effect of changes before merging them. Also, Jenkins X adds a comment to the pull request with the link for the preview for the team members. So these were the features of Jenkins X. Now let us talk about the working of Jenkins X. So as you can see the diagram on the screen, so this is the overall architecture of Jenkins. What happens here is the developer commits and pushes the changes to the project's Git repository. Jenkins X is notified and runs the project's pipeline in a Docker image. This includes the project's language and the supporting frameworks. In the next step, the project pipeline builds, tests, and pushes the project's Helm chart to Chart Museum and its Docker image to the registry. Next, the project pipeline creates a PR with the changes needed to add the project to the staging environment. Then Jenkins X automatically merges the PR to the master. Jenkins X is notified and runs the staging pipeline. And in the final step, the staging pipeline runs Helm, which deploys the environment, pulling Helm charts from the Chart Museum and Docker images from the Docker registry. Kubernetes creates the project's resources, typically a pod, service, and ingress. So this was the overall working of Jenkins X. Now let us talk about the installation of Jenkins X. So in this session, I'm going to talk about installing Jenkins X on Windows as well as Linux platform. So if you talk about the installation on Windows, here the prerequisite is that you need Docker and Kubernetes installed on your system. So once you have the prerequisites completed, what you can do is you can right click on the menu and start the command prompt and run the following commands as an admin. So as you can see here, at the shell prompt, execute a PowerShell.exe command to download and install the Choco binary and set the installation path so that the binary can be executed. When you open the PowerShell, you have to execute this command here, as you can see. Once you run this command, you need to install Jenkins X using the Chocolate package, which is a third-party application. So the command for that is choco install Jenkins X. And you can update to the latest version of Jenkins X using the Chocolate by the command choco upgrade Jenkins X. So if you're using Scoop, then there's this command called Scoop install Jenkins X or JX. And to upgrade the JX binary, you need to run the command Scoop update JX. So these were the simple steps that you need to follow for installing Jenkins X on Windows. And if you talk about Linux operating system, these are the steps that you need to follow. So first, you need to download the JX binary archive using the command. This is the command. You need to run this command in the command prompt or the terminal of the Linux operating system. And if you don't have the JQ installed on your Linux OS, then you can run this command. As you can see here, this is the first step. In the second step, you install the JX binary by moving it to a location in your executable path using the command sudo mv jx user local bin. So this is the second step. And with this step, your Jenkins X installation is almost complete. And just to verify whether Jenkins X has been installed on your system, what you can do is you can run this command, which is the third step, jx space hyphen version. So if you run this command, you'll be able to see the latest version of Jenkins. So this was all about the installation of Jenkins X.
Let's look into the need of Jenkins X. Now, before I list down the reasons for the need of Jenkins X, let me tell you that there's obviously no doubt in the fact that the way software is developed has evolved and transformed in the last few years. With DevOps gaining high popularity, companies are using this methodology to deliver the software in quite a quick manner. I would say that this is because DevOps makes sure that the speed of development is reduced, the downtime is reduced, but at the same time, industry has also seen various other changes. When I say various other changes, I mean the way the software development life cycles are executed, or new technologies coming up, or how an application infrastructure is built, and so on. So one of the major change is microservices. Now, microservices is one of the most popular deployment models, which is nowadays being incorporated by today's hypergrowth market. Unlike monolithic applications, microservice applications are smaller, granular, and independent services. So these provide various benefits that have led the companies to use microservices with DevOps, right? So microservices, if you just have to understand, guys, these are just small containers that you can consider in which all the packages or all the libraries, or maybe when you build an application, a particular service can be treated as a microservice, and all the required packages and libraries are put into a single container, right? So you can just consider it as a big bucket which has everything related to that particular service, functionality, or maybe the application itself, right? So nowadays it's quite popular in today's market because all the companies, starting from startups to multinational companies, are trying to build their applications using the microservice architecture. Now, if you're wondering what are the advantages of microservices, then you can refer to my session on what is microservices, because that session will tell you in depth how you can use microservices, what are the advantages, and also how to deploy them. So, well, that was about the first point. Now, the second point, or I would say the second major change that I've observed, is the container ecosystem. So when I say container ecosystem, what I mean by that is, introduction of containers has evolved in today's market. Container ecosystem goes in hand with microservice architecture, and in today's industry, I see that various kinds of containers on the same host can deploy microservices built using different kinds of technologies or frameworks. So this gives the developers the freedom to use whichever technology they want to use and also further orchestrate these containers. So when you build a service, what can happen is that maybe you have an application of 3 services, right? So maybe the developers working on the first service are more comfortable in Python. Maybe the team working on the second service is more comfortable on Java, and same goes with the third team, which is working on the third microservice. All these 3 teams can have their freedom of their own technology and frameworks, and definitely they can all come together and build a single application. So that was about the second point, guys. Now the third major change in today's market that I see is the container orchestration. Now, Kubernetes, as all of us know, is rising in today's market, and this is mainly because it powers some of the biggest and the most complex deployments in the world. Not only this, but also prominent cloud providers such as GCP, AWS, Azure, and Oracle Cloud have announced Kubernetes integration into their cloud platforms. It comes with open source installation and simplifies the optimal operations and upgrades the orchestration of the containers. Now, when I say orchestration of the containers, I hope that you've understood that, I mean that, how you can scale up or scale down the containers based on the load of the application or maybe the requirement of the client and so on, right? Well, with all these changes, it's quite evident that, developers have the access to a lot of options to fragment and modify their open source systems with various CI/CD tools. But over here, I would say that, enterprise can take a large amount of time to just understand which tools must be used to develop a successful CI/CD pipeline while using Kubernetes. Now, this is because there is no straightforward way to manage Kubernetes cluster with the right combination of the plugins and the configuration. Now, to avoid such kind of scenario of wasting time and maybe installing and configuring Kubernetes cluster, which takes a lot of time of the developers, developer community wanted to figure out a solution to leverage Jenkins to automate CI/CD in the cloud for people struggling with Kubernetes or haven't used it before, right? So Jenkins X was basically the solution to this problem, and that's how Jenkins X came into the marketplace. So I hope that you've understood the need of Jenkins X. It just emerged to help the developer community to automate the CI/CD pipeline using Kubernetes in a better way, in such a way that, people who haven't used Kubernetes or maybe who are weak in using Kubernetes, or maybe even that lot of developers who do not want to use Kubernetes, they can just directly automate the CI/CD pipeline in the cloud. So as I mentioned before, guys, Jenkins X is an extension of Jenkins. So anybody who has worked in the DevOps field must have definitely come across Jenkins. And also, if you know what is Jenkins, and I'm sure understanding and using Jenkins X is quite an easy task for you. So now that I've told you what is Jenkins X, and the need of it, let's understand the differences between Jenkins and Jenkins X. Now, talking about the differences between Jenkins and Jenkins X, let me tell you that Jenkins takes an unopinionated view, whereas Jenkins X takes an opinionated view and is used to work better with containerization and orchestration tools like Docker or Kubernetes. So guys, that was about the first difference. Now talking about the second difference, if you ask me, then let me tell you over here that, both of them are quite related to each other, right? So whatever task that you want to do with Jenkins X can also be done with Jenkins. But the only problem is that, to do those tasks, you'll require several integrations and plugins to configure. Whereas Jenkins X just simplifies the configuration, right? So it just makes the task easy for you, right? So I would say Jenkins X is used to simplify the configuration and lets you harness the power of Jenkins 2.0, right? Now that was about the second difference, guys. Not only this, but it also lets you open source the tools like Helm, Draft, Monocular, Chart Museum, Nexus, and Docker Registry to easily build cloud native applications, right? So guys, that was about the second difference. Now let's move forward with the third difference. Over here, I would say that, Jenkins X defines the process, whereas Jenkins adapts to the process which are required or needed, right? So basically, when you're trying to create a process, or maybe when you're trying to define a process, Jenkins X is used to define that particular process, and Jenkins automatically adapts to the processes which are required or needed by the client, right? Now moving on to the last difference, I would say Jenkins X adopts a CLI API first approach and relies on the configuration as code to embrace external tools like Monocular, Helm, and so on. On the contrary side, I would say Jenkins uses the first GUI approach with the configuration via UI and depends heavily on the plugins, right? So over here, I would say Jenkins X adopts a CLI or an API first approach, whereas Jenkins uses the first GUI approach, right? So guys, that were the differences between Jenkins and Jenkins X. So I hope that you found it clear. So let's understand what is Bamboo. Now Bamboo is also an automation server used for continuous integration. It was developed by Atlassian, and this tool allows the developers to automatically build, document, integrate, test the source code, and prepare an app for the deployment. It comes with the flexibility to use various tools, easy to use graphical user interface, and also allows the developers to use CI/CD methodologies. With Bamboo, you can also ensure high quality and status, get end-to-end visibility into release implementation, and spend maximum time writing the code rather than integrating it with various softwares. So it provides built-in deployment support, powerful build agent management, automated merging, and also built-in Git branch workflows, right? So guys, these are a few features of Bamboo. Now in Bamboo, what we do is we create plans and then stages and then jobs and then tasks, right? So that's what you can refer to my screen. We have a plan, and then a plan will have various number of stages, and those stages will have specific jobs, and those jobs can also have any number of tasks. Now it's not necessary that, every job should have equal number of tasks. It may also happen that, one job has 2 tasks and the other job has just a single task. So now the complete idea of Bamboo is basically that, it happens in a sequential manner. So whatever are the plans, stages, jobs, and tasks are created, all of them happen in a sequential manner. And now if you're wondering why was the tool Bamboo named Bamboo, then let me tell you that, Bamboo was named as Bamboo because, the developers of this particular tool wanted the software development lifecycle to be so flexible and strong with this particular tool, right? Since we use this tool for continuous integration, they wanted to make sure that, once a user uses this tool, his or her software development lifecycle is completely flexible, and also it is so strong that, it cannot be broken down easily. So guys, that was about Bamboo. So now that you know what is Jenkins and Bamboo, let's see how these two tools stand against each other. Well, in this particular face-off on Jenkins versus Bamboo, I'll be comparing both these tools based on the parameters that you can see on my screen. We'll be starting with popularity, then we'll talk about license terms, then we'll talk about the origin of both of these tools, and then we'll talk about ease of setup. Once that is done, we'll look into user-friendly, documentation, platform dependency, support, plugin support, and finally compatibility. So I hope the parameters are clear to you. All right, so let's start with the first parameter, that is popularity. Now comparing these tools based on popularity, Jenkins definitely wins the game and is much popular than Bamboo. Jenkins was much released before than Bamboo, and it immediately started gaining popularity among organizations, starting from startups to hypergrowth companies. So almost all the organizations who work on DevOps or deliver their softwares using the DevOps lifecycle have started using Jenkins. Also, if you search on Google Trends, you will see that Jenkins is much popular than Bamboo and continues to dominate the solution field to build continuous delivery pipeline, as it has more than 165,000 active installations, right? So it's about 1.65 million users, guys. Now that's a huge number, right? But when we come to Bamboo on the same topic on the number of installations, let me tell you that, Bamboo is a licensed tool, right? So it completely depends on, the number of jobs and the number of local agents, or you can say the remote agents who have installed Bamboo. So guys, this was about popularity, and Jenkins definitely wins the game over here. Now moving forward to the next parameter, that is license terms. Now Jenkins is an open source tool, whereas Bamboo, as I just mentioned, is a commercial tool or a licensed tool. So Jenkins has a global community for development, but Bamboo has its own team for dedicated development, right? So any individual or professional working in DevOps field can go and download Jenkins and can start using it. But that's not the case with Bamboo. You can definitely go forward and download the free version of Bamboo, which is available for 30 days. But after that, you have to buy the license version either for $10, which provides 10 jobs and unlimited local agents and no remote agents, or for around $1,270, which provides unlimited jobs and local agents. The only thing that you have to remember over here is that, the more plan that you have, the more will be the agents you require. Otherwise, you will basically risk creating a process and slowing down the process. So that was about the license terms, guys. Jenkins is an open source tool and Bamboo is a commercial tool or a licensed tool. Now let's move forward with the third parameter, that is origin. Now while coming to origin, both of these tools come from Java. So Jenkins was developed as the Hudson project in 2004 and was first released in java.net in 2005. Similarly, while developing Bamboo, Atlassian decided to use a simple Java-based plan description language to ensure syntax checks, code auto-completion, validate code, and also run offline tests. So in Bamboo, you can write your code in any JVM language which can be incorporated to Java like Groovey, Scala, or Kotlin. So you do not have to worry if you're not familiar with Java, guys, because both these tools will bootstrap you directly into a working environment with the help of the documentation available. So on the matter of origin, guys, both stand the same and both of them were developed based on the Java programming language. Now coming to ease of setup. Well, both of these tools are quite easy to be installed and configured, and they can be configured with a snap of your fingers. Yet, if I still have to choose one out of them, then I would definitely say Jenkins stands out as it can be done in just 3 steps on a broader view if your Java and Apache Tomcat are installed, right? So you have to just download the Jenkins WAR file from the official website, and then you have to deploy the WAR file and then finally install the required or the suggested plugins. However, to set up Bamboo, you need a few more steps when compared to that of Jenkins. So over here, after installing Java, you have to create a dedicated user to run Bamboo. And then what you have to do is you have to download Bamboo from its official website, then create an installation directory. After that, you have to again create a home directory, start Bamboo, and finally configure Bamboo. Now, obviously, this is at a broader view, guys, but if you look into the depth, both Jenkins and Bamboo require a few more steps to configure, but definitely on a broader view, Jenkins is much easier to set up when compared to that of Bamboo. Now, moving forward with the next parameter, guys, the next parameter is user-friendly. Now, when it comes to user-friendliness, then Jenkins is not a confident defender over here. Now, this is because Bamboo has a much user-friendly approach with a neat and an intuitive user interface. So every time a new task is added, it provides proper guidance toward the plan's build and deployment states. But yes, when it comes to Jenkins, this tool is completely based on the functionality. So in case you wish to make the Jenkins platform more intuitive, then you definitely have to work extra on it, right? Yet I would definitely say that this leaves the room for the developers to customize, create, and allows the developers to choose from a variety of plugins. So at the parameter of user-friendly, Bamboo definitely wins a point over Jenkins, right? So that was about user-friendly, guys. Now moving on to the next parameter, that is documentation. I would say both Jenkins and Bamboo, both of them have fantastic online documentation, which offers the clients the options to research and find a solution before reaching the support for the help. In documentation, you will find all the information related to the tools like how to install, the prerequisites, the steps to perform a task, commands, and so on. Apart from this, documentation also provides various tutorials to help you gain hands-on experience in these tools better. So on that note, I would say on the parameter of documentation, both Jenkins and Bamboo get equal number of points. Now let's move forward with the next parameter, that is platform dependency. Jenkins and Bamboo, both of them work on various platforms and can be integrated with different kinds of tools. Now, if I have to mention a few, then you can see that, Jenkins works on operating systems such as Windows, Ubuntu, Red Hat, and Mac OS, and it can be used on browsers such as Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, and Internet Explorer. Coming to Bamboo, Bamboo works on operating systems such as Windows, Linux, Solaris, and it can be also used on browsers such as Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, and Edge, right? So over here, I would say both of them work on different platforms and different operating systems. So it's completely based on user's perspective, which platform the user is working on and which tool would help that person better, right? Now that was about platform dependency, guys. Moving on to the next parameter, that is support. Now in comparing both these tools on the parameter support, Let me tell you that Jenkins offers global community support to users who are facing issues while using Jenkins. But when it comes to Bamboo, Bamboo offers great professional support for only its licensed customers, right? So it basically has a detailed documentation available, but the problem over here is that, it only offers good support, or I would say a better support for its licensed customers. But that's not the scenario with Jenkins. Jenkins has a global community support. Apart from this, Bamboo also gets the support from Atlassian's community. So my take on this point is basically that, both of them do offer support, but yet I would say that it's completely user perspective regarding the help offered by these tools, because, some users have a great hands-on experience on both on Jenkins or Bamboo, right? So maybe even if they're stuck somewhere, maybe they can debug by themselves. But when it comes to a fresher or a starter, that person might not have a good hands-on experience on Jenkins and Bamboo. Then over there, we need good support from both these tools, right? So guys, that was about this particular point. Now moving on to the next parameter, that is plugin support. Now definitely on this particular point, Jenkins dominates this field and offers more than 1,000 plugins which enable Jenkins to integrate with any tool like Git, Maven 2 Project, Amazon EC2, HTML Publisher, and so on. So these plugins enable the user to give the best of the solutions throughout the continuous delivery process. And even if a plugin does not exist, Jenkins lets you code it and share it with the community. However, Bamboo is not the confident defender over here, because Bamboo has around only 100 plugins in the Atlassian environment, as most of its features are built in the Bamboo marketplace. Not only this, but this tool easily integrates with Jira and Bucket when compared to that of Jenkins. So my point over here is basically that Jenkins has more number of plugin support when compared to that of Bamboo. But yes, that Bamboo's maximum features are built in the Bamboo marketplace. So over here, I think Jenkins wins the game. Now moving on to the final parameter for this particular face-off, that is compatibility. Let me tell you that Jenkins does not support the built-in Jira software integration, whereas Bamboo supports the same. Coming to the next point, Jenkins again does not support the built-in Git branching workflows, whereas Bamboo definitely supports the built-in Git branching workflows. Jenkins does not support the built-in Bitbucket server integration, whereas Bamboo supports the same. Moving forward to the next one, both Jenkins and Bamboo, both of them support the built-in deployment projects and REST APIs. They also support test automation. So test automation is supported by Jenkins through plugins, whereas Bamboo has built-in features for it. And finally, both of them again support the enterprise-grade permissions, where Jenkins supports it through the plugins, whereas Bamboo again has features for it. So guys, this was about compatibility, and I think over here Bamboo wins the game because it is more compatible with various other softwares when compared to that of Jenkins. But yes, Jenkins again has plugins. So since now you're familiar with the nitty-gritties of Jenkins and Bamboo and how they differ from each other, let me answer the question for you, which CI/CD tool you should choose, right? Now this is one of the most common questions that could come onto your mind after going through this session, because both of them are continuous integration tools and both have its positive and negative points, right? So if I have to answer this question for you, then I would say that both the tools are prominent in the DevOps field and hold paramount importance. So you can opt for either of the two, but yes, before you choose your tool, there are few important aspects that you need to consider, like the support and management offered by the tools, the user interface and the integration support, and also the types of systems such as the standalone systems or the large software systems. Well, for the standalone systems, I would say Jenkins makes a better choice, but when we come to large software systems, I would say Bamboo makes a better choice. So in short, I would say it's your choice which tool you want to choose based on your requirement in the DevOps lifecycle. But yes, if you ask me which tool would I go for, then I would definitely say I would go for Jenkins. Now this is mainly because Jenkins is used in most of the organizations and it's quite a popular tool when that compared to Bamboo, right? So if I have to build a career in DevOps, then I definitely have to see what are the organizations looking for, right? The maximum organizations are looking for professionals who know Jenkins and then can integrate various tools. Then I would definitely go and learn Jenkins. But if you're someone who is more interested in Bamboo, then you can also go forward and learn it. Apart from that, also I see that Jenkins is much easy to set up and definitely can be integrated with various number of tools, because a DevOps project just doesn't have Jenkins, but you have to integrate a lot number of tools based on different kinds of tools your enterprise is using, right? So I would say learning Jenkins will definitely open the doors to become DevOps engineers, as you'll understand how this particular tool integrates various other tools and various other stages of DevOps lifecycle. But yes, if you prefer Bamboo, then you can definitely go forward.
So basically, we will start with the beginner's interview questions. And the first and very obvious question is, what is Jenkins? So before answering this question, let us deep dive into the background of Jenkins, like what problem existed before Jenkins came into picture. So a common problem for many DevOps teams is a fragmented workflow. The inefficiency in such case can be infuriating. So you know how it goes, right? Individuals on a team tend to work independently. Coding is done solo. Engineers regularly create large segments of code outside of version control. Once a developer is done, they add their work into the base code. Then another team manually runs tests to verify the build. For many years, many teams have found this division of labor annoying and problematic. When multiple developers separately commit large changes to version control, they create complex bugs, multiply time-intensive fixes, and increase the time it takes to do more manual testing. Everything slows down. This clogs up your build cycle, and tedious debugging slows down the time to production and ultimately undercuts your company's profits. So these were the problems that existed before Jenkins. So now let us talk about what exactly is Jenkins. So Jenkins is an open source automation tool written in Java with plugins built for continuous integration purposes. Jenkins is used to build and test your software projects continuously, making it easier for developers to integrate changes to the project and making it easier for the users to obtain a fresh build. It also allows you to continuously deliver your software by integrating with a large number of testing and deployment technologies. I hope I'm clear with the definition, guys. The next question is, what is the difference between Jenkins and Bamboo? So guys, while answering these questions, you have to actually compare Jenkins and Bamboo based upon a few parameters. So the first point that you can mention here is Jenkins is an open source tool, whereas Bamboo is not an open source tool. The second point is Jenkins is completely free, whereas Bamboo charges for the number of build agents that are required. The third point here is Windows, Ubuntu, Red Hat, Mac OS all support Jenkins, whereas Bamboo is supported only on Windows, Linux, and Solaris. The fourth point is the browsers. So as you can see, Jenkins is supported on Chrome, Firefox, and IE, that is Internet Explorer, whereas Bamboo is supported on Firefox, Chrome, Safari, and Edge. The fifth point of comparison is the plugin support. So Jenkins supports a lot of plugins, whereas Bamboo does not support as many plugins as Jenkins. The sixth point here, you can say that being open source, it has a lot of support from communities, whereas Bamboo has less support as compared to Jenkins. So these were a few points of differentiation between Jenkins and Bamboo. The third question is define the process of Jenkins. So in this question, you have to actually define the workflow or how Jenkins works. So first, a developer commits the code to the source code repository. Meanwhile, the Jenkins server checks the repository at regular intervals for changes. Soon after a commit occurs, the Jenkins server detects the changes that have occurred in the source code repository. Jenkins will pull those changes and will start preparing a new build. So now if the build fails, then the concerned team will be notified. But if the build is successful, then the Jenkins deploys the build on the test server. After testing, Jenkins generates a feedback and then notifies the developer about the build and the test results. And finally, it will continue to check the source code repository for changes made in the source code, and the whole process keeps on repeating. So guys, this was the exact procedure that I just talked about, like the process of Jenkins. For more understanding, you can refer to the diagram that is shown on the screen right now. Okay, so the next question is, what are the benefits of using Jenkins? So I will suggest you include the following benefits of Jenkins. If you can really recall of any other benefit apart from this, then you can include that point as well. So first and foremost, at the integration stage, build failures are cached. For each change in the source code, an automatic build report notification is generated. To notify developers about the build report success or failure, it is integrated with the LDAP mail server. Jenkins achieves continuous integration, agile development, and test-driven development. So with simple steps, the Maven release project is automated. And the last point is easy tracking of bugs at an early stage in a development environment than the production. So these were a few benefits of using Jenkins. The next question is, what are the prerequisites for using Jenkins? So the answer to this question is pretty straightforward. So to use Jenkins, you require two things. That is a source code repository which is accessible, for instance, a Git repository. And the second thing here is a working build script, that is a Maven script, which is checked into the repository. Next question is, what is the relation between Jenkins and Hudson? So in this question, you can say that Hudson was the earlier name and version of current Jenkins. After some issues, the project name was changed from Hudson to Jenkins. As simple as that. The next question is mention some of the useful plugins in Jenkins. So as you can see on the screen, these are the important plugins that you can use in Jenkins, such as Maven 2 project, Git, Amazon EC2, HTML Publisher, Copy Artifact, Join, Green Balls, and so on. So these plugins I feel are the most useful plugins. If you want to include any other plugin that is not mentioned above, you can add that as well. But make sure you first mention the above stated plugins and then you can add your own plugins. The next question is, how do you install Jenkins? So the complete process to install Jenkins can be summarized in just 5 steps. So as you can see on the screen, these are the 5 steps that you can use to install Jenkins. Install Java 8 version. So Jenkins is a Java based application and hence Java is a must. Install Apache Tomcat version 9. Tomcat here is required to deploy the Jenkins war file. Deploy Jenkins war file. So Jenkins war files need to be deployed using the Tomcat to run the Jenkins. And the fifth and final step is install suggested plugins. So in this step, you install a list of plugins as suggested by Jenkins itself. So once the installation is complete, you will be able to see the Jenkins dashboard. The next question is, what are the 2 components Jenkins is mainly integrated with? So according to me, Jenkins is mainly integrated with the 2 components such as the version control system like Git or SVN and build tools like Apache Maven. So if you have anything else in your mind that is not mentioned here, you can include that as well. The next question here is, what is Maven and what is the benefit of integrating Maven with Jenkins? So Maven is a build management tool. It uses a simple pom.xml to configure all the dependencies needed to build, test, and run the code. Maven manages the full lifecycle of a test project. Once integrated with Jenkins, the Maven WebDriver will build the project and execute all tests efficiently. The next question is, mention the commands that you can use to start Jenkins manually. To start Jenkins manually, open the console or the command line and then go to your Jenkins installation directory. Over there, you can use the following commands as you can see on the screen. So to start Jenkins, you can use the command jenkins.exe space start. To stop Jenkins, you can use the command jenkins.exe space and stop. And to restart Jenkins, you can use the command jenkins.exe space restart. The next question is, which SCM tools does Jenkins support? So below are the source code management tools or the SCM tools that are supported by Jenkins. As you can see on the screen, AccuRev, CVS, Subversion, Git, Mercurial, Perforce, ClearCase, and RTC. The next question is, how will you define post in Jenkins? Post is a section that contains several additional steps that might execute after the completion of the pipeline. The execution of all the steps within the condition block depends upon the completion status of the pipeline. The condition block includes the following conditions such as changed success, always, failure, unstable, and aborted. The next question is, what are the parameters in Jenkins? Parameters are supported by agent section and they are used to support various use cases pipeline. Parameters are defined at the top level of the pipeline or inside an individual stage directive. The next question is, what is Groovey? So Groovey from Apache is a language designed for the Java platform. It is the native scripting language for Jenkins. Groovey-based plugins enhance Jenkins with great interfaces and build reports that are of dynamic and consistent nature. So with this, we have come to the end of the beginner level questions that are normally asked in interviews. And now we will switch to the intermediate level of questions. Okay, so the question here is, how can you clone a repository via Jenkins? So if you want to clone a Git repository via Jenkins, you have to enter the email and the username for your Jenkins system. Then you have to switch into your job directory and execute one simple command that is nothing but the git space config. The next question is, explain how can you set up Jenkins job. My approach to this answer will be to first mention how to create a Jenkins job. Go to Jenkins top page and select new job and then choose the build a free software style project. Now you can tell the elements of this freestyle job. Optional SCM such as the CVS or the Subversion where your source code resides. The second point is optional triggers to control when Jenkins will perform builds. Next, some sort of build script that performs the build such as AND, Maven, shell script, batch file, etc. where the real work happens. Next comes the optional steps to collect information out of the build such as archiving the artifacts and or recording Java doc and test results. Finally, optional steps to notify other people or systems with the build result, such as sending emails, IMs, updating issue tracker, and so on. The next question is how to create a backup and copy files in Jenkins. The answer to this question is really direct. To create a backup, all you need to do is periodically backup your Jenkins home directory. This contains all of your build jobs, configurations, your slave node configurations, and your build history. To create a backup of your Jenkins setup, just copy this directory. You can also copy a job directory to clone or replicate a job or rename the directory. The next question is how will you secure Jenkins? The way I secure Jenkins is mentioned here, and if you have any other way to do it, then you can include that as well. So first and foremost, ensure global security is turned on. Ensure that Jenkins is integrated with the company's user directory and an appropriate plugin. Next, ensure that the matrix or the project matrix is enabled to fine-tune access. Then you can automate the process of setting rights or privileges in Jenkins with custom version control script, and then limit the physical access to Jenkins data or the folders. And finally, periodically run security audits on the same. The next question is explain how can you deploy a custom build of a core plugin. So according to the writers of the documentation, you need a copy of your .hpi file to the Jenkins home/plugins location. Remove the plugin's development directory and finally create an empty file called .hpi.pinned for Maven to use. Then you should be ready to restart Jenkins and use your custom build of a core plugin. Below are the steps to deploy a custom build of a core plugin. So first, stop Jenkins, then copy the custom HPI to Jenkins home/plugins location, delete the previously expanded plugin directory, make an empty file called the plugin.hpi.pin, and finally restart Jenkins. So the next question is what do you do when you see a broken build for your project in Jenkins? There can be multiple answers to the question. I will approach this task in the following way. As you can see on the screen, I will open the console output for the broken build and try to see if any file changes were missed. If I am unable to find the issue that way, then I will clean and update my local workspace to replicate the problem on my local and try to solve it. If you do it in a different way, then just mention that in your answer. That's it. I hope you have understood this question. The next question is, what are the various ways in which a build can be scheduled in Jenkins? So you can schedule a build in Jenkins in the following ways. The first way is by source code management commits. Second one is after the completion of other builds. Third way is builds can be scheduled to run at a specified times. And fourth one, by using manual build requests. The next question is, what is the use of pipelines in Jenkins? Pipeline plugin is used in Jenkins for making the Jenkins pipeline, which gives us the view of stages or tasks to perform one after the other in the pipeline form. It models a series of related tasks. Pipeline helps the team to review, edit, and iterate upon the tasks. Pipelines are durable and it can optionally stop and wait for human approval as well as to start the next task. A pipeline is extensible and can perform work in parallel. It supports complex CD requirements. The next question is explain the terms agent, post section, and Jenkins file. So agent is a directive to tell Jenkins to execute the pipeline in a particular manner or order. In declarative pipelines, the agent directive is used to specify which agent or slave the job or task is to be executed on. This directive only allows you to specify where the task is to be executed, which agent, slave, label, or Docker image. Now let us talk about the post section. If we have to add some notification and to perform some other tasks at the end of a pipeline, post section will definitely run at the end of every pipeline's execution. And Jenkins file is nothing but a text file where all the definitions of pipelines are defined. It is being checked in the source control repository. The next question is, do you know about cloud computing and how can Jenkins fit into a cloud computing environment? Explain with an example. So cloud computing is the on-demand availability of computer systems resources, especially data storage and computing power, without direct active management by the user. The term is generally used to describe data centers available to many users over the internet. Let us take the example of AWS Cloud Service. Cloud computing services use the CI/CD model so that they can push their work to the customers and constantly receive feedback. Jenkins is used to automate the CI/CD pipeline. For example, a lot of Jenkins plugins are available for many of the AWS services like the Amazon EC2 and ECS. The next question is, what is Kubernetes and can it be used with Jenkins? Kubernetes is a container orchestration tool. With Kubernetes, one can create multiple container instances to achieve more fault tolerance. You can use Kubernetes deploy plugin and use it with Jenkins for continuous deployment. The next question is it possible to run automated tests on Jenkins? Yes, this can be done very easily. Automated tests can be run through tools like Selenium or Maven. Developers can schedule the test runs, and Jenkins displays the test results and sends a report to the developers. The next question is, let us say you have a pipeline. The first job was successful, but the second one failed. Then in such scenario, what should you do next? The answer to this question is very simple. You just need to restart the pipeline from the point where it failed by doing the restart from stage. That's it. The next question is, what is the use of Jenkins home directory? All the settings, logs, and configurations are stored in the Jenkins home directory. The Jenkins home directory contains all the details of your Jenkins server configuration details that you configure in the Manage Jenkins screen. These configuration details are stored in the form of a set of XML files. The next question is, what is a backup plugin and why it is used? This is a helpful plugin that backs up all the critical settings and configurations to be used in the future. This is useful in cases where there is a failure so that we don't lose the settings. The next question is, what is a trigger? And give an example of how the repository is polled when a new commit is detected. Triggers are used to define when and how the pipeline should be executed. When Jenkins is integrated with an SEM tool, for example Git, the repository can be polled every time there is a commit. The Git plugin should be first installed and set up, and after this you can build a trigger that specifies when a new build should be started. For example, you can create a job that polls the repository and triggers a build when a change is committed. The next question is, how do you define parameters for a build in Jenkins? A build can take up several input parameters to execute. For example, if you have multiple test suites, but you want to run only one, so in that case, you can set a parameter so that you're able to decide which one you should run. To have parameters in a job, you need to specify the same while defining the parameter. The parameter here can be anything like a string or a file. The next question is, what are the ways to configure Jenkins node agent to communicate with the Jenkins master? So there are two ways to start the node agent. The first one is the browser. If a Jenkins node agent is launched from a browser, JNLP, that is a Java web start file, is downloaded. This file launches a new process on the client machine to run the jobs. And the second option is the command line. So to start the node agent using the command line, the client needs an executable agent.jar file. When this file is run, it simply launches a process on the client to communicate with the Jenkins master to run the build jobs. The next question is, how does Jenkins authenticate users? So there are three ways to do it. The first is the default way. This is the way to store the user data and the credentials in an internal database. The second way is the application server. So here you can configure Jenkins to use authentication mechanism defined by the application server on which it is deployed. And the third way is configure Jenkins to authenticate against the LDAP server. The next question is, how can you use a third-party tool in Jenkins? So following are the steps for working with a third-party tool in Jenkins, as you can see on the screen. First step is you have to first install a third-party software. Second step is you need to have the plugin that supports the third-party tool. Next, you have to configure the third-party tool in the admin console. And the fourth step is you can use the required plugin from the Jenkins build job. For different third-party tools, the procedure may vary slightly because of the difference in the configuration settings. The next question is, what are the types of pipelines in Jenkins? So basically, there are three types of pipelines in Jenkins. The first one is the CI/CD pipeline, that is continuous integration and continuous delivery pipeline. The second one is the scripted pipeline, and the third one is the declarative pipeline. The next question is, what syntax does Jenkins use to schedule a build job or SVN polling? So the answer to this question is cron syntax. Cron syntax is represented using 5 asterisks and each one is separated by a space. For example, if you want to set up a cron for every Monday at 11:59 p.m., So the cron expression for that would be 59 space 11 space asterisk and then 1. So I'll just show you how do you write a cron expression. So there's this website called crontab.guru. So here, for example, just as we discussed, so every Monday you have to schedule a build at 11:59 p.m. So here you have to type 59, for example, the 59th minute of the 11th hour. So that is why 59 and space 11. And then next asterisk is for the day. In our case, it doesn't matter which day it is. There's space. The next asterisk is for the month. So in this case, it doesn't matter which month it is, space. And then the final asterisk or the fifth asterisk is for the day of the week. So in this case, Monday is normally the first day of the week. So that's why we write here 1. So as you can see here, 59 space 11 space asterisk and then 1. So at 11:59 every Monday. So this is how you write a cron expression. Okay. The next question is, what is DevOps and in which stage does Jenkins fit in? So DevOps is a software development practice that blends software development with the IT operations, making the whole development lifecycle simpler and shorter by constantly delivering builds, fixes, updates, and features. Jenkins plays a crucial role because it helps in this integration by automating the build, test, and deployment process. So the next question is, do you know any other continuous integration tools? How is Jenkins better than any of those? So there are many other CI tools, as you can see on the screen: TeamCity, Bamboo, Perforce, Circle CI, Go, ThoughtWorks, Integrity, Travis CI, and so on. So we cannot say that Jenkins is better than any other tool because each has its own unique features. For example, TeamCity offers great .NET support, but it is complex and costly. Travis CI is free just like Jenkins and has good documentation too. Bamboo 2 offers efficient and faster builds, but it is not completely free, and so on. The next question is, name the Jenkins environment variable you have used in a shell script or a batch file. There are numerous environment variables that are available by default in any Jenkins build job. A few commonly used ones are, as you can see on the screen, job name, node name, workspace, build URL, and job URL. So here you should note that as new Jenkins plugins are configured, more environment variables become available. For example, when the Jenkins Git plugin is configured, new Jenkins Git environment variables such as git commit and git URL become available to be used in scripts. The next question is, what is continuous integration in Jenkins? So in software development, multiple developers or teams work on different segments of the same web application. So in this case, you have to perform integration testing by integrating all modules. In order to do that, an automated process for each piece of code is performed on a daily basis so that all your code gets tested. So this process is known as continuous integration. The next question is, how is continuous integration achieved using Jenkins? So following are the steps used to achieve continuous integration using Jenkins, as you can see on the screen. In the first step, all the developers commit their source code changes to the shared Git repository. In the next step, Jenkins server checks the shared Git repository at specified intervals and detected changes are then taken into the build. Next, the build results and test results are shared to the respective developers. Then the build application is displayed on a test server like a Selenium and automated tests are run. And finally, the clean and tested build is deployed to the production server. The next question is, what is a DSL Jenkins? The Jenkins Job DSL plugin is made up of two parts. The first one is the domain-specific language itself that allows user to describe jobs by using a Groovey-based language, and second, a Jenkins plugin which manages the scripts and the updating of Jenkins job which are created and maintained as a result. The next question is, how do you create a multi-branch pipeline in Jenkins? The multi-branch pipeline project type enables you to implement different Jenkins files for different branches of the same project. In a multi-branch pipeline project, Jenkins automatically discovers, manages, and executes pipelines for branches that contain a Jenkins file in the source control. The next question is, what are the types of jobs or projects in Jenkins? The following are the types of jobs or projects in Jenkins, as you can see on the screen: freestyle project, Maven project, pipeline project, multi-branch pipeline, external job, multi-configuration project, and GitHub organization. The next question is, what is Blue Ocean in Jenkins? So it is a project that was started with the purpose to rethink the user experience of Jenkins, modeling and presenting the process of software delivery by surfacing information that is important to the development teams. This is done with as few clicks as possible while still staying true to the extensibility that is core to the Jenkins. While this project is in the alpha stage of the development, the intent is that Jenkins user can still install Blue Ocean side by side with the Jenkins classic UI via plugin. So now we will talk about the advanced level of interview questions. The next question is, what do you mean by pipeline as code? So pipeline as code describes a set of features that allow Jenkins users to define a pipeline job process with code stored and versioned in a source code repository. These features allow Jenkins to discover, manage, and run jobs for multiple source repositories and branches, eliminating the need for manual job creation and management. To use the pipeline as code, projects must contain the file named JenkinFile in the repository root, which contains a pipeline script. Additionally, one of the enabling jobs needs to be configured in Jenkins. The first one is the multi-branch pipeline. Here you build multiple branches of a single repository automatically. And the second is organization folders. Here you scan a GitHub organization or Bitbucket team to discover an organization's repositories, automatically creating managed multi-branch pipeline jobs for them. The next question is, what is continuous testing? So continuous testing is a process where automated tests are executed as a part of the software delivery pipeline. This is done in order to obtain a feedback on the business risks associated with the software as early as possible. It consists of evolving and extending test automation to address the increased complexity and pace of modern application development and delivery. Continuous means without any disruption of any kind. Testing is done on a continuous basis. In a continuous DevOps process, a software change is continuously moving from development to testing to deployment. The code is continuously developed, delivered, tested, and deployed. The next question is, how do you integrate Git with Jenkins? So following are the steps that you can use to integrate Git with Jenkins. And I will also show you the screenshots of these steps. As you can see here, if you go to the Jenkins dashboard, first you have to click on the Manage Jenkins. Next, in the Manage Jenkins section, you have to click on Manage Plugins. Then you have to search for the Git plugin here, as you can see here. If it is installed, you will be able to see here. But if it is not installed, you will see here an option of install. So once you install it, you'll be able to see this plugin in the list. Okay, so once you download the plugin, you can see here, it will be mentioned here, GitHub branch source plugin. So these were the steps to download the Git plugin and integrate it with Jenkins. The next question is, what is the difference between continuous delivery and continuous deployment? So you can refer to the diagram that is present on your screen right now. Continuous delivery is a software development practice where you build software in such a way that software can be released to the production at any time. You achieve continuous delivery by continuously integrating the products built by the development team, running automated tests on those built products to detect the problems and then push those files into production-like environments to ensure that the software works in the production. So guys, the summary here is, in continuous delivery, you have manual deployment to production. So in continuous delivery, there is no need for every change to be deployed. Now let us talk about the continuous deployment. So the second figure here is continuous deployment. So here automated deployment onto the production happens, and this stage, that is continuous deployment, involves every change to be deployed automatically. Continuous deployment means that every change that you make goes through the pipeline, and if it passes all the tests, it automatically gets deployed onto the production. So with this approach, the quality of the software release completely depends on the quality of the test suite, as everything is automated. So with this, we have come to the end of this session. I hope you have enjoyed this session. If you have any queries related to this session, you can post them in the comment box below and we will try to get back to you as early as possible.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment any of your doubts and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!